Every one of us has a family history. We know about our parents, grandparents, and maybe even our great grandparents. But what if we keep going back thousands or even millions of years? At one point, there were no houses, no schools, no kingdoms, and not even writing. So, how do we know anything about those people? In today's video, we are going to solve the world's oldest mystery. Let's uncover the incredible journey of the first humans and discover how civilization actually began. Hello everyone, welcome back to Let's Revise by Vidyashri Kadlibuddi. In today's video, we are going to have a very beautiful introduction to the chapter number 4, Early Humans and Beginning of Civilization. And in this chapter, we are going to travel back to the very beginning of human history where we will learn who our early ancestors were, how humans evolved, what they ate, how they survived, and finally, how human beings built the first civilization. So, without wasting much of our time, let's begin to uncover the journey of human history. In previous grades, we have studied the history of various kingdoms and empires and also learned that about the Sindhu Saraswati civilization. So, till now, you have mainly studied about civilizations, different varieties of kingdoms like Mughals, you have studied about Delhi Sultanate, you have studied about Maratha Empire and all, and variety of empires. For example, like I told you, you might have also studied about Mauryan Empire, the Gupta Empire, and even about the Sindhu Saraswati civilization. Now, these societies already had organized cities, they had rulers, trade, and advanced lifestyles. So, our previous lesson mainly focused on developed human societies, whatever you have studied in your grade 6 to 7 and 8 and all. But in this, we are going to uncover how did these kingdoms, or before these kingdoms also, what was the life and how was it existing there. However, the history of humanity goes back much further. So, what does the sentence try to tell us? It tells us that, but human history did not begin with kingdoms. Long before kings, cities, or even villages existed, humans were already living on earth. In fact, the story of humans stretches back to millions of years. So, in this chapter, it will take us much further into the past than anything we have studied much before this. So, in this chapter, we will explore who our earliest ancestors were and when and where they evolved, what kind of foods they ate, and how they lived and how they became what we are today. So, what is this sentence trying to tell us? It tells us exactly what we will learn in this chapter. We will answer 5 important questions. The very first important question that we will answer is who our early ancestors were. Okay. Second, when and where did they evolve? Fine. Third question is what kind of food did they eat? And fourth one is how did they live and how did they survive to become what we are today? And finally, how did these human beings slowly change into modern humans like us? So by the end of the chapter, you will understand the complete journey of human evolution. So you might be wondering, are we studying social science or are we the part of science because you're studying about human evolution? But remember, even if you're studying about evolution of humans in your science, but it is still the history. That's why this becomes the very important part of the chapter. Moving ahead to the next parts of the textbook, the period before the development of writing is understood mainly through archaeological evidence as written languages emerged at different times in different parts of the world. So this is a very important idea. Today, we learn history by reading books, newspapers, and documents. But thousands of years ago, people had not yet invented writing. So, naturally, there were no history books. Then, how do historians know about those people? The answer is archaeology. Now, what is archaeology or archaeological evidence? Okay, so let's understand what is archaeology. Archaeology is the study of objects that was left behind by the early humans. Fine. Like, for example, suppose you have the habit of writing about your daily life in a diary, and suppose you pass away or you die in an accident or something. Now, how will people get to know about you? So suppose somebody comes to your house, reads the diary that you have written, and through that diary they get to know who you are, what you were, and all. So your diary is also an example of archaeology over here. So archaeology is nothing but it's a study of objects left behind the early humans, and the people who practice archaeology are called as archaeologists here. And the objects that are left behind are basically called as archaeological evidences, whose examples are different varieties of tools, bones, pottery, ornaments, caves, and even ancient houses and temples. These discoveries help us understand how people lived before writing existed. And another important point is that writing did not begin everywhere at the same time. Different regions developed different writing at different periods. This is also very much important to understand. Fine. So let's see what does the next sentence say in the textbook. So the next paragraph starts with this sentence. One of the earliest known writing system is associated with the Sindhu Saraswati, also known as the Indus Valley Civilization or the Harappan Civilization. So let's understand what is it trying to tell us. So one of the oldest writing system, or the concept of writing, started during the time of what we call it as the Sindhu Saraswati civilization. And this Sindhu Saraswati civilization is also what you have studied in your lower classes as Indus Valley civilization, or it is also called as the Harappan civilization. Okay, now why is this called as Sindhu Saraswati? You have to remember. Sindhu is the name of a river. Saraswati is the name of a river that flowed from the regions of Himalayan mountains to various regions of the northern part of our country, the Indus regions and all. Okay. So Indus is the changed name or by the Britishers. It was earlier called as Sindhu, but as they were not able to pronounce many of our Indian names, so they were pronounced as Indus Valley Civilization or Indus Rivers and all. So there are a lot of evidences which tell us that Saraswati River originated from the Himalayan mountains and flowed through the northern regions like the present day Haryana state and Rajasthan state, and then finally joined the Arabian Sea and all. So the civilization that started near the rivers of Sindhu and Saraswati is called as Sindhu Saraswati civilization, which is also called as Indus Valley civilization, and it is also called as Harappan civilization. And all these three names refer to the same civilization, so you don't need to be confused at all. So if your teacher in your exam gives you the name, the question as explain about the Sindhu Saraswati civilization or about Indus Valley civilization or about Harappan civilization, the answer to all these three types of civilization would be the same. Okay, so this civilization existed around 2500 BC and was one of the world's earliest urban civilization that existed. Okay, so this is one small basic information that you all have to keep in your mind. Writings and engravings found on objects such as seals and pottery indicate that Harappans used a pictographic script for writing. Now, this is a very important thing. How was the writing? Let's understand that. Now, as archaeologists started discovering more about the Harappan civilization, they discovered small stone seals, okay, seals put on stones, and pieces of pottery. And these objects mainly contain tiny symbols. And these symbols are called as what? They're called as pictographic script, which means that where a script in which you use pictures or symbols to represent ideas or words instead of alphabets or letters. Like for example, in the modern day, nowadays in your WhatsApp or in your Snapchat or in your Instagram, you guys use emojis to tell people about your feelings or what you want to tell them, right? So where your pictures and emojis are again the same thing, they are pictures. So you are also following pictographic script. But if you're using alphabets to convey your message, then it is not a pictographic script. So using of emojis is an example of pictographic script, which was followed by the Harappan civilization. So they did not use emojis like what we do today. They had their own pictures, they had their own symbols, and they were used for representing ideas, and they did not use the alphabet letters at all. And these discoveries prove that Harappans had their own writing system. Okay, so they had developed their own writing system through a pictorial based system here. Moving ahead, however, it has not yet been deciphered. As a result, we still do not understand the Harappan script, also referred as the Sindhu Lipi. Now, however, what does this mean? Now, there are two different sentences to understand here. The first one sentence to understand is, however, it has not been deciphered, which means unfortunately scientists or archaeologists have not yet been able to read the script of the Harappan civilization. Even today, nobody knows the exact meaning of the symbols used in the Harappan pictographic script, and many researchers are still trying to solve this mystery. Let's understand what does this say. As a result, we still do not understand the Harappan script, also referred as the Sindhu Lipi. Since we cannot read these symbols, we still do not know exactly what the Harappans have written. Their script is also called as the Sindhu Lipi until it is deciphered, which is understood. Many secrets of Harappan civilization will remain unknown. So get this very clear. If you are planning to pursue history in your masters and all, when you're doing master's degree and all, you have a very good opportunity to understand the Harappan civilization and to decipher the Sindhu Lipi that has been put forward by the Harappans. You'll be definitely become a great archaeologist or a great scientist if you take this matter very seriously. Okay, so moving ahead with the next paragraphs that has been given in your textbook. Other early writing systems include the cuneiform script of the Sumerians in Mesopotamia and the hieroglyphic script of the ancient Egypt, both of which flourished around the same time as the Harappan civilization. Now, if you have to talk about, apart from Harappan civilization, was there any other civilization that existed during the same time when the Harappan civilization was very active? The answer to this question is definitely yes. Okay, so the Harappans were not only the people who developed writing. Around the same time, there were other civilizations also that existed, and they were also developing the writing system to leave the evidences behind so that the future generations will get to know about them. Like, for example, there were a civilization called as the Sumerian civilization in the Mesopotamia, and they started to develop a script called as cuneiform script. Okay, and at the same time, the people of ancient Egypt developed a script called as hieroglyphic script in the ancient Egypt, and this shows that several ancient civilizations independently developed writing. We'll understand what is cuneiform script and hieroglyphic script as we study about the Mesopotamians and the ancient Egypts as we go forward with the chapter. I'll be explaining you about that entire thing. Fine. So remember one thing, it was not just the Harappans who developed the system of writing, but apart from them, there were others also who developed the system of writing. And some of the examples given in our textbook is about the Sumerians, and the other one is about the ancient Egyptians. Fine. Moving ahead, unlike the Harappan script, these scripts have been deciphered and mark the beginning of historical period about 5,000 years ago. You will learn more about them later in the chapter. Now see, let's understand this. Now, we know that Harappan script has not yet been able to decipher. It's being very difficult to understand what do those pictures actually depict, right? The good news is that scientists successfully decoded the cuneiform and the hieroglyphic script. Since we can read this script, we know much more about the people who used them. This is why the invention of writing marks the beginning of historical period. History before writing is called as prehistory, and history after writing begins is called as historical period. Fine. So this change happened how many years ago? This change happened around 5,000 years ago, and we will learn more about them later in the chapter. So these names seem new. The textbook will definitely explain these ancient writings in greater detail later. So keep learning step by step and keep following my video very often. Moving ahead to understand the next paragraph of the same concept. From about 400 BC, a script known as Brahmi was used in parts of southern India and in the Ganga Valley, that is in the northern India. Understand this concept over here. Now, the chapter shifts its focus to India. We were in India, then we went a little bit to Mesopotamia and Egypt. Now we are coming back again to India. Okay, so around the time of 400 BCE, People in southern India and people who lived in the Ganga Valley, the regions of the Ganga River, they all used a script, and this script was called as the Brahmi script. And this Brahmi later became one of the most important scripts in Indian history. Why? We'll understand later that. Many modern Indian scripts developed from Brahmi, means whatever different types of languages we are using today, those languages have emerged from this Brahmi script. How is that? We'll understand later in the chapter. Okay. Moving ahead, it was later formalized by Emperor Ashoka in the 3rd century BCE and contemporary Iron Age people all over southern India. So, what does this mean? It means that during the ruling period of Emperor Ashoka in the 3rd century BC, Brahmi became more organized and widely used. Ashoka used Brahmi to write his famous inscriptions on rocks and pillars across his empire. But at the same time, people living in southern India during the Iron Age also used this script. This helped Brahmi spread across different regions of India. And you will learn more about the journey of scripts in higher grades. So for now, you will only need a basic understanding of these writing system. As you move to higher classes, you will study how Indian scripts evolved into languages and alphabets that we are using today. So let's quickly revise today's concept. So what all did we study? Earlier, we studied about kingdoms and civilizations. We studied about human history in much older than kingdoms. Archaeology helps us understand the period before writing. The Harappans used a pictographic script called as Sindhulipi, which is undeciphered. The Sumerians developed cuneiform, while the Egyptians developed hieroglyphics. These two scripts have been deciphered, and that's why they mark the beginning of historical period. And around the period of 400 BCE, the Brahmi script was used in India and later formalized by Emperor Ashoka. Now remember one thing, every ancient tool, every seal, every symbol, and every inscription is like a clue left behind our ancestors. Piece by piece, these clues help us reconstruct the incredible journey of humanity. In the next part, we will go even further back in time to discover the earliest humans and trace the fascinating journey of human evolution. And if my explanation made this concept easier for you to understand, then don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to my channel. Let's revise by Vidyashri Kadlibuddi. Until next time, keep learning, keep revising, and keep sharing my videos among your other classmates too. Bye everyone. Now, let's look at the first figure given in your textbook. Don't just look at it as a picture. Every symbol on the seal tells you an interesting story. Okay, so you have studied about the Harappan script in your previous grades, like in your 6th standard and all. Observe the seal carefully and discuss why the script has not been deciphered. Also find out what efforts have been made to decipher it. You can use your textbook, consult your teacher, or refer to online sources. Okay, so take a close look at this seal. Can you notice that it does not contain any alphabet like English or Hindi? Instead, it has a series of small symbols, and these symbols are known as the Harappan script, and the other name for the script is Sindhu Lipi. This seal was discovered from the Harappan civilization, one of the oldest urban civilizations. The Harappans engraved these symbols on seals, pottery, and other objects. Archaeologists believe this was their writing system. But here is an interesting part. Even after more than 100 years of research, no one has been able to read this script completely. That means we still don't know what these symbols actually say. That is why Harappan script is called as undeciphered script. If scientists are able to decode it in the future, it may reveal many hidden scripts or secrets about the Harappan society, trade, religion, and their daily life too. Now, there are three main reasons why the script has not yet been deciphered. The first one is most Harappan inscriptions are very short. Many seals contain only 4 to 10 symbols. This makes it difficult to identify patterns. Second reason is we don't know which language the Harappan spoke. Without knowing the language, reading the script becomes extremely difficult. And third is no bilingual inscription has been discovered. For example, the Egyptian hieroglyphics were decoded using the Rosetta Stone, which had the same message written in different languages. No such clue has been found for the Harappan script. Many archaeologists historians, and even computer scientists are still trying to decode it. So, this remains one of the greatest mysteries in the archaeology. Fine. So, let's move to figure 4.2. In figure 4.2, this one represents one of the most important scripts in the Indian history. This picture shows us a Brahmi inscription carved on a stone railing around the famous Sanchi Stupa in the regions of Madhya Pradesh. But what makes it so different? Unlike the Harappan script, the Brahmi script has been successfully deciphered. That means historians can actually read these inscriptions. The Brahmi script became widely used around 400 BCE. Later, Emperor Ashoka used the script for writing his famous rock and pillar edicts across India. These inscriptions helped spread his message on peace, morality, and good governance. Another interesting fact is that many modern Indian inscripts or scripts, including Kannada, Telugu, Tamil, Devanagari, Bengali, and several other, have evolved from the Brahmi script. So, Brahmi script is often called the mother of many Indian scripts, and this figure reminds us that once a script is understood, it opens the door to learning much more about the history. Now, moving ahead with the figure 4.3, which has been given in your textbook. Now, this figure 4.3 is about which compares the period between writing, before writing, and after writing. This figure may look like a table, but it's actually one of the most important concepts in the entire chapter. Okay, so let's understand the period before writing. Fine. So, more than 99%. More than 99% human history belongs to this period. Okay, this means that early humans lived for millions of years without any written language. Since they could not write, historians mainly depend on the archaeological evidences, which includes tools, implements like pottery, bones, weapons, ornaments, then other objects left behind the people. Because there were no written records, it is difficult to know exactly what people thought, believed, or felt. And okay, even the dates of these events are only approximate because there are no written records to confirm them at all. Now let's understand the period after the writing period started. Okay, this covers less than 1% of human history and lasts lasts the 5000 years. And now historians have two important sources. The first one is the archaeological evidence, and the second one is written records. And these written records tell us about kings, important events, war, trade, culture, and everyday life. So they also provide exact dates, making history much more accurate and reliable. So the invention of writing changed the way we understand history forever and ever. Okay, so let's go through this topic detail and compare them. So before and after the writing period started. So when we talk about the before period, more than 99% of the human history falls under this period. And but when we compare after the writing period, we know only the 1% of human history, which is just 5000 years and including the present. And the 99% of human history before the 5000 years is not known to many people. When we talk about what is the main source of reconstruction, there are tools, there are material objects made by humans, especially like artifacts and all, and are the major sources of reconstructing people's way of living. But when we talk about the period after writing, there are material remains and there are written documents also, which help us to understand the life of people and the society that they lived in. Moving ahead, we understand the lives of people. Now, here, before the period of writing, it is difficult for us to understand what thought and what ideas people possessed. But if we talk about the era after the writing period started, we have literature, which are written records, and they provide us information about names, events, social, political, and even the cultural life that we know today. When we talk about the measurement of time is approximate, that is, dating events and cultures is only approximate. You can just make a guess. There is no proper evidence to show whatever was happening for such a short period of time. We cannot understand what was the duration then. But when we talk about the period after the writing era started, dating of cultures, events became relatively accurate because written documents mention specific dates of events such as coronation, wars, etc. and all. So there's so much of difference that has happened because writing actually started. So these three figures are much more than just pictures. They explain the fascinating journey from mysterious symbols that we still cannot read to scripts that unlocked India's history. And finally, to the invention of writing, which transformed the way we study the past. Understanding these figures not only help you in your exams but also give you a deeper appreciation of how archaeologists and historians piece together the history of humanity. So let's continue our journey through the chapter in the next video. Until then, keep learning, keep revising, keep succeeding, and keep sharing my videos to your other friends also. Bye everyone. Human beings have built skyscrapers, landed on the moon, and created artificial intelligence too. But where did this incredible journey begin? The answer takes us back millions of years to a time when our ancestors didn't have homes, farms, or even language. In today's video, we are going to continue with the further part of the lesson where we talk about one of the greatest adventures in human history, the journey from survival to civilization. Let's begin. Hello everyone, welcome back to Let's Revise by Vidyashri Kadlibuddi. In today's video, we will answer some fascinating questions like why should we study early humans? How did humans evolve? Why did they leave Africa? How did hunters become farmers? And how do archaeologists know all of this without anyone being alive to tell the story? So let's explore. The study of early human history helps us understand the long process of humankind's biological and cultural evolution in relation to changes in climate and the environment. So fascinating isn't this first paragraph? See, the first question is why should we even study about the early humans? Because studying early humans helps us understand how humans became what we are today. Human history is not just about kings and kingdoms, it is also about survival, adaptation, and innovation. And as the climate changed and forests turned into grasslands or rivers dried up, humans had to change their lifestyle to survive. And this long journey is what we call it as human evolution, which is a process because of biological changes and even cultural changes also, which was related because of change in climate as well as the environment that they generally lived in. So let's move to second paragraph and understand what are the fascinating things it is waiting to explain us. Biological evolution refers to gradual physical and genetic changes through which our early ancestors, known as Australopithecines, Australiasis means southern, and Pithecus is primates, evolved into modern human beings called as Homo sapiens. So let's understand biological evolution. Biological means changes in human body. Over the millions of years, our ancestors slowly changed. They became taller, their brains became larger, they started walking upright, their hands became more skillful. These changes happened naturally over many generations. They were not sudden. And the earliest ancestors mentioned in your textbook is about the Australopithecines. Okay, the word Australius means southern and Pithecus means ape or primate. These early ancestors gradually evolved into Homo sapiens, and Homo sapiens means modern humans, which is us. Let's look into the second factor, and the second factor is about the cultural evolution. Cultural evolution explains how humans adapted to their surroundings during the quaternary period, the last 26 lakh years, including the present. Now, this is a very interesting thing, right? Now comes another important type of evolution, and that important type of evolution that we're talking about is the cultural evolution. This is not about the change in the body, it is about changing the way people lived. Instead of growing strong physically, humans became smarter. They learned to make tools, they discovered the fire, they made clothes, they built shelters, they built and developed hunting techniques. All these improvements are called as the cultural evolution. Now, here in the textbook, it mentions a period, and this period is called as the Quaternary period. This is the last 26 lakh years of Earth's history. It includes even the present day also. During this period, the Earth experienced many climate changes. There were ice ages, there were warm periods, there were heavy rainfall, there were dry deserts, but humans had to constantly adapt. That's exactly why they invented new tools and technology. To survive the yeah, to survive the changing climatic and environmental conditions, humans developed tools, techniques, and other forms of technology to make use of natural resources. So, whenever nature changed, human responded with new ideas. Stones became tools, they became even sharper. Fire was discovered, which helped in cooking food and helped in keeping the human body warm. Spears made hunting easier, and later, people learned farming. Every invention made survival easy for them so that they can aptly use the natural resources which is present around them for their survival. So, let's move that how they went from let's understand how they went from hunting to farming here. Okay. Over time, human ways of life changed from hunting and gathering to agriculture and food production. Now, this is a very interesting change that happened during the time of human settlement and their wandering. So, this was one of the biggest turning points in history. Early humans first developed completely, sorry, early humans first depended completely on the nature. They hunted wild animals, they collected the fruits, then they gathered the roots and seeds. But later they discovered farming. Instead of searching for food, they started growing food. And when they learned how to grow the food, that is the time when completely changed the human life over what we are today. The ability to produce surplus food and material goods laid the foundation for the emergence of civilization. Now let's understand how did civilization begin. There are reasons for why civilization began, and let's understand them. Sometimes farmers produce more food than they immediately needed. So the early humans also learned how to produce food, and they started to produce more amount of food, and that more amount of food or extra food is what called as surplus food. Now people no longer needed to spend every day searching for food, so they had time to become a lot of other things and learn a lot of other things from the nature around them. So some became craftsmen, some became traders, some became builders, some became rulers, and slowly villages grew into towns and towns became civilization. And this is how slowly human settlement turned into one of the greatest civilizations that we knew. So in short terms, if I have to tell you, humans in their early stages identified their problems, understood their problems, and every time they had a problem, they found a solution for it. And this is one attribute that we should adopt in our day-to-day life. Whenever we face problem, we have to look for solutions for them. Okay. So moving ahead, it is generally agreed that our earliest ancestors evolved and lived in Africa and began to move out of the continent around 2 million years ago. Now, this is a very interesting fact, right? So, scientists have discovered where did the early human beings actually originate and how did they move. So, scientists believe that the earliest human first evolved in the regions of Africa, and that is why Africa is often called the cradle of humankind. That is the beginning of the humankind there. So around 2 million years ago, some groups started leaving Africa. But why? The textbook asks us to think about this. So let's answer that thing. Okay. So early humans probably migrated because we know that early human beings were nomadic in nature. They used to roam from one place to another place in search of food. But when they learned to cultivate food, then what was the necessary to leave Africa and move to other places? Let's understand the reasons behind them. Early humans probably migrated because food became less, climate changed, Animals moved to new places and humans followed them. They also might have searched for water and better weather condition or even safer places to live. And migration for various reasons helped humans survive in different climatic conditions. Okay. So Homo erectus, an early human ancestor with stone tools such as hand axes and cleavers, was the first hominian to exist Africa. Now let's understand the meaning of the word Homo erectus. Homo erectus refers to an upright or bipedal human ancestor. Now, before the Homo erectus, as we study in this textbook about the Australiasis, we know that they were primate or ape-like, monkey-like. They used all their four legs to move from one place to another place. But Homo erectus is the early human ancestor who actually had stone tools, and they also had hand axes and cleavers. Okay, and they were the first human being to stand upright and only use two of their arms for walking. So the word erectus here means upright. Okay, and they walked completely upright like what we are walking today with our legs. And they were also among the first to use advanced stone tools like hand axes and cleavers, and these tools made hunting and survival much easier. So one of the most interesting fact that we have to remember is that the among the species of human beings, it is the species of Homo erectus who left Africa. They were the first human ancestor to leave one continent and to move other areas for better hunting and for survival purposes and all. Okay. These tools have been found in other parts of Asia and Europe, indicating their origin in Africa and their dispersion beyond the continent between 2 and 0.5 million years ago. Now, what does this line mean? It says that archaeologists have found similar stone tools in Asia and Africa. What type of stone tools? Now, as we know that Homo erectus used stone tools like hand axes and cleavers, and we understand that we studied in this paragraph they were the first one to exit Africa. But how do we know that they exited Africa and they moved to different areas over here? So archaeologists throughout different continents have found similar stone tools that were developed by Homo erectus in the regions of Asia as well as Europe. And this tells us a very important aspect. If the same tools are found in different continent, it means the people carrying those tools traveled there also. So these discovery prove that Homo erectus migrated out of Africa between 2 and 0.5 million years ago. Okay. So another major wave of movement out of Africa took place around 1,25,000 years ago. Now, what is this? Let's understand that. So much later, if we look around 1,25,000 years ago, another major migration happened. Okay. And this time, why did that happen? And many of the people moved out of the regions of Africa. What is the reason behind that? Let's understand them in the next lines. This exit was associated with the early Homo sapiens, ourselves, that is modern humans, who also evolved in Africa around 3 lakh years ago and are now spread all over the earth. Now, this is a very interesting aspect to understand, right? So, earlier it was the Homo erectus people who left the regions of Africa, but after that, around 1,25,000 years ago, there was another group of people who left the regions of Africa and moved into other parts of world. And this time, it was not Homo erectus, but it was the Homo sapiens, our very own ancestors were the one who exited the regions of Africa. And these people evolved in the regions of Africa around 3 lakh years ago, and now they are the one who have spread all around the world. So the existing species of human beings, or the survival species of human beings, are the Homo sapiens species. So scientists believe that Homo sapiens, what we look today, we all have evolved around some 3 lakh years ago in the regions of Africa. So we all have come from Africa and we have spread across other continents over thousands of years. We have spread in Asia, Europe, Australia, and eventually the entire world. Today, every human being belongs to this species of Homo sapiens. Now, you might be thinking, now Africans look completely different. Their noses are wide, they're completely dark, they have curly hair. Then why do we look so different from them if we have the same ancestry? Remember, it was the existing people who live in the regions of Africa and what we are today, we all have evolved into these forms around 3 lakh years ago. And over the 3 lakh years, there is a lot of evolution that has taken place in us also, according to our ancestors moving either to Asia or moving to Europe or moving to Australia and all. So over the period of time, because of climate, because of biological condition, and because of the environment that we have got adopted, we now nowhere look like the existing Africans there. So there's a lot of evolution and lot of change that has definitely happened. Now, relating to this entire topic, this is a very interesting question that has been given to you all, and the question is to think over this. You have to have a critical answers. Okay, why do you think early humans left Africa to migrate to other regions? Now give answers here. Okay, we have studied these answers, we have studied these reasons previously in the same paragraph also, and you might also be getting some clues what I'm trying to indicate, right? So the possible answers could include, they might have left Africa in search of food, they might have left Africa in search of water, they might have left Africa to escape the harsh climatic condition that we all see, they might have escaped following the migrating animals, or they might have left the regions of Africa finding safer places to live. But remember, migration was not a single journey. It happened gradually over thousands of years. There are hundreds of reasons why people could have migrated from one place to another place. The reasons are simple: food, water, climate, safer place to live, and all. Okay, so you can put down these as simple answers to the question that has been asked. Now let us understand the figure 4.4 that has been given in the textbook. The figure 4.4 here explains us about the concept of early dispersal of Homo erectus out of Africa around 2 million years ago. So what is this map telling us about? This map is telling us about the journey of Homo erectus from the regions of Africa, which happened around some 2 million years ago. Okay, so let's understand this map. So the map is showing us the journey of Homo erectus, the first ancestors of Homo sapiens. If you look carefully in the map, you have been given a yellow arrow line. Okay, there are some arrows that have been given in the map. Now, what do these yellow lines depict? They depict the possible migration route. If you try to understand, some people from Africa followed the route and they might have moved to the regions of India. Some from India have moved to the Eastern Asian countries, some to the Southern Asian countries, some might have gone to the regions of Europe, some might have traveled the regions of Russia and China, and all other possible ways. So the journey begins in Africa, and from there groups travel towards the regions of Middle East, then they have spread in the regions of Asia, some have reached in the regions of China, others reached in the regions of Europe. The map also shows different types of landscapes. Okay, now if you look in carefully, the green dots are dense forest regions. Okay, then there are grasslands which are spread, then there are mountainous regions, then there are desert regions and all. Each environment presented new challenge, and these challenges is what humans successfully adapted to. So this figure reminds us that migration was one of the biggest reasons humans have spread across the different regions of earth to adapt to the new climatic condition, in search of food, in search of better land, in search of better environment, in search of water conditions and all. For these all variety of reasons, the people might have traveled over the different destinations, and whenever they travel to different destinations, they faced those climatic conditions and adapted their lifestyle according to the climatic conditions that they have faced. Moving ahead to understand the concept of figure 4.4 and archaeological excavation in the process. Now, how do we know about our ancestors? This is a very important aspect to understand. Okay, so what is this picture trying to show us? Before that, let me read some information that has been given to all of us here. So archaeologists explore early human sites to uncover clues such as tools, bones, and other objects left behind our early ancestors. Each clue helps them build a picture of how people lived long ago. To better understand these clues, archaeologists also experiment by making and using similar tools. This helps them learn how early humans created, used, and dependent on these objects in their daily lives. Now you can see the excavation going on. Through this excavation, what are they trying to do? They're trying to remove certain archaeological evidences to understand the past in a much better way. So let's understand this picture in a better, clear picture. So this picture is showing us about archaeological excavation. Okay, notice how carefully archaeologists are digging. They're not just using some bulldozers here. They are having some simple tools with them for careful digging so that the past materials are not damaged at all. They don't simply dig randomly. If every layer of soil represents a different period of history, they carefully remove soil using special tools, and whenever they find some archaeological evidences like either bones, pottery, tools, or ornaments, they record exactly where they were found, and every discovery is like another piece of a puzzle that they get. So the textbook also tells us what about the archaeologists don't just collect artifacts. Sometimes they make similar stone tools themselves. Why? What is it necessary for creating a same kind of tool? To understand how early humans made them, used them, and survived with them. So this practical method helps historians reconstruct ancient human life more and more accurately. So remember, every stone tool, every fossil, and every footprint left behind our ancestors tells a story of courage, survival, and discovery. So if this video made this concept of the chapter easy to understand, then don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to my channel. Let's revise by Vidyashri Kadlibuddi. Until next time, keep learning, keep revising, and keep sharing my videos to your fellow classmates so that they also learn and you also learn and we all learn together. Bye everyone. Take a look at your own face for a moment. Your forehead, eyes, nose, jaws, have they always looked this way? The answer to this simple question is no. Millions of years ago, our ancestors looked very different from us. Today, we will trace the incredible journey of human face and discover how simple tool makers eventually became modern humans. Let's unlock one of the most fascinating stories in human history. Hello everyone, welcome back to Let's Revise by Vidyashri Kadlibuddi. In today's video, we will meet our earliest human ancestors, understand how they evolved, why they are called tool makers, and see how fossils help archaeologists reconstruct the story of human evolution. So let's begin. To understand a very fascinating concept, who were our human ancestors? The earliest human settlements were found in Africa, Asia, and Europe, and together they constitute what we today call the Old World. So, what does this sentence try to tell us? Scientists have discovered evidences that the earliest human ancestors lived mainly in Africa, Asia, and Europe. And what is that evidence? One of the archaeological evidence is the same stone tools that were found in Africa, found in Asia, and found in Europe as well. Now these three continents together are known as the Old World because they contain some of the oldest known human settlements, and among them Africa is considered as the cradle of humankind where the earliest human ancestors evolved. So let's understand the meaning of the word Old World. Geographical area of the oldest human settlements of the earliest Paleolithic period. Now, what is Paleolithic period? We'll understand in the next part of the chapter. And the geographical area where we find evidences about the oldest human settlements is basically called as the Old World. And the three continents which are the part of this Old World are Africa, Asia, and Europe. Okay. So moving ahead, different kinds of human ancestors coexisted at this time. And for this, we have to look at figure 4.6. And it was around 3.3 million years ago that one of these ancestors made the earliest stone tools. What does this mean? It tells us that something very interesting. Millions of years ago, different human species lived at the same time. Okay, they did not all evolve one after another and disappear immediately. Some lived together during the same period. And to understand this, we have to look into figure 4.6 given in the textbook. So let's move to figure 4.6 that has been given to all of us in the textbook. The figure 4.6 shows us the skulls of every early humans and modern humans, showing the evolutionary sequence from Homo habilis to Homo sapiens. So let's understand each of the skulls here. Starting with the first one is the Homo habilis. Okay, Homo habilis lived in Olduvai Gorge, Tanzania and Kenya around 2 to 6 million years ago and made chopper stone tools. So this is the skull of Homo habilis, one of the earliest members of human family. The name Homo habilis means handyman. Okay, they lived in certain area and that area is called as Olduvai Gorge in Tanzania and Kenya around 2.6 to 2 million years ago, and they made simple chopper stone tools. Their skull is small, their forehead sloped backward. You can see the slope of the forehead is going backward. Their jaws were very large. Okay, and their brain was much smaller than what ours is actually. Moving ahead with the second species, the skeleton of the second species is the Homo erectus, who lived in the regions of Eastern Africa, especially in the Rift Valley around 2 million years ago, and they used to make hand axes and cleavers. Now let's understand about them. The word erectus we already know. Erectus means the species of human beings who stood upright on their bipedal, that is on their leg. So they walked completely upright like what we are doing today, the modern humans, and they lived around 2 million years ago. They invented better stone tools, especially like the hand axes and cleavers. When we compare them to Homo habilis, what is the difference that we see in the structure of the skull? Now you can see the skull is big, here the skull is small. So in simple terms we can say that the brain of the Homo erectus was larger than the Homo habilis. Their face became straight. You can see this face here is a little bit oval shape, but here the face is a little bit straighter. Their body looked more like the modern human today, and they were also the first human ancestors who left Africa and migrated to the other parts of the world. Moving ahead with the next one. The next one is Homo neanderthalensis, and they lived in Europe and Southwest Asia till around 40,000 years ago and made middle Paleolithic flake tools. Okay, so now we come to Neanderthals. They lived in the regions of Europe and Southwest Asia around 40,000 years ago, and they were skilled to make tool. And in simple terms, we can say that they were skilled tool makers, and they made middle Paleolithic flake tools. Their brains were actually very large. You can see the skull is much bigger in comparison to habilis and erectus. So their brain were actually very large, sometimes even larger than modern humans also. However, their forehead is lower. The forehead is basically small. Their eyebrows were thick and their face projected forward more than ours. Means their face was much front than what our face is actually today. Moving ahead to Homo sapiens, the species that we are now, and we living human beings, so Homo sapiens are only human species living today on the earth. So finally, we are talking about the Homo sapiens, who are also called as the modern humans, and we are the only surviving human species on the earth today. If we look at the skull is completely different. It is much bigger in comparison to our ancestors, and the forehead is very high in comparison to the others. The face is flat. The chin is more developed. If we talk about, the brain is also larger. So this gradual change clearly shows how humans evolved over millions of years. Okay, from 2 million years ago to what we are today, this change in the skull shows that we have evolved in a much different way in comparison to what actually our ancestors were. Now let us solve the questions that have been given in relation to this figure 4.6. Okay, so after observing these four images, let us try to answer the following questions that has been given here. The first question is, do you notice any changes in the shape or features of the skulls across different ancestors? Now, as we went through the four species of human beings, do we see there is some changes in the shape and features of skulls across the four human species? The answer to this question is definitely yes. As humans evolved, the skull became larger, the forehead became higher, the jaw became smaller, the face became flatter, and the brain size has increased gradually. And all these changes have happened over the millions of years. Going ahead with second question. The second question is, can you observe a gradual straightening of the face? If you look into this image, do you see there is some kind of straightening of the face? Now here the face is like this, here it is a little bit oval and all. So the structure of the face has also changed. So the answer to the question is yes. The earliest ancestors had faces that projected forward. As evolution continued, the face gradually became straight and flatter, and modern humans have the flattest face among all the skulls shown here. So this is one of the clearest signs of human evolution that has generally taken place over this period of time. So continuing with this textbook concept that we are supposed to study yet, moving ahead with that, it was around 3.3 million years ago that one of these ancestors made the earliest stone tool. So what does this say? It says that one of our earliest ancestors made one world's finest stone tools, that too around the period of 3.3 million years ago. This was a major breakthrough. Instead of using only their hands, they began shaping stones into useful tools, and this completely changed the way humans actually have survived over the periods of time. So this marked the beginning of the so-called human behavior as opposed to the behavior of animals who do not possess the cognitive ability to make such tools. Now this is a very interesting line to be understood. Making tools required thinking, planning and problem solving. We are also among the animal species. Okay, we live with the animals, but what makes us different from the other animals is the ability to think creatively, which is called as cognitive ability. Animals may use objects found in nature, but humans intentionally designed and shaped those tools for different purposes. And this ability to think creatively is called as cognitive ability, as I told you earlier. And because of this, tool making became one of the biggest differences between humans and other animals. So, in simple terms, we humans started to observe the nature around us and the natural resources around us, and we started to make them into resources. Whatever material was available in the nature, we converted them into usable form to satisfy our needs. But though animals lived along with us, the animals did not possess this cognitive ability, the thinking ability or planning ability or problem solving ability, or the way, or they did not learn any skills like human beings. They just lived along with the nature. But we humans, what did we do? We used the materials available in the nature, converted them into resources to use them in the way that we actually wanted. Okay, and that's what makes us completely different from the animals that are found around us. Moving ahead, thus human beings came to be known as hominians or tool makers. Okay, why are we called as hominians? Because we are tool makers. Early humans were called as hominians because they gradually and regularly made and used different varieties of tools with the help of the materials available to them around their nature. And making became one of the defining characteristics of human evolution. Remember this very important point. The tools they created are sometimes called as extracorporeal limbs because they functioned as extensions of the human body, helping people perform tasks they could not accomplish with their hands alone. Now, see, what are these tools called as? This is a very interesting concept. Fine. The textbook calls tools as extracorporeal limbs. Now, what does that mean? Now, take for example, think of an axe. Our hands alone cannot cut down a tree. But when we hold an axe, it acts like as an extra arm. Similarly, a spear extends our reach, a hammer increases our strength. So tools became an extension of human body. That's why they are called as extracorporeal limbs, and they could help us complete those tasks which we cannot do only with the help of our hands over there. So humans made these tools, used them and discarded them when they were worn out, like we do today. Same thing. After using stone tools for a long time, they became blunt or broke. Instead of repairing every tool, what did early humans do? The early humans often threw them away and made new ones. And that is how we have the archaeological evidences. Like, this is a very peculiar character of human beings. Whenever we are using something, like for an example, a phone, and if the phone starts working very slow, and if we start seeing a lot of problems with the stones, with the mobile, which is arising every now and then, what do is we throw the existing phone and then we go to the market and buy a new phone. Like that, when the stone tools became blunt or broke, they used to throw it and then make a new tools out of that. And that's how we have the archaeological evidences. Remember that. Over time, these discarded tools got buried in the upper layers of the earth and were later discovered by archaeologists, like I told you. Over thousands of years, soil slowly covered these discarded tools. Eventually, they became buried underground, and today, archaeologists carefully excavate these tools and study them to understand how ancient humans lived. Okay, that's how we have the evidences remaining. Okay. In the same way, the remains of some of our early ancestors were buried deep underground and over thousands or millions of years turned into fossils. So, not only tools, but sometimes even bones were buried underground. And as time passed, these bones slowly hardened into fossils. And what are fossils? Fossils are one of the most important sources of information about early humans. Let's understand the meaning of the word fossil. The preserved remains or traces of impressions of plants, animals, or humans from distant past. Fossils form when these remains get buried under a layer of earth and slowly turn into stone over thousands of millions of years. Okay, so what are fossils? They are the dead remains of plant, animals, or bones, and they slowly convert into stones over the period of time as they get buried under the soil. Okay, and slowly the nature turns these materials into stone along with the other soil particles which is around them. But these fossils are extremely important because they are considered as one of the most important sources of information about the early humans and the nature that existed around them. The discovery of such tools and fossils are major sources of evidence that help archaeologists reconstruct human history and understand how ancestors lived there. So, every fossil, every stone tool, every excavation adds another piece to the puzzle of human history. Together, they help archaeologists understand where humans lived, what did they eat, how they hunted, and how they evolved over the period of time. So, whatever fossils we find today, all these fossils are extremely important because they help us to understand our past in a much clearer way. It is through such findings that we know that Homo habilis handy man lived in Africa, especially in Olduvai Gorge in Tanzania and in the regions of Kenya. So scientists, now how do we know about the Homo habilis? Scientists or even we know about the Homo habilis because they discovered these fossils and tools in places like Olduvai Gorge that is found in the regions of Tanzania and parts of Kenya. And that this is why the Olduvai Gorge is one of the world's most important archaeologist sites because we find many remains of the Homo habilis species that lived in the regions of Africa here. As noted earlier, their successors, Homo erectus, the inventors of hand axes and cleavers, were among the first to migrate out of Africa and gradually spread into Europe and Asia. So, the next important human ancestor out of the Homo habilis was Homo erectus. And what were they famously known for? They were famously known for making advanced tools like hand axes or cleavers. And more importantly, they became the first humans to leave Africa and move to other regions of the world like Europe and Asia over the thousands of years, and spreading human population across different countries today. While all human ancestors were tool makers, it was the Homo sapiens that developed complex technologies. Okay, so understand this. Every human ancestor, as we talk about habilis, we talk about erectus, or we talk about the Neanderthal, all these human ancestors made tools. But what makes Homo sapiens completely different from their early ancestors? Homo sapiens are different because they did not just invent better hunting weapons. They made variety of resources out of the nature that was available around us. Like for example, they made clothes, they created art, they built shelters, developed agriculture in a much complex way, and eventually they established small villages which converted into cities, and these cities turned into greatest civilizations. This is why modern humans became the most successful human species that we know today. So, the story of human evolution is not just about changing the faces or growing bigger brains. It is a story of curiosity, intelligence, innovation, and survival. And if this video helped you understand the concept in a much simple way, then don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to my channel. Until next time, keep learning, keep revising, keep succeeding, and keep sharing my videos to among other fellow mates of yours so that they also learn, you also learn, and we all learn together. Bye, everyone. Okay. If someone gave you a smartphone from today and another person a stone tool from 20 lakh years ago, which one tells a bigger story? Surprising both of them. One represents where humanity is today, while the other marks where our journey began. But how did humans travel from a rough stone tool to a powerful iron weapons and flourishing civilization? Today, in this video, we are going to figure a timeline, a roadmap of human progress, and let's decode it together. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Let's Revise by Vidyashri Kadlibuddi. So far, we have learned about early humans, their migration, evolution, and survival. Now, it's time to understand how human life has changed over the time. This figure divides early human history into different periods based on one more important idea: not kings, not countries, not battles, but technology. Let's understand why. Okay, so the concept starts with a very core idea here, which says that early human beings early human history is divided into distinct periods based on technological process such as development and use of tools, the beginning of agriculture, and changes in human lifestyle and settlement patterns. And we will explore these changes in this entire chapter. So, what does this sentence try to tell us? Let's understand this carefully. Historians did not divide early human history by dates alone. Instead, they looked at what humans were capable of doing during different periods. Every major invention changed the way people lived. Whenever humans invented something revolutionary, a new historical period began. Think of it like today's world. We talk about computer age, the internet age, or the AI age. Similarly, early humans experienced different technological ages, and that is exactly what this figure actually explains us. Okay, so talking about to look at the figure 4.7 that has been given to us, this figure 4.7 generally talks about the changes or the periods of human changes that has happened over the period of time. Okay, take for example, looking if we look at this image very carefully at different timeline, let us not try to memorize it immediately. Instead, let us notice one important pattern. Every new age represents an important an improvement over the previous one. Humans kept solving problems. As problems changed, technology also changed. Let's travel through each one by one. So, starting with the first age, which is called as the Paleolithic age, and the other name for the Paleolithic age is Old Stone Age. Okay. Hunting gathering lifestyle, use of simple stone tools. Now here let us break down the meaning of the word Paleolithic. Paleolithic is into two words, paleo and lithic. The meaning of the word paleo is old and lithic is stone. So using of stone as tool is basically called as old stone age. So Paleolithic actually means old stone age, and this is the longest period of human history. During this period, humans lived as hunters and gatherers. They had no farming activity, no villages, no permanent houses, and they constantly moved from one place to another, searching for food and water. Their tools were very simple. They picked up stones, shaped them into basic cutting tools, and these tools helped them cut meat, break bones, and even dig for roots too. Along with that, it also protected themselves from the wild animals. Life was entirely dependent on nature. If there was food, they survived. If there wasn't, they actually moved to else some other places. And this was humanity's first step towards basic technology. Moving ahead to understand the second age group, the second period is generally called as the second age period is generally called as the Mesolithic age. Okay, use of microlithic tiny stone tools, a transitional phase between hunting, gathering, and agriculture. See how from Paleolithic age people moved to the Mesolithic age. So this is the next stage where the Meso, the word, let us divide the word. Meso means middle and lithic means the time of age here. Okay, so the word Meso means middle. This was the transition period. Think of this age as a bridge. Humans were slowly living their old lifestyle, but they had not yet become farmers. The biggest technological improvement here is they started making microliths. Microliths are nothing but tiny stone tools, small stone tools. Although they were small, but they were made into sharper tools. They were light also, and they were much more efficient than the tools made by the Paleolithic age people. Humans attached these tiny tools to wooden handles, creating arrows, spears, and even hunting weapons. This improved hunting tremendously. People also began fishing more effectively, and some groups even started staying in one place for longer periods. And this period prepared humans for even a bigger change, that is, slowly they started practicing agricultural activities. Moving ahead with the third age is the Neolithic age. Okay, the new stone age. What are the characteristics of this? Shift from hunting gathering to agriculture, settled life, domestication of animals, and use of polished stone tools. Neo means new and lithic means stone. So Neolithic age is here basically called as the new stone age, and this is where history changes dramatically. For the very first time, humans realized something extraordinary. Instead of searching for food, they started to grow them. They understood that they can grow them. This discovery changed everything. People began cultivating crops, they domesticated animals like goats, sheep, and cattle. Instead of constantly traveling, they built permanent houses and villages slowly emerged. Another technological improvement that we see during this period is they started using polished stone tools. Unlike earlier rough tools, they were smoother, sharper, and even stronger, and this made farming much easier for this people. Moving ahead, we see the period of the Chalcolithic age revolution. Okay, we talk about the Chalcolithic age revolution and Chalcolithic age revolution. Sorry, yeah. Before that, in between, we have a blue label which has been given in the middle of the figure that is called as the Neolithic Revolution. Now, what is this Neolithic Revolution? Let us talk about that. So here, it has been intentionally put in the middle, and intentionally to the Neolithic there is a word called as revolution that has been added here, and we know the meaning of the word revolution always goes as change, right? So why is this? Because this wasn't a small improvement, it completely transformed human life from Neolithic age to, when we talk about the Chalcolithic age, there was a lot of change that happened, and it changed the human life also. Like, for example, Earlier, people searched for food every single day. Now they produced food themselves. Earlier, people wandered continuously, but now they settled permanently. Earlier, everyone had almost the same lifestyle, but now new occupations appeared. Some became farmers, some became potters, some became craftsmen, whereas some also became traders. And villages gradually developed into towns, and eventually civilizations were born. This is why historians call this period as Neolithic revolution. Moving ahead to the next stage, which is called as the Chalcolithic age, and here the word calco means copper and lithic means stone. Okay, it has two words. Calco means copper and lithic means stone. This means humans now used both stone and copper tools together, which means humans had discovered a metal, and that metal was the copper. They didn't just discover it, but they started using it for their survival. This was the first experience with metallurgy that the humanity was seeing. Metallurgy means extracting, melting, and shaping metals. Stone tools were still useful, but copper made stronger tools, ornaments, and weapons possible. So humans were now becoming skilled craftsmen. Okay, like the textbook says, use of copper along with the stone tools. You can see in this picture, early metallurgy was given. They were extracting and shaping the metal objects and making different varieties of artifacts also out of the copper that they had invented. Moving ahead with the next period, which is called as the Bronze Age. Okay, this is the next milestone, and that milestone, what we're talking about, is the Bronze Age. People discovered something more amazing. Instead of using just pure copper, they started mixing of copper with tin. Okay, so development of bronze metallurgy, mixing of copper and tin to make bronze, expansion of trade, towns, and early civilizations. See how the human society kept on evolving over the period of time. They first made stone tools, then they discovered metals, they started making metal tools. Now they discovered many more metals, they started to combine it, right? So much of ability, cognitive ability humans possess. So, when they mixed copper and tin, they created a new metal, and that metal was called as the bronze. And bronze was much stronger and it lasted longer. It could be shaped more easily. As tools improved, farming became more productive, trade expanded rapidly, people started exchanging goods over long distances, large towns emerged, governments developed, writing systems appeared, and this is also the period when many early civilizations, including the Harappan civilization, started to flourish. Notice how one technological invention led to a completely new societies and new way of lifestyle among the people. And finally, we come down to the last stage of human life here, or the last period of early human history, which is called as the Iron Age. Okay, now here the word suggests discovery of iron and use of iron here. So we have finally arrived at this particular early human history age, that is the Iron Age. Now here humans started using use of iron metallurgy, smelting and working iron, stronger tools and weapons, and more advanced society. See, so interesting and so fascinating, right? So humans learned how to extract and shape iron. Iron was much harder than bronze, and this made stronger farming tools, stronger weapons, and stronger building possibles. Agriculture expanded even further. Forests could now be cleared more easily. Kingdoms became more powerful, societies became more organized, and technology had completely transformed human life. Now, instead of remembering these six separate periods, look for a pattern between that we can find there. Okay, so human history moved through three major transformations. If I have to talk about, the first transformation is survival. Humans hunted, gathered, and made simple tools. Second is settlement. Humans started farming, built villages, and domesticated animals. And third transformation is civilization. As humans discovered metals, they started doing businesses, they started writing, they started building cities, created more organized societies, and that is the entire story hidden inside this one figure. Okay, so now related to this image, we have one important question given down, which is called as think about it. Why do you think the shift to farming during the Neolithic period is called a revolution rather than a simple change? Discuss it with your classmates. Now, see, now what is the question asking? It is asking you about a period called as Neolithic period, and what is the change? The change is in farming, and this change is called as revolution, not a simple change. Why farming is called as a revolution here? So let's try to answer this question. It is called a revolution because it completely transformed the human life. Food became more reliable, and they could produce more amount of food. They could produce surplus amount of food and store it for the upcoming time and all. So permanent settlement appeared because they had to grow the crop, harvest them and all. And because of this, population also increased. People specialized in different occupation, made different varieties of tools that can also help them to do the farming in a much better way. As they started producing surplus goods, they started trading also. Slowly, they started improving technology that could make their life better and helped in settlements of people that led to the formation of villages, and small population turned into huge population settlement that converted into towns, and finally slowly it led to the beginning of civilization. So one single discovery of farming, which is also called as agriculture, changed almost every aspect of human life, and that is why historians call the invention of farming as a Neolithic revolution here. So, remember, history isn't simply a list of dates, it's a story of human ideas changing the entire world. Every stone tool, polished axe, every metal discovered, and every seed planted brought humanity one step closer to civilization we know today. If this explanation in this video helped you to understand figure 4.7 clearly, then don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to my channel. Let's Revise by Vidyashri Kadlibuddi. Until next time, keep learning, keep revising, keep succeeding, and share my videos with your classmates also. Let's all learn together. Bye, everyone. Hello everyone, welcome back to Let's Revise by Vidyashri Kadlibuddi. Today we are traveling nearly 2 million years back in the time to understand how earliest humans survived without farms, cities, electricity or even metal tools. By the end of this video, you will not only understand the concept of Paleolithic hunters and gatherers from your textbook but also remember it for your exams with ease. So let's begin without wasting much of the time. The Stone Age is broadly divided into three stages: Paleolithic, Mesolithic, and Neolithic. The term Stone Age refers to the period in human history when people mainly used stone tools because metals had not yet been discovered. And this age is divided into three stages: Paleolithic stage, Mesolithic stage, and Neolithic stage. And each stage showing an improvement in human life. Paleolithic meant the oldest Stone Age, Mesolithic meant Middle Stone Age, and Neolithic meant New Stone Age. Think of this like an upgrading your mobile phone. The first version is very basic, the second version is better, and the third version has many advanced features. Similarly, human life also kept improving from one stage to another stage. Moving ahead to understand what the textbook says, the word paleo means old and lithic means stone. So the Paleolithic period is also known as Old Stone Age. Many history terms come from the Greek language. The word paleo means old and the word lithic means stone. So Paleolithic is equal to old stone. That is why this period is also called as the Old Stone Age period. This was the earliest and the longest stage of human history. And during this time, people depended entirely on nature for their survival. There was no farming, no permanent houses, no villages, and not even writing, only survival against the nature that they lived together with. So, in Indian subcontinent, the oldest human settlement date back to nearly 2 million years ago. This sentence tells us something truly remarkable. Humans have been living in Indian subcontinent for nearly 20 lakh years. That means human history in India began much earlier than people even can think. Notice the word settlement. Here, the word settlement doesn't mean a city or a village. It simply means a place where early humans lived for some time. And this discovery proves that India was one of the regions where early humans lived and survived. Moving ahead to know certain examples of certain places where human settlements have been identified in India. Adiramapakkam in Tamil Nadu is dated to about 1.5 to 1.7 million years ago, and Isampur in Karnataka is dated to 1.2 million years ago. Archaeologists have discovered two extremely important prehistoric sites in India. The first one is Atiramapakkam in Tamil Nadu, and it is around 1.5 to 1.7 million years old. And the second one is Isampur in Karnataka, that is dated to 1.2 million years ago. And these sites provide strong evidence that early humans lived in India for a very long period of time. Moving ahead, at these sites, animal fossils, large cutting tools, including hand axes and cleavers, and other tools such as stone scrapers and choppers made cauterize and limestone have been respectively found. So archaeologists did not discover only bones, they found many different types of stone tools like animal fossils. These are preserved remains of ancient animals. They tell us what kind of animals lived during that period. A hand axe was a sharp stone tool used directly in the hand and used for cutting meat, chopping wood, and for breaking bones. Cleavers was useful for cutting large pieces of meat, while stone scraper was used for cleaning animal skin before making clothes or shelters out of it, and a chopper was used for breaking hard objects. Similarly, hand axes were mainly made from cauterize and choppers were made out of limestone. This shows that early humans understood which rocks were stronger and suitable for making tools, and that itself is a sign of intelligence. Moving ahead, these tools were used to chop animal meat, dig out tubers, scrape animal skin, and cleave animal bones to extract protein rich bone marrow out of it. So, what does this say? Every tool had a specific purpose. Okay, humans used them to cut meat after hunting, or they were used for digging out tubers or root, and they were certain times used for scraping the animal skin too. Like sometimes certain cleavers were used for breaking down the bones and to extract the protein rich bone marrow out of it. Now, for people who had no farming and no supermarket, bone marrow was highly nutritious source of energy. This tells us that early humans never wasted anything. They used almost every part of the animal that they hunted. Moving further progress in hunting and gathering was reflected in the making of small stone tools. As time passed, humans became smarter. Instead of making only large tools, they started making smaller and more specialized tools. Smaller tools were easier to carry and they were also more accurate while hunting and preparing food. This shows that technology continued to improve even during the Stone Age. The main types of stone tools include scrapers, borers, and pointers. Let's understand these tools. Scrapers used for cleaning animal skins, while borers used to make small holes in wood, bone, or leather, and these holes were helped in tying objects together. Whereas pointers, like sharp pointed tools fixed to spear or arrows, made hunting much more effective. Each tool had a specialized function. This is very similar to how today we have different tools for different jobs. These indicate improved efficiency in hunting by developing projectiles which were tipped with sharp points. The word projectile means an object thrown or shot toward a target. Example includes spears and arrows. By attaching sharp stone points to them, humans could hunt animals from a distance, and this made hunting much safer. Instead of fighting dangerous animal face to face, hunters could attack from far away. This was a major technological breakthrough. Moving ahead to know what all humans invented back then. Later, humans invented the bow and arrow as well as parallel sided blade and microblade tools from rocks with glassy texture, very sharp when freshly made. So, one of the greatest inventions of prehistoric humans was the invention of bow and arrow. It completely changed the way humans started hunting. Hunters no longer had to get very close to animals. They could attack from a safe distance with greater accuracy. Humans also started making parallel sided blades and microblades. Microblades were tiny stone blades and they were made out of rocks, which have glass like texture. When freshly broken, these rocks became extremely sharp. In fact, some stone blades can even be sharper than modern steel blades. This shows how advanced prehistoric tool making had become. Moving ahead, they also hunted small game animals. Now, this is a very interesting thing. Earlier, humans mainly hunted large animals, but now they also began hunting rabbits, birds, deer, or other small animals. Do you know why? Because small animals were easier to catch, they were available more frequently, and this increased the chances of getting food regularly. Moreover, they developed symbolic communication, decorated the walls of caves and rock shelters with paintings, and used pigments to decorate their bodies. This sentence tells us something fascinating. Humans were no longer thinking about only food. They started expressing ideas and emotions. They developed symbolic communication. Instead of speaking only through sounds, they began using symbols to express thoughts. They painted animals, hunting scenes on cave walls, and these paintings may have represented beliefs, stories, celebrations, or hunting success. Humans also used natural colors called pigments, and these pigments were applied on the body for rituals, ceremonies, or social identity. This shows the beginning of culture and creativity. In addition, they were the first to produce beads of stone, bone, and shell. Early humans did not make beads just for decoration. Beads could indicate identity, social status, or group membership. They were made from stone, bones, and shells. The ability to create ornaments shows artistic thinking and planning. This is another important sign that human intelligence was actually evolving. Wasn't it so fascinating? With such basic tools, they were able to make so many big discoveries. Moving ahead, to understand this fascinating journey, a distinctive type of stone tool known as burin or engraver was also used to engrave symbolic features on bones and shells, such as ostrich eggs. A burin was a specialized engraving tool. Instead of cutting meat, it was used for carving designs. Humans carved patterns on bones, shells, and even ostrich eggs. These engravings may have carried symbolic or cultural meanings, and this proves that prehistoric humans were becoming artists as well as hunters. The microblades were fixed in handle for ease of use. What does this mean? Holding a tiny stone blade directly would be difficult. So humans fixed these blades into wooden or bone handles. This created stronger and more comfortable tools. Today, every knife has a handle. This simple idea actually began thousands of years ago. It made work faster, safer, and even more efficient. These developments are associated with more immediate ancestors, Homo sapiens, who gradually spread all over the world, including Australia and the Americas between 50,000 to 12,000 years ago. So, finally, the textbook introduces us to Homo sapiens. This is the scientific name for modern humans. Homo means human, sapiens means wise. Our ancestors gradually migrated from one region to another. Over thousands of years, they spread across Asia, Europe, Africa, Australia, and eventually to Americas too. And this migration happened between 50,000 to 12,000 years ago. As they traveled, they carried their knowledge, tools, culture, and skills with them. This marked the beginning of human expansion across the entire planet. Now, let's understand the pictures that have been given in association with the topic of Paleolithic hunters and gatherers. And the very first image that we are supposed to study now is the map of major early human sites in Indian subcontinent. Okay, so this map shows the major prehistoric sites across Indian subcontinent. Now, let us look at the legends that have been given. The red dots represent Paleolithic sites and which belong to the old Stone Age. The black dots represent the Mesolithic sites that represent the Middle Stone Age. The white dots represent the Neolithic sites which represent the New Stone Age. This color coding helps archaeologists understand how human settlements change over the time. Now notice something interesting. The red dots are spread across almost the entire subcontinent. Okay, from present day Pakistan to the regions of Tamil Nadu and even till Sri Lanka also. This tells us that early humans didn't live in just one place. They gradually spread different regions in search of food, water, and suitable climatic conditions. Let's identify a few important locations that we studied in the paragraph. We studied about a place called as Atiramapakkam in the present-day regions of Tamil Nadu, which is one of the oldest archaeological sites in India, dating back nearly 1.5 to 1.7 million years. Similarly, we have the second most important archaeological site, which is called as Isampur in Karnataka, which is dating to about 1.2 million years ago. You can also see yet another famous sites like Bhimbaketa, then Patne, Bhagor, Jwalapuram, and Gudiyam. And one more important thing to notice is that many sites are located close to rivers. Okay, wherever the rivers are flowing, in those places these archaeological sites have been located. Why? Because rivers provided drinking water, attracted animals for hunting, and supported plant life. So this map don't just show locations, it tells us how geography influenced the lives of early humans. So one important example that I would like to give you is, remember Atiramapakkam, Isampur. These are among the most important prehistoric sites mentioned in your syllabus. Moving ahead with the next most important image that has been given in your textbook, that is figure 4.9. Figure 4.9 focuses on cleavers and hand axe which are dating about 1 to 5 million years in India. So now let's look at these fascinating tools. At first glance, they may look like ordinary stones, but these are actually some of the oldest tools ever made by humans in India. The broad cutting tools are called as cleavers. Okay, so these are called as cleavers. Fine, these are broad cutting tools, and they were mainly used for cutting large pieces of meat after hunting an animal. And the pointed or oval shaped tools are called as hand axes. The name itself tells us something. A hand axe was held directly in the hand and had multiple uses. It could cut meat, chop wood, dig roots or tubers, and even break animal bones. Notice that these tools are not perfectly symmetrical. That's because these were shaped by repeatedly striking one stone against another, and each tool was handmade. Although they look simple, making them required planning, skill, and experience. And these tools prove that early humans were already intelligent problem solvers. Moving ahead with the next image that has been given in your textbook, that is image 4.10, Middle Paleolithic tools. Now compare these tools with the previous ones. Can you spot some differences? Some differences that I would like to suggest here are, these tools are smaller, thinner, and much sharper if you notice them carefully. This shows that human technology had improved. Instead of making one large tool for every task, humans began making specialized tools. Some were used for scraping animal skins, some were used for cutting meat, others were designed for piercing or drilling. Some tools were easier to carry during long journeys. They were also more efficient while hunting and preparing food. This is why archaeologists believe that the Middle Paleolithic period marks an important technological advancement in human history. Think of it this way: early humans had one multi purpose tool, and now they had a complete tool kit. Moving ahead to understand the images of 4.11a and 4.11b, which generally talk about microlithic tools and bone points. Now I would focus on the figure 4.11a. This photograph takes us directly to an archaeological excavation site. The person in the picture is carefully uncovering ancient tools from the ground. Archaeologists don't simply dig randomly, they excavate the layer by layer, because every layer represents a different period of history. The tiny stone pieces shown here are called as the microliths, and the word micro means small. Although these tools were very tiny, they were extremely useful. The inset image also shows a bone point, fine, which was made by shaping animal bones. These discoveries help archaeologists understand how early humans hunted, prepared food, and made tools thousands of years ago. Without excavation like these, we would know very little without prehistoric life. Moving ahead to understand figure 4.11b, now look at these tiny tools carefully. These are called as microliths, meaning small stones. Don't underestimate their size. These tiny blades were incredibly sharp. Instead of using them directly, early humans fixed them into wooden or bone handles. Several microliths could even be attached together to make one long cutting edge. Some became knives, some became arrows, some were used for spears. Others were used for cutting plants, preparing food, or skinning animals. This was a revolutionary step in technology because the tools became lighter, stronger, and more efficient. It shows that early humans were constantly improving their inventions, and these innovations eventually paved the way for more advanced tools in the later periods. So these figures are much more than pictures in your textbook. They provide real archaeological evidence of how early humans lived, hunted, and invented tools gradually and became more skilled over the period of time. And that's the complete concept of Paleolithic hunter and gatherers explained sentence by sentence. If this video helped you understand the chapter more clearly, then don't forget to like, share it with your classmate and subscribe to my channel. Let's Revise by Vidyashri Kadlibuddi. In my next video, we will continue with the next topic of the chapter and make it just as simple, engaging, and exam oriented. Until then, keep learning, keep revising, and keep succeeding. See you in my next video. Bye, everyone. Hello everyone, welcome back to Let's Revise by Vidyashri Kadlibuddi. In the previous video, we explored how Paleolithic humans survived using large stone tools, but around 12,000 years ago, everything began to change. The climate changed, human life changed, and history took a completely new direction. Let's understand this transformation sentence by sentence through the topic Mesolithic hunters and gatherers. Around 12,000 years ago, Earth's climate became warmer, leading to significant changes in the environment. So, what does this sentence mean? It tells us that around 12,000 years ago from now, the Earth's climatic conditions started to change, which means that the Earth started to enter into a warmer phase after the end of the last ice age. And as the temperatures increased, nature itself began to transform. Rivers flowed more steadily, plants grew in greater numbers, and new habitats were formed. This change in climate became the turning point in human history because it created better living conditions for early humans. Okay, so one tip that I would like to give you to remember about the Mesolithic age is remember that warming of Earth's climate marks the beginning of Mesolithic age. Moving ahead with the next sentence, forest and grasslands expanded into areas that were previously covered by the ice sheets. Now, what does this sentence mean? During the ice age, large part of the earth was covered with thick sheets of ice. But as the climate became warmer, that means as the temperature started to increase, this ice that was covering the earth's surface slowly started to melt. The empty land was soon covered by forest and grasslands. These new landscapes became home to many plants and animals. For humans, this meant more food and better place to live. And nature itself was creating new opportunities for survival. Okay, moving ahead with the next sentences. The new landscapes offered a wide variety of resources, including small game animals, fish, and edible wild grains also. Now, this is a very interesting thing. As the environment started to change, it brought many new food sources for humans. Earlier, humans mostly depended on hunting large animals, but now they had many more options. They started to hunt small animals like rabbits and deer. They started to catch fish from rivers, lakes, and seas, and they also collected wild grains, fruits, seeds, nuts, and edible plants. This made their diet more balanced and reduced their dependence on a single source of food. Thus, the world witnessed the first ever population explosion in the human history. See how interesting it is, right? The term population explosion means a rapid increase in the number of people. But why did the population grow during the time of Mesolithic age? And let's understand this. Because food became easier to obtain, people had better nutrition, more children survived, life became slightly safer than before, and as a result the human population increased faster than ever before, and this was the first population explosion in the human history that was seen during the time of 12,000 years ago. Let's understand the next sentences. A variety of microlithic tools enabled people to gather aquatic food, both marine and freshwater, and adding fish was the mainstay of their subsistence economy. Now, understand this. What type of tools were extremely helpful for people living in Mesolithic age? So, one of the biggest and basic technological development that happened during the Mesolithic age was the invention of microlithic tools. Now, as we know, the word micro means small, and these were tiny but extremely sharp tools made of stone. They were attached to wooden or bone handles to make knives, arrows, spears, or even fishing equipment. Because of these improved tools, humans became skilled at catching fish. They collected food from both marine water, which means from ocean and seas, as well as from fresh water such as rivers and lakes too. So, the textbook is also telling us that fishing became the mainstay of the subsistence economy. Okay, subsistence economy means people produced or collected food mainly for their own survival, not for trading and not for profit. So, here the mainstay means the most important activity. Okay, and the mainstay here was collection of food for subsistence economy. Okay, so in simple words, fishing became one of the most important ways people earned their daily food. Fine. So I hope whatever I'm telling you so far is clear to all of you. Moving ahead, art activity also flourished during this time, and new habitats such as caves, rock shelters were frequently occupied. So let's understand where the people during the Mesolithic age were staying. So the Mesolithic age was not only about survival, but it was also an age of creativity. Humans began creating beautiful paintings on cave walls, and these paintings often showed hunting scenes, dancing, animals, and daily life. They also started living more frequently in caves or rock shelters. These natural shelters protected them from rain, sunlight, wild animals, and even harsh weather conditions too. So, the increase in art tells us that humans were becoming more creative and socially connected among all of them. Moving ahead, the World Heritage Site of Bhimbaketa in Madhya Pradesh contains hundreds of painted rocks shelters near with Mesolithic and earlier human occupation. So one of the example of occupation of Mesolithic age humans, where do we find it in India? So one of the most important sites of the Mesolithic age in India is a place known as Bhimbaketa, which is located in the state of Madhya Pradesh today. It has been recognized as UNESCO World Heritage Site because of its historical importance. So, what is the importance that we see in Bhimbaketa here? We see that there are Bhimbaketa contains hundreds of rock shelters which are decorated with ancient paintings, and these paintings provide direct evidence of how early humans lived, hunted, celebrated, and communicated. So, archaeologists have also found evidences that these shelters were occupied not only during the Mesolithic period but also during the early periods like the Paleolithic too. So, this makes Bhimbaketa one of the most valuable windows into prehistoric human life. So Bhimbaketa is one of the most frequently asked archaeological sites in CBSE examination. So make a note of this point as in a very highlighted way. Okay. So moving ahead to understand the image 4.12 that has been given in your textbook. The 4.12 image is about a cave art from the Bhimbaketa, which is located in the state of Madhya Pradesh. So let us observe carefully the figure 4.12 here. At first glance, what do you see? They appear to be simple drawings on a rock wall, basic drawings on the rock wall. But this is not a simple rock drawing that we see. Instead, what do we see over here is these paintings are actually thousands of years old and they are still intact even after 12,000 years too. They were created by Mesolithic humans using natural colors that they obtained from minerals, plants, charcoal, and iron oxide around them in the nature. So, if you look carefully in this image, okay, if you look very carefully in this image, you can see the drawings of animals, right? You can see certain human figures here and there, and then you can see hand structures and all, and these probably represent hunting and everyday life, and these paintings were not created just for decoration, because historians were not historians believe that they may have been used to tell stories or record important events or teach hunting techniques or even perform religious rituals too. Okay, notice that these paintings are usually in which color? They are either in red color or reddish brown color. These colors have survived for thousands of years because natural pigments match. How were these natural pigments made? They were made with mixing it with animal fat or plant extracts bonded strongly with the rock surface. Okay, so the Bhimbaketa rock shelters remind us that long before paper and books existed, humans were already expressing their thoughts through art. And in many ways, these cave paintings are the earliest form of visual communication in the human history that we generally see. So, coming down to understand what is the takeaway from the entire concept which is given here. So, the Mesolithic age was a bridge between the old world of hunters and the world of farmers. But the biggest transformation in human history was still to come. So, in the next video, we will explore about Neolithic revolution, the period when humans learned farming and domesticating animals, built permanent houses, and completely changed the course of civilization. So if you don't want to miss that fascinating journey, then like this video, share it with your friends, and subscribe to my channel Let's Revise by Vidyashri Kadlibuddi. Until then, keep learning, keep revising, and keep succeeding. See you in my next class. Bye everyone. Hello everyone. Welcome back to Let's Revise by Vidyashri Kadlibuddi. One discovery that changed human history forever. Not the wheel, not fire, but farming. The moment humans learned how to grow food instead of searching for it, it led to the beginning of civilization. Let's understand this revolutionary change called as the Neolithic Revolution, sentence by sentence. As hunters gatherers gained adequate familiarity with seasons and different types of food resources, there was a gradual transition to food producing way of life, also known as the Neolithic Revolution. So, during the Paleolithic and Mesolithic periods, humans depended on hunting animals and gathering fruits, nuts, roots, and seeds. But after living in nature for thousands of years, they started observing certain patterns. They noticed that certain plants grew during specific seasons. They realized that if seeds accidentally fell on the ground, new plants would grow. Gradually, humans stopped depending entirely on nature and started growing their own food. This slow but revolutionary change from food collectors to food producers is what is called as Neolithic Revolution. So remember this entire thing. Neolithic Revolution, in simple words, if I have to tell you, is it's a revolutionary change where humans from food collectors changed to food producers. Okay. Notice the word gradually. This change did not happen overnight. It took thousands of years of observation, experimentation, and learning. So remember one tip for your examination: Neolithic revolution means transition from hunting and gathering of food to farming and food production. And as I told you, you can also write the simple transition for Neolithic revolution as food collectors to food producers. So humans were no more food collectors, they were food producers now. Okay. Moving ahead to understand more fascinating things, the hallmark of this revolution was the domestication of select of an of animals and plants, bringing them under human control, and the development of new breeds through cultivation and husbandry. Now, this is a very much interesting thing. The word hallmark here actually means a most important feature or the most important feature. The biggest achievement of Neolithic revolution was domestication. But what does domestication mean here? It means taming and breeding of plants and animals so that humans could use them for their benefit. So humans started domesticating animals like cattle, goats, sheep, pigs, dogs, cats, and all. They also selected the best seeds to grow crops, and over many generations, they developed better varieties of plants and healthier breeds of animals. The textbook also uses two important terms: cultivation, which means growing of crops, and husbandry, which means caring for and breeding of domesticated animals. Together, cultivation and animal husbandry form the foundation of agricultural activities. Isn't it fascinating how they slowly started to observe the concept of survival of the fittest, right? And how they nicely breeded these animals and plants and then use them for their own benefit. Moving ahead to understand the next lines. While hunters and gatherers produced tools for producing food, Neolithic farmers made tools for food production and processing. Okay, and we have to see the figure 4.13 here, and developed a variety of earthenware pottery in various shapes and sizes. Now, this is a very important thing to understand. Let's compare two lifestyles here. What are those two lifestyles? The two lifestyles that we are going to compare here is about, one is about the hunters and gatherers, and the second one is about the Neolithic farmers, right? Now, what did hunters and gatherers do? They used to make tools, but these tools were specially made for hunting animals and collecting food. But if we have to talk about the Neolithic farmers, they also were making tools, but these tools were specifically used for farming and food production. Okay, so this is the change that we see. Tools were made back in the time of Mesolithic age also and Paleolithic age also, but they were made with the intention of hunting animals. But now Neolithic people are making tools for the purpose of farming. Okay, isn't this a very good change that happened? Let's look at figure 4.13 to understand what type of tools they were actually making during the time of Neolithic period. Okay, see. So these are Neolithic stone tools. Notice something interesting here. Unlike the rough tools of Paleolithic period, these tools are much smoother. Why? Because Neolithic humans polished and sharpened them very carefully. And these polished tools were stronger, more durable, and more efficient. Some were used as axes for cutting trees. Some helped clear forest for farming. Then others were used for digging the soil and processing the crops. And these tools clearly show that human technology had advanced significantly, slowly but significantly. This is one of the easiest way to identify Neolithic tools in exam. Okay, Neolithic tools look more polished and in better shape, developed according to different uses that they had to make. Okay, so that's about your figure 4.30. Now remember, they made different varieties of tools, not just for farming and hunting, but they also started to create different varieties of materials that could be helping them to survive and other lifestyle activities. Like, for example, Neolithic people started to make earthenware pottery. Now, this is the one change that took place, and these were made into different varieties of shapes and sizes also. But why they needed these potteries? Potteries were needed to store grains, store water, for cooking food, for preserving seeds, and this they could carry food from one place to another place as well. See, have they understood what is their basic necessity? Have they observed the nature around them? And have they utilized the natural resources to nature to make resources that could actually help them to survive? They knew that they are supposed to grow crops, but where are they going to store the grains? And for that, they started to make pottery, and pottery with the help of natural elements that were available around them. So this was again a major technological advancement, because food could now be stored for future use also. It need not to be finished at the time when it was produced also. They utilized several raw materials and resources and established the first village settlements, laying the foundation for the urban revolution. So, early humans were constantly moving from one place to another place, especially the one during the time of Paleolithic and Mesolithic. But once farming began, people had to stay near their fields, and as a result, they started building permanent houses. You have to bear the harsh conditions of the weather and climate, so you need some shelter to protect yourself. So they started to build permanent houses with the natural elements that was available around them, and several families started to live together. So this led to the formation of first villages. Humans also started using different natural resources, like for example, they used wood, they used clay, they started to use stones, bamboo, and variety of animal products to build their homes and to make different varieties of tools too. So these villages eventually became much larger settlements. So thousands of years later, these settlements developed into towns and cities, and this long journey of these settled human beings, because of extreme occupation of people at certain places, led to the formation of urban revolution. So when organized cities and civilizations emerged, that time is basically called as the urban revolution. So one of the most important thing, another thing that you have to remember is urban revolution about the Neolithic period. Okay, so Neolithic revolution led to the foundation for modern civilization. So, if I have to club down this entire paragraph into 3 points, I would like to put it up as Neolithic revolution speaks about invention of farming and farming tools. Second one, it basically talks about making of earthen pottery for storage of food and all. And third, it led to the formation of villages, along with the increasing population led to the development of urban revolution, which simply indicates the formation of modern civilization too. So that's the entire concept of what we talk about the Neolithic revolution. Moving ahead, the chart figure 4.14 illustrates the gradual shift from hunting and gathering to agricultural ways of life across different regions of the world. So let's understand this. Okay, so let's understand figure 4.14, one of the most informative charts which has been given in the chapter. Now, what is that chart that is talking about over here is this is the chart that has been given to you in your textbook. So what is the main intention of this chart and what does it show? So this chart actually shows us transition of agricultural way of life in different parts of world. Okay, now you can see in this chart, on this side of the corner, they have given you the names of different countries, like for example, South China, then North China, and then they talk about the India, the Ganga plains. Then they talk about the region of another part of India. Then they talk about West Asia. Then they talk about West Africa. So what is this chart talking about? It is talking about agricultural development in different parts of world. Okay, and what all are the regions included? The regions included are West Africa, West Asia, India, Ganga plains of India, North China, and South China. So what does the chart shows? This chart shows several important developments. You can see in the beginning cultivation, animal domestication, pottery, permanent settlements, and agricultural lands. But what we have to look into over here is that every region followed a different path. What are those? I'll just first briefly tell you what are the different paths that they chose. Some regions first domesticated animals, whereas others first began farming. Some developed pottery earlier than agriculture. So this tells us that there was no single model of development at all. Every region followed its own unique journey. Like for example, let's start comparing. Okay, so this chart takes us to a period up to 15,000 years ago. Let's understand what was the first initial development that took place in the regions of West Africa. Okay, like I told you, in different countries there was different path of development that happened. Like I've already said, some domesticated animals first, whereas some began farming first, whereas some started making potteries first here. So if we talk about West Africa, what do we see here? In West Africa, around 10,000 years ago, the first activity that they started to make was the invention of pottery. Then, nearly some 5,000 years ago, they started to domesticate animals that started to settle down at a place and then started growing crops here. Okay, so in case of West Africa, what was the first activity that they invented was the activity of pottery. Likewise, if we go to the topic of West Asia, when we talk about West Asia, and what was the first crop the Africans grew? The pearl millet, which is nothing but jowar, what we talk about. If we go to the regions of West Asia, now around 15,000 years ago, the first activity that they started was the activity of cultivation, which led to sedentism, which is nothing but settlement. Then around 10,000 years ago, they came up with the activity of livestock, and that is domesticating animals, and then agricultural landscape, which means they started to use more area for growing more number of crop. And slowly around 5,000 years ago or later on, they came up with the activity of pottery. And what was the main important crop that they grew was wheat and barley. Likewise, if we move ahead to the regions of India, we get to see around about some 10,000 years ago, we had pottery, then we had cultivation, livestock, then settlement and then the land used for agricultural landscape basically went on increasing. Similarly, if we talk about India, Ganga plains, I forgot to mention here, in India, the main crop cultivation was different varieties of millets. Similarly, if we go to another region of India, especially if we talk about the areas covered by the river Ganga, then we see pottery was the important activity, cultivation, settlement, agricultural landscape and livestock, which started at different eras. Fine. Moving ahead to understand the regions of North China and South China. So in North China and South China, if we talk about, in South China, pottery came first, but if in North China, it came much later. In North China, cultivation, and in South China, cultivation happened at the same time. Livestock happened later in South China, but livestock happened earlier in the South China. Settlement was very minimal, but settlement was higher here, and agricultural landscape was more. But here, agricultural landscape came much later. Earlier settlement was a very abrupt one, which basically signifies there could be some movement that was generally happening. Okay, so there were different developments in different regions, and every region followed its own unique journey according to the human brain development that generally happened in those places. So this is what figure 4.14 explains about different areas having different developments of different materials or different lifestyle at different periods of time. Okay, so let's go further to understand the next few lines of the textbook. It also highlights that this transition did not occur at the same time everywhere, but took place at different periods in different areas. Now, this is very much important concept. Okay, agriculture did not begin everywhere at the same time. For example, West Asia began farming much earlier, but rice cultivation developed later in Ganga Plains and in South China. Millets became more important in India and North China, so which signifies that different climates, rainfall, river, soil types, and available plants influenced when farming started. So this reminds us that human civilization developed differently across the world. So history is not one single story to understand and just mug up and remember. It's a collection of many regional journeys that generally happened. So, moving ahead to understand the concept of a critical thinking question that has been given to you after observing or after studying the chart of figure 4.14. Okay, so let's understand what is the question given to all of us. Observe the chart of figure 4.14 and identify the animals that were domesticated. And also try and identify the types of human habits and objects that were used, and are any of these still used in present time. Interesting question, right? If you look into figure 4.14, you can, by looking at certain images, you can make out what were the livestock that was reared by the people there or domesticated by the people, and what were some human habits that they had cultivated, and are any of these human habits still available today. Firstly, answering the question about the topic of animals that were basically domesticated, I can see through the example given in the picture given here is cattle were highly used for domestication, right? Yes, cattle were used for domestication in majority of these areas. We can see cattle are there. There is presence of pigs also. Okay, and these animals were very much important because they provided milk, meat, wool, leather, and they also helped in farming activities too. Now, what are certain human habits that we observe over here? There are houses, but majority of the houses are mud houses if you observe them carefully, and they have huts, okay, thatch huts, and some of them have settled on permanent village settlements also. How do you understand that there is a permanent village settlements? You can see the word used called as agricultural landscape, which means when majority area of the settlement is used for development of agricultural activities or for growing crops, which becomes a regular habit of human beings, then it signifies that there were permanent village settlements also that was generally happening. So what were certain objects that were used? Basically stone tools, which we have to focus upon. Second one is polished axes, pottery, storage jars, agricultural tools. So there were development of majority of tools to solve the majority of problems that people faced. Okay, so now coming down to one important question asked over here: are any of these still used in present times? Okay, so do you see the use of any of these things like rearing of cattle or domesticating animals, using of tools for agricultural activities, permanent settlements, and all? And the answer to this question is definitely yes. Many of these activities are still used today. Farmers continue to rear cattle, goats, sheep, and pigs. Pottery is still used in many villages of India, especially. Tools like axes and different types of farming tools are still essential, although today they are mostly made up of iron and steel instead of stone, but we still are using the tools. And permanent villages continue to be one of the most common forms of human settlement that we generally see. So, today in this video, we discovered how farming transformed human life forever. But one exciting question still remains: how did this revolution unfold in Indian subcontinent? Which were India's first farming villages and what makes them so special? So we will answer all these questions in the next video on the Neolithic period in Indian subcontinent. So if you enjoyed this topic, like the video, share it with your friends, subscribe to Let's Revise by Vidyashri Kadlibuddi. Until then, keep learning, keep revising, and keep succeeding. See you in my next video. Bye everyone. Hello everyone. Welcome back to Let's Revise by Vidyashri Kadlibuddi. We have already seen how the Neolithic revolution changed human life. But where did these changes first begin in Indian subcontinent? So in this video, we will explore India's earliest farming communities, the remarkable site of Mehergarh, and how these settlements laid the foundation for one of the world's greatest civilization in the topic Neolithic period in Indian subcontinent. So let's begin. In the Indian subcontinent, we find regional variation in the initiation of agricultural ways of life. So, this sentence tells us that agriculture did not begin everywhere in Indian subcontinent at the same time. Different regions adopted farming at different periods. Some communities started cultivating crops much earlier, while others continued hunting and gathering for many more years. This happened because climate, soil, rainfall, river, and natural resources were different in different regions. So, there was no single starting point for agriculture in India. So, one exam tip that I want to give you over here is remember the term regional variation. It means differences from one region to another region. Moving ahead, in the northwest, the site of Mehergarh on the Bolan River in the present day regions of Pakistan is the oldest Neolithic site. So, one of the most important archaeological sites in South Asian history is Mehergarh. It is located on the banks of Bolan River in the present day Balochistan, Pakistan region. Although it lies in present day Pakistan, but it was the past part of ancient Indian subcontinent. So, Mehergarh is considered the oldest Neolithic site in this region. It gives archaeologists valuable information about how early farming communities lived thousands of years ago. So remember, one of the most important thing and one of the most important archaeological site that tells us about the Neolithic period is the region of Mehergarh, present in the regions of Pakistan. Going ahead, it was also the earliest agricultural village dating back to about 7000 BCE. So Mehergarh was not just a settlement, it was one of the world's earliest farming villages. It dates back to around 7000 BCE, which means nearly some 9000 years ago. People here had already started cultivating crops and living in permanent settlements. This makes Mehergarh an important milestone in the history of agriculture. Let's see what all did they do. Its people built handmade sun-dried brick houses and granaries, buried their dead in graves, and made a variety of ornaments from semi-precious stones such as lapis lazuli, carnelian, and shells. So this single tells us sentence tells us many interesting things about the life of people at Mehergarh. First, it tells us that people in this region built houses, but these houses were made up of bricks, and these bricks were dried in the sun. And these bricks were made from mud and dried naturally under the sun, like what we have today. We didn't have kilns back in those days. Second, they built granaries. Now, what are granaries? Granaries are large storage buildings used to store grains safely after harvest. So, this tells us that they were producing enough food to store it for future use. This sentence also tells us that they buried their dead in the graves, which reflects, okay, they buried their dead in the graves. This reflects the beginning of organized burial practices and suggests that people believed in respecting the dead too. Another most fascinating fact that they tell us is about the making of ornaments here. Okay, and the ornaments were crafted from lapis lazuli, carnelian, and shells. Lapis lazuli is a beautiful blue semi-precious stone, and carnelian is a reddish orange gemstone. And the use of these materials show us that people had developed artistic skills and may even have traded this with distant regions to obtain these stones as well. Moving ahead to understand what else did they do, they cultivated wheat and barley and raised sheep, goats, and Indian cattle, the zebu humped bull in particular. Okay, so the people of Mehergarh practiced both farming and animal husbandry. And what were the main crops that they were growing? The main crops that they grew were wheat and barley, and these crops were among the earliest cultivated crops in the South Asian region. Okay. Now, along with that, they also domesticated animals, specifically sheep, goats, and Indian cattle. And when we talk about the Indian cattle, the textbook mentions about the zebu bull, humped bull, zebu humped bull. The zebu is a breed of Indian cattle recognized by a large hump in its back. Okay, it's usually larger than the normal cattle that we see. So these animals were used for milk, meat, transport, and farming activities also. So this combination of agriculture and animal rearing made life more stable and productive for people who of Neolithic period who lived in the regions of Indian subcontinent. Moving ahead to understand what else they were doing. They were also the first to make copper objects, thus entering the Metal Age and becoming popularly known as the Chalcolithic people by about 4000 BC. Now, this is a very interesting thing. Until now, humans mainly used tools that were made of stone. But the people of Mehergarh achieved another major breakthrough, and that was they began making objects from copper. And copper was the first metal widely used by humans. The period when both stone and copper tools were used together is basically called as Chalcolithic Age. And the word Chalcolithic actually comes from two words. Chalcos means copper and lithos means stone. So Chalcolithic means copper stone age. So Neolithic age can also be abbreviated as copper stone age too. So around 4000 BCE, Mehergarh entered this new phase of human development, and this marked the beginning of metal age in the region of India. Let's move ahead to understand what else did they invent. I'm so surprised, right? Aren't you surprised? So this led the basis of Bronze Age Sindhu Saraswati civilization around 3500 BCE. Now, this is a very important thing. So the achievements of Mehergarh did not end here. The knowledge of farming, animal domestication, village planning, pottery, metalworking gradually started to spread to other regions. And these developments were the basic foundation for Sindhu Saraswati civilization. And we have already told you, I have already told you in the previous parts of the video that Sindhu Saraswati civilization is nothing but what we popularly know as Indus Valley civilization. And this great civilization emerged around 3500 BCE and later gave rise to famous cities like Harappa, Mohenjo-daro, Dholavira, and Rakhigarh. In simple words, Mehergarh prepared the groundwork for one of the world's earliest urban civilizations. Okay, so let's understand figure 4.15 in the textbook that has been given. Fine. Now, the figure 4.15 is a photograph that shows us about Sangankallu Neolithic site on top of a granite hill around about 2000 BCE. Okay, notice that the settlement is located on top of a granite hill. Why would Neolithic people choose such a place? A hilltop provided natural protection from wild animals and enemies, and it also gave a better view of surrounding area. So archaeologists have discovered polished stone tools, evidence of farming, animal domestication, and permanent settlements in on this site. So Sangankallu is one of the most famous important Neolithic sites in South India. It reminds us that Neolithic culture spread across many parts of Indian subcontinent, not just the regions of Mehergarh too. Okay, so this is one image that has been given. Moving ahead to understand figure 4.16 that has been given in your textbook. A figure 4.16 is an image that shows us about Mehergarh on the Bolan River layout and house structures. You can observe the structures that are given in this image. So this image shows the excavated remains of houses at Mehergarh. Notice the houses are arranged in organized manner, right? If you carefully observe, there is one house here, there's another house here, right? It is organized in a proper manner. And the walls are made up of what type of bricks? Mud bricks. And there are so many rooms that are created in one house only, right? This tells us that people were no longer living in temporary shelters. They had permanent settlements and permanent homes, and the organized layout suggests that people planned their settlements carefully. Some rooms may have been used for living, while others may have been used as storage areas for grains and other materials. So, this figure clearly proves that village life had become organized and stable during the Neolithic period. Okay, so this is a very fascinating thing that we learn about the Neolithic period in the regions of India, right? So, moving ahead, by 2500 BCE, most of the Indian subcontinent was occupied by Neolithic agricultural communities. What does this mean? As centuries passed, agriculture started to spread across large parts of Indian subcontinent. And by around 2500 BCE, farming communities had become common in many regions. People now lived in permanent villages instead of constantly moving from one place to another place, and agriculture had become the main source of food and livelihood. This was a major transformation from the earlier hunter gatherer lifestyle. Okay, so moving ahead to understand some more interesting and fascinating things about Neolithic revolution in India. Cattle, sheep, goat herding, along with cultivation of cereals, millets, and pulses, characterize the Neolithic way of life, sometimes interacting with the contemporary Chalcolithic cultures in some parts of the country too. Now, this sentence summarizes the entire Neolithic lifestyle. Like, for example, people in this era started to raise animals, that is, domesticate animals. They started to cultivate crops, especially like wheat and barley. They also grew millets, which were hardy grains suited to dry regions. And in addition, they cultivated pulses as an important source of energy too, or protein too. So the textbook also says that Neolithic communities sometimes interacted with Chalcolithic cultures, which means that while some people were still using polished stone tools, others had already started using copper. And these communities exchanged ideas, goods, and technology, helping civilizations progress even more faster. So today, we in this video we have explored India's earliest farming communities and discovered how simple villages like Mehergarh created a way for something extraordinary. And in our next video, we will begin with one of the most fascinating chapters in the history, that is the Sindhu Saraswati civilization, where we will uncover remarkable sites, cities, advanced town planning, drainage system, trade, everyday life of one of the most world's greatest ancient civilizations. So don't miss it. Like this video, share it with your friends, subscribe to my channel Let's Revise by Vidyashri Kadlibuddi. Until then, keep learning, keep revising, and keep succeeding. See you in my next video. Bye everyone. Hello everyone. Welcome back to Let's Revise by Vidyashri Kadlibuddi. Thousands of years ago, long before modern cities existed, people in Indian subcontinent built one of the world's most advanced urban civilization. And in today's video, we will discover how the Sindhu Saraswati civilization began and how small farming villages gradually transformed into magnificent cities. So let's begin. In the previous section, you have seen how the Neolithic way of life that emerged around 7000 BCE at Mehergarh in the foothills of the Baluchistan spread in the middle and upper Indus Valley and further the regions of East. So, in the previous section, that is, in the previous topic of the Neolithic revolution in India, we learned that Mehergarh was one of the earliest farming villages in Indian subcontinent. Though today it is the part of Pakistan, but years ago it was the part of Indian subcontinent, right? So around 7000 BCE, people at Mehergarh had already begun cultivating crops, domesticating animals, and living in permanent settlements too. Over the time, this new way of life did not remain limited to Mehergarh. It started to spread towards the middle and upper Indus Valley and later reached regions further east. This spread of agriculture and settled life laid the foundation for the emergence of the greatest civilization. In simple words, Mehergarh became the starting point from which the seeds of Sindhu Saraswati civilization began to grow. Okay, so remember, Mehergarh is the reason why Sindhu Saraswati civilization started. In simple terms, some of these settlements mastered the extraction of copper from its ore around 4000 BCE and became the first earliest Chalcolithic sites in the subcontinent, marking the beginning of Bronze Age. Now, this is a very interesting thing. Okay, as the settlements became more advanced, people started to discover new technologies. They learned how to extract copper from naturally occurring rocks that we call them as ores. An ore is simply a rock from which useful materials can be obtained. And around 4000 BCE, some communities began making copper objects as well. And this marked the beginning of a age which is called as Chalcolithic age, also known as the copper stone age, because people used both stone as well as copper tools. The use of copper was a major technological advancement. Copper tools were stronger, more durable, and more efficient than many stone tools. This development also marked the beginning of Bronze Age because later people mixed copper with tin to produce bronze, which is an even stronger metal. And this was an important step towards the rise of urban civilization. Now, let us understand the map that has been given in your textbook, that is called as figure 4.17, a map showing us the major early and mature Harappan sites. Notice how widely the settlement is extended here. It stretches across the present day regions of Pakistan. Okay, it stretches from present day regions of Pakistan to the regions of northwest India. This is the entire settlement of the Sindhu Saraswati civilization that we find, okay, which covers two important countries. One is the region of Pakistan, and the second one is the region of northwest part of India. This map includes famous sites like Harappa, okay, then Mohenjo-daro, okay, then it includes the region of Dholavira, then it includes the region of Kalibangan, then it includes the regions of Lothal, then it includes the region of Rakhighari, then the regions of Bhirana, then the region of Kunal, and then the region of Mehergarh. The red dots, which are given here, according to the legends given on the map, represent early Harappan settlements, but whereas the black dots represent mature Harappan sites. Observe how most settlements develop near rivers. You can see this is the river of Indus that is flowing here, and majority of these settlements are across the rivers only. Why? Rivers supplied water for survival, for farming, for transport, and for other daily activities. The map also reminds us that the civilization covered nearly 1 million square kilometers, making it one of the largest Bronze Age civilizations in the world. Okay, so moving ahead, in this section, we will look at the early stages that led to the emergence of civilization by 2600 BCE. So, this sentence introduces the focus of this chapter. The civilization did not suddenly appear, it developed gradually over many centuries. And the textbook will now explain the most important developments that eventually resulted in the rise of mature Harappan civilization around the period of 2600 BC, which means every great civilization begins with small changes. And this chapter helps us to understand those changes one by one. Introduction of copper tools in the fertile alluvial plains of Indus and Ghaggar Saraswati basins enhanced productivity, leading to increased prosperity in these communities. The Indus and Ghaggar Saraswati river basins were extremely fertile. Why? Because these lands were covered of alluvial soil. Hence, these fertile lands were also called as alluvial plains because they are formed by the deposition of fine soil that was carried by rivers of Indus and its tributaries and Ghaggar and Saraswati rivers. Okay, such soil is actually very much ideal for agricultural activities. But when people started using copper tools, farming became even much easier. They could clear land faster, they could cultivate large fields, harvesting became more efficient and easy. As agricultural production increased, food became abundant. More food meant healthier people, larger population, and growing wealth. So the textbook calls this as prosperity, which simply means economic growth and improved living standards. Fine. Moving ahead, this is also a period of large scale production of pottery showing diverse regional styles. Now, understand this. Pottery became one of the most important industries during this period. People were no longer making only a few pots for their own use. Instead, pottery was produced on much larger scale. Different regions developed their own unique pottery styles. Some pottery had beautiful painted designs, some had different colors, others had unique shapes for storing grains, water, or cooking food. And today, archaeologists identify ancient settlements partly by studying these pottery styles. Pottery acts like a historical signature left behind the ancient people. Moving ahead with the topic, the regional styles in pottery and craft production became more evident in the early Chalcolithic sites of Balochistan and the Indus and Gagar Saraswati basins from 4000 BCE onwards. So, as communities grew independently, each region developed its own art style and identity. People living in Balochistan produced pottery that looked different from those living in Indus Valley or from those living in Gagar Saraswati basin. Craft production also expanded. People specialized in making ornaments, tools, pottery, beads, and decorative objects. This shows that people were becoming skilled craftsmen. Different communities had different traditions, but all were moving towards a more organized way of life. Some radiocarbon dates suggest that some sites in the dried river belt of Saraswati, such as the Bhirana and Kunal, the pre Harappan phase began between 7000 and 5500 BC. Scientists use a technique called as radiocarbon dating to determine the age of ancient objects. This scientific method tells archaeologists approximately when people lived at that particular site. Okay. Using this technique, archaeologists discovered that settlements such as Bhirana in Haryana and Kunal also have very ancient origins. Some evidence suggests that these settlements existed between 7000 BCE to 5500 BCE. This means that several early farming communities were developing simultaneously in different parts of Indian subcontinent. And this discovery has helped historians better understand the origin of Harappan civilization too. Okay. Moving ahead with the next part of the topic. Many of these regional styles evolved over time and became a standard features of Sindhu Saraswati civilization by about 2500 BCE. So at first every region had its own unique tradition, but over many centuries these traditions gradually became similar. Pottery designs became more uniform, craft techniques became standardized, construction methods also became similar. This gradual standardization helped create a common cultural identity. By about 2500 BCE, these shared traditions became the defining features of Sindhu Saraswati civilization. This tells us that the civilization was built slowly through cultural exchange and development. Since these sites show a cultural continuity, this stage is generally described as early Harappan. So, what does this mean? The phrase cultural continuity is very important. Okay. It means that there was no sudden break between the earlier settlements and the Harappan cities. Instead, ideas, traditions, technologies, and lifestyle continue to develop gradually because these early settlements eventually evolved into Harappan civilization. And historians call this period as the early Harappan phase. So think of it as the childhood of Harappan civilization before it reached the maturity period. Okay. Moving ahead, we see continuity in pottery tradition, semi precious stone beads, shell bangles, terracotta objects, and copper working also. One of the strongest pieces of evidences linking the early Harappan period with the mature Harappan civilization is continuity that we have already studied in the previous sentence. The same pottery tradition continued for centuries. People continued making beautiful semi precious stone beads from stones like carnelian, agate, and lapis to They also made shell bangles, which were not only ornaments but also reflected the skill of Harappan craftsmen. Another important craft was making of terracotta objects. Terracotta means baked clay. People made toys, figurines, pots, decorative objects from clay. The knowledge of copper working also continued to improve. All these traditions were passed from one generation to another, proving that Harappan civilization developed gradually rather than appearing suddenly. Fine. So let's continue to study what all other information has been given. Some other developments, such as building a perimeter wall around the settlement, the use of seals, and even the Harappan writings or script, probably had their beginnings in the early Harappan stage. So, as the settlements became larger, people began constructing perimeter walls around them. Okay, like these walls may have provided protection, marked the boundaries of the settlement, or helped control the movement too. Perimeter walls means, like for example, you having your boundary. This is your house, and around your house you construct a stone wall. So that is called as the perimeter walls here. Another important development in this period was the use of seals. Seals were small objects made mainly of stone, but they were used to put stamp on goods, identify ownership, and perhaps for trading also. But the textbook also mentions about the beginning of Harappan script. Although the script has not yet been deciphered, historians believe that its earliest forms appeared during the early Harappan period. This shows that administration, communication, and trade were becoming more organized during the time of later Harappan civilization. Fine. So this is about the entire paragraph, which talks about what all changes that happened in the matured early Harappan civilization were the continuity from the early Harappan civilizations. Fine. Moving ahead, the Harappans were not merely agriculturalists, they also practiced a number of arts, craft, and pottery was one of the major craft products that boosted their economy. So, Harappans were much more than just being farmers. Besides agriculture, they were skilled craftsmen. They produced pottery, jewelry, beads, metal objects, shell ornaments, and many other products. Among all these crafts, pottery played a particularly important role. Pottery was needed in every household. It was used for cooking, storing food, carrying water, and even for trading purposes too. Because pottery was produced in large quantities, it became an important source of income for the Harappans, and it also contributed significantly for the boost in their economy too. Okay, this is an important point that you have to remember. Pottery meant money for Harappans. Pottery remains from different regions show unique styles in the shape of vessels and their painted designs. So, archaeologists have discovered thousands of Harappan pots, and these pots differ in shape, color, and decoration too. Some vessels were designed for storing grains, whereas others were used for cooking or even for carrying water too. But many pots were beautifully decorated with painted geometric patterns, plants, birds, animals, and symbolic designs. By studying these designs, historians can identify where a particular pot was made, and pottery acts like an ancient fingerprint of different regions. Fine. Continuing the further part of the textbook, some other crafts that show gradual development include copper work, shell work, and production of semi precious stone beads too. So the Harappans continuously improved many crafts. Copper was used to make tools, weapons, mirrors, ornaments. Shell collected from coastal areas were transformed into bangles, necklaces, and decorative items, whereas semi precious stones were carefully polished into beautiful beads, and these beads were highly valued and were traded across long distances. This shows that Harappan craftsmen were among the finest artisans of the ancient world. Continuing further, evidence of early Harappan bead production is found from Harappa in Pakistan as well as from Kunal in Haryana and Dhatrana in the regions of Gujarat. So, archaeologists have found workshops where beads were manufactured. These workshops have been discovered in the regions of Harappa, of the present in Pakistan, from Kunal, present in Haryana, and from Datrana, present in the regions of Gujarat. This tells us that bead making was not limited to one city. It had become an organized industry across different regions, and this also indicates strong economic links between settlements as well. Moving further to understand much more about the Sindhu Saraswati civilization, besides Besides these, the extensive use of graffiti on pottery and a few seals with geometric and simple animal motifs reported from the early Harappan sites like Harappa, Rahman Dehri, and Kunal could be seen as forerunners of the script and inscribed seals of the Sindhu Saraswati civilization. So, what does this entire sentences mean? It tells us that before the Harappan script became fully developed, people began making simple marks on pottery. These markings are called as graffiti. They may have represented ownership, symbols, or religious beliefs. Simple animal designs also appear on early seals. Over time, these symbols gradually evolved into the famous Harappan script seen on mature seals. This clearly shows how writing developed step by step. Okay. It was these technological advancements and economic integration during the early Harappan period that led to the emergence of urban centers of the Harappan civilization. Now let's understand this. This sentence summarizes the entire concept, which tells us that over the period of time, technology improved, agriculture expanded, crafts became specialized, trade increased, different settlements became connected through economic activities. And together, these developments transformed small villages into well planned cities like Harappa, Mohenjo-daro, Lothal, Rakhigarhi, and all. And this marked the birth of world's greatest urban civilizations, that is the Sindhu Saraswati civilization, or which is also known as the Indus Valley civilization. Okay. Now, before we move ahead, let's understand the timeline chart of the Harappan civilization that has been given in the textbook. Okay. So, figure 14.4.18 is the figure that explains us about the timeline showing the Harappan civilization. And let's understand this timeline. The timeline divides the Harappan civilization into three major phases. Okay, you can see in this picture the early Harappan civilization, the mature Harappan civilization, and the late Harappan civilization. And let's decode these three phases one by one. So, when we talk about the early Harappan civilization, it is between the period of 3300 BCE to the period of 2600 BCE. This was called as the developmental stage, during which villages were expanding, agriculture was improving, crafts was flourishing, trade was slowly starting, and many cultural traditions later became famous first appeared during this period. Okay. If we move ahead to the next phase, we see the mature Harappan phase, which is between 2600 BCE to the period of 1900 BCE. This period is basically called as the golden age of civilization. Like for example, large cities like Harappa and Mohenjo-daro flourished during this time. There was good amount of town planning, drainage system, there was increased amount of trade, there was seal, there was script being written, there was standardized weights which reached their highest level too. Okay, if we move ahead, then we have the third phase, which is called as the late Harappan period, which falls between the period of 1900 BCE to the period of 1000 BCE or 1300 BCE and all. Okay, during this phase, many cities gradually vanished. People migrated to different regions. Some traditions continued, but large urban centers slowly started to disappear here. This timeline helps us understand that the Harappan civilization developed over nearly 2000 years rather than appearing slowly. If you look into the timeline, if we talk about the Harappan civilization, it is from 3300 BCE to the period of 1300 BCE, which is approximately 2000 years. Okay, that was the phase when the Harappan civilization started. You can see the Harappan houses, the graffiti, then the potteries which were made during the Harappan period and all. Moving ahead to understand the certain extra information that has been given to all of us in the textbook in the topic called as the don't miss out over here. Okay, let's understand what has been given here. A tradition nearly 5,000 years old. So, what tradition are we talking here? Let's go ahead. The early Harappans plowed fields. This is figure 4.19, which has been given to us at Kali Bangan, showing horizontal and vertical furrows, indicating double crop cultivation, like the seasonal Rabi and Kharif cultivation that is practiced even today. So, what does this figure 4.19 explains us? Okay. Now, let's look at one of the most fascinating archaeological discoveries from Harappan civilization. In a place called as Kali Bangan, we which is basically located in the present day regions of Rajasthan. What have the archaeologists found over here? So, archaeologists have discovered the remains of ancient plowed field. See, these lines in the image shows the method of plowing, right? Okay. Now, this field is nearly how many years old? 5,000 years old, making it one of the oldest known plowed agriculture fields in the world. So, when archaeologists examined the soil carefully, they noticed two sets of furrows. Furrows means the plowing patterns. Fine. So one set ran horizontally like this. You can see the lines in the image given. Whereas there were other set that ran vertically like this, creating a crisscross pattern. Why is this important to understand? Because it shows that Harappans practiced double crop cultivation, which means they grew two different crops in the same field. Even more interesting is that fact that this method is still followed in many Indian farmers today. The textbook compares it with two types of crop cultivation, seasonal crop cultivation. One is Rabi and the other one is Kharif crop cultivation. So let's understand these terms. What are basically Rabi crops? Rabi crops are sown during the winter and harvested during the summers. And the crops that are included in this or grown during the Rabi period are today wheat, barley, mustard, and gram. But if we talk about the Kharif crops are sown in the arrival of the monsoon and harvested after the rainy season. And what are the examples of crops that are grown during the Kharif season? Rice, maize, basra, and cotton. And this remarkable discovery proves that many farming techniques used today actually began thousands of years ago during the period of Harappan civilization. Okay. So moving ahead to understand the top figure 4.19 that has been given completely here, which is a plowed field at Kalibangan. At first glance, it may simply look like an open piece of land, but this is actually an archaeological excavation. There are parallel lines visible on the ground, which are called as furrows created by ancient plow. These marks remained preserved beneath the soil for nearly how many years? 5,000 years. The horizontal and vertical furrows, like I showed you, there are horizontal furrows and then there are vertical furrows. Okay, they clearly show planned agricultural pattern. So this discovery is considered one of the strongest pieces of evidence proving that Harappans were highly skilled farmers. And it also reminds us that agriculture during the Harappan period was organized, scientific, as well as well planned too. Moving ahead to understand the topic of think about it, which has been given to us in the textbook, and this is talking about some stone weights. So let's understand what is the topic given to us about the fascinating Harappan civilization here. Okay. Harappans had their own standard system of weights and measurement. Now, this is very interesting. Okay, so let's understand this topic in simple terms. Harappans had their own standard system of weights and measurement. This is very interesting. Trade cannot function properly without accurate measurements. Okay, imagine buying 1 kilogram of rice If every shopkeeper used a different weighing machine, it would create confusion and unfair trade. Like, for example, you went to shop A, you asked him to give 1 kilo of rice, and he had a weighing machine according to which 1 kilo was equal to 800 grams. But you went to another shopkeeper and he had a weighing machine who according to which 1 kilo meant 1200 grams. So that would create a lot of confusion and unfair trade practices. But the Harappans solved these problems by developing standard weights and measurements. These stone weights were carefully shaped into cubes and other regular forms. Every trader used the same standard, and this made buying and selling fair and accurate. So they had developed proper weighing machines like weighing stones and all nearly 2000 years ago. Imagine how skilled these people were, right? Moving ahead, this is evident from the meticulously planned settlements and efficient inter-regional trade practices of the Harappans. So how do we get to know that they had proper weights and measurements? The word meticulously means extremely careful. The Harappans planned everything with great precision. Their cities were well organized, their roads were straight, their drainage systems were scientifically designed. Similarly, trade was also carefully organized. Standard weights helped merchants trade confidently with people living hundreds of kilometers away. This increased trust among traders and strengthened their economy. Okay. So, how did they do it? How did they come up with the system of standard weights and measures? They followed a binary multiple system for weighing smaller units and used multiples of 10 for larger denominations. How fascinating, right? The Harappans followed a highly systematic method of measurement. For smaller weights, they used a system called as binary system, which means each weight was double the previous one. For example, 1, double of 1 is 2, double of 2 is 4, double of 4 is 8, double of 8 is 16, like this. And for larger weights, they use the multiple of tens. Okay, like for example, 10, then 20, then 30, and all. Fine. This system made calculations easier and ensured accuracy during the trading system. And even today, standard weights are an essential part of every market and business. Am I right? So, such cubical stone weights have been reported from several sites, which means that archaeologists have discovered these standard stone weights at many Harappan cities. The fact that identical weights have been found across different settlements tells us something remarkable. All these cities followed the same system of measurement, which indicates a high degree of coordination and uniformity throughout the civilization. And very few ancient civilizations achieved such standardization. If I had to talk about, see how skilled as Sindhu Saraswati people were. You can see the image of the stones that has been given over here. Cubical stones, okay, these were used for weighing. Today we have the one which are made up of iron. In some places you can find them. Otherwise, people use digital weighing scale also for avoiding confusions among them. Now, what is a very important question that has been asked on the basis of information given over here? Let's try to answer that question. The question asked is, can you imagine how long distance trade would have been affected had had the Harappans not followed a standard system of weights? Now, see, Harappan civilization or Indus Valley civilization was extremely huge. People living in the regions of Mehergarh had the same weighing stone like the person living in the Mohenjo-daro region. But how was this possible? How and would it affect the Harappans there? This is the question asked there. If the Harappans had not used standard weights and measures, then what would be the problem? This is a simple question that has been asked. So let's try to answer those questions. First thing, traders would frequently disagree over the quantity of goods, right? Okay. Second, buying and selling would become confusing. Third, people could easily cheat one another. Fourth, prices would vary from one place to another place. Fifth, long distance trade would become slow and unreliable because there is no proper weighing machines and all. trust between merchants would definitely decrease, and economic growth of that region would definitely be affected. Therefore, having a standard system of weights and measurements plays a very important role, not only today but played a very important role during the success of Harappan trade and or trade activities also that generally existed. So, today we discovered how small farming settlements gradually transformed into one of the world's greatest urban civilization. But the journey doesn't end here. We have still a lot to cover in the textbook, children. In our next video, we will travel beyond the Indian subcontinent to explore the Bronze Age civilization outside India. We will discover about ancient Egypt, Mesopotamia, China, and compare how these remarkable civilizations shaped human history alongside the Harappans. So, if you don't want to miss that exciting journey, like my video, share it with your friends, and subscribe to my channel Vidyashri Kadlibuddi's Let's Revise. Until then, keep learning, keep revising, and keep succeeding. I'll see you in my next video. Bye, everyone. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Let's Revise by Vidyashri Kadlibuddi. So far, we have seen how Indus Valley civilization developed into one of the greatest ancient civilization. But did you know that around the same time, three other remarkable civilizations were flourishing in different parts of the world? In today's video, we will begin our journey into the Bronze Age civilizations outside India and understand how these great civilizations were connected to the rivers and human progress. Let's get started. In grade 6, you studied the major features of Harappan or Sindhu Saraswati civilization, such as well planned urban cities, water management and drainage system, standard weights and measures, stone beads, inscribed seals, and the script. So, before we move on to the other civilization, the textbook reminds us about how we have already studied the entire concept in grade 6. Okay, as well as in the same textbook. The Harappan civilization was one of the most advanced civilization of the ancient world. It was famous for its well-planned cities where roads were laid out in the grid pattern and houses were built systematically. One of its greatest achievement was its water management and drainage system. Almost every house was connected to cover the drains, showing an advanced understanding of sanitation. The Harappans also used standard weights and measures, making trade fair and organized. They crafted beautiful stone beads, carved inscribed seals, and developed their own script, which remains undeciphered even today. These achievements prove that Harappans were highly skilled engineering engineers, traders, and craftsmen also. So, in this section, we will explore the main features of the Bronze Age civilization and that were contemporary with the Harappans. Now, the focus of the chapter shifts from India and goes beyond India. The word contemporary means existing during the same period. So, at the same time, when India was experiencing the Harappan age, at the same time around the world, there were other civilizations also that were developing. Okay. So, although they lived far apart, these civilizations shared many similarities. They built cities, they practiced agriculture, they traded with neighboring regions, they developed writing systems and advanced technologies too. Studying them helps us understand how human civilization evolved across the world. These three major civilizations were the Mesopotamian, Egyptian, and the Chinese civilization. So, in this textbook, we will be introduced to three important civilizations that existed during the Bronze period. The Mesopotamian civilization. This civilization developed in West Asia between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. The word Mesopotamia literally means the land between two rivers, and it is often called the cradle of civilization because some of the world's earliest cities developed here. Moving ahead, we'll study about the Egyptian civilization, which grew along the river Nile in northeastern Africa. The Nile provided fertile soil, fresh water, and transportation. It also supported the construction of magnificent pyramids and Moving ahead, we'll study about the Chinese civilization, the earliest civilization that developed along the Huanghe, also called as the Yellow River in the northern China. This civilization made important contributions in agriculture, technology, writing, and governance. In the coming videos, we will study each of these civilizations in detail. Moving further with the introduction to this concept, it is important to note that four early world civilizations emerged in river plains: the Harappan along the Sindhu and Saraswati River, the Mesopotamian civilization in the region around the Euphrates and Tigris River in West Asia, the Egyptian civilization along the Nile River, and the Chinese civilization in the Huanghe basin in northern China. Understanding this concept, this is one of the most important points in the chapter that you have to focus on. Notice that all the four major early civilizations developed near the rivers. Let's understand one by one. So, the Harappan civilization, if we have to talk about, this developed along the river of Sindhu and Saraswati. Sindhu River is today called as the Indus River. If we talk about the Mesopotamian civilization, it developed along the rivers of Euphrates and Tigris. And then we talk about the Egyptian civilization that was along the Nile River. And when we talk about the Chinese civilization, it was along the Yellow River that these civilizations developed. So this pattern is not a coincidence. Rivers were actually very much essential because they provided everything that needed for a civilization to grow. Like, for example, they supplied fresh water, they deposited fertile soil for agriculture, they supported transportation and trade, they provided fish and other resources too. So, because of rivers, people could settle permanently and build cities around them. So, remember one simple tip here: remember the association between civilization and the river. With every civilization, there is a river, and you have to remember the name of the river also. Fine. Geographically, Mesopotamia and the Indus and the Ghaggar Saraswati valleys are closer to each other. Now, this is a very interesting topic. If we look at the map of Asia, we will notice that Mesopotamia and Indus Valley are much closer compared to Egypt and China. This geographical closeness made travel very easy. Maybe it might have also encouraged interaction between these two great civilizations too. They might have exchanged goods, ideas, and technologies too. This made both civilizations richer and more advanced as well. Going further ahead to understand more in depth about this introduction to the Bronze period, this proximity facilitated strong contacts trade between the Mesopotamian and the Harappan civilization. So the word proximity here means being close to each other. So Harappan and the Mesopotamian civilization was very close to each other. Now, because of this closeness or because of the distance being very short between the Mesopotamian and the Harappan civilization, we can say that they established strong trade connections. Like, for example, Harappan merchants exported goods like beads, cotton textiles, timber, precious stones, shell ornaments, and all. And in return, they might have imported valuable materials and goods from Mesopotamia too. So, archaeologists have discovered, moving ahead, the Egyptian and the Chinese civilization, on the other hand, have little tangible evidence of their direct contact with the Sindhu Saraswati civilization. So, how do we know that there was exchange of goods happening between the Mesopotamians and the Harappans? Archaeologists have discovered Harappan seals in Mesopotamia and Mesopotamian records mentioning trade with a land called as Meluha, which many historians believe refers to Harappan civilization. And this proves that international trade existed nearly 500 years ago. So, unlike Mesopotamia, Egypt and China were much farther away from the Harappan region. Because of this greater distance, direct interaction was basically limited, maybe. So, the textbook uses the phrase called as tangible evidence, which means physical proof for or such as archaeological remains or inscriptions or traded goods or written records are generally very less. So far, archaeologists have found very little direct evidence showing regular contact between Harappans, Egyptians, or the Chinese people. However, each of these civilizations independently developed remarkable achievements with architecture, agriculture, administration, and culture as well. And this is the entire topic that we are going to dig in completely and understand how this development happened during the time of nearly some thousands of years ago. So, we have been given a question to think about. And the question asked here is, why were rivers important in the growth of early civilization? This is the simplest answer that you can give me. This is the simplest question that I've asked, and you can give me the best of answers for this question, because the entire chapter so far, what we have covered, we have studied the same thing. Why rivers are very much important for the settlement, right? So let's revise it once again. Rivers played a crucial role in the development of early civilization because they provided almost everything needed for human survival and progress. They supplied fresh water for drinking, cooking, and daily life. Their annual floods deposited fertile soil, making agriculture highly productive. Rivers provided fish and other food resources. They served as natural transporter routes, helping people travel and trade. Rivers also supported communication between different settlements. Because food became abundant, people settled permanently. Villages expanded into towns and eventually became civilizations. This is why almost all early civilizations developed near the major rivers. So remember this exam point, okay? No rivers, no civilization. So whenever you're writing about any civilization, do not forget to mention the name of the river that they settled along with. So today we got an overview about the next topic that we are going to study under the Bronze period. But our journey is just the beginning. In my next video, we will travel to Mesopotamia, which is often called as the cradle of civilization, and discover how the world's earliest cities, writing system, and laws transformed the human history. So, if you don't want to miss that fascinating story, then like this video, share it with your friends, subscribe to my channel. Until then, keep learning, keep revising, and keep succeeding. See you in my next video. Bye, everyone. Hello everyone, welcome back to Let's Revise by Vidyashri Kadlibuddi. The world's first cities, the first great kingdoms, and one of the earliest civilizations in human history all began in one extraordinary land. And in today's video, we will explore the fascinating world of Mesopotamian civilization and discover why it is called as the cradle of civilization. So without wasting much time, let's begin to dive deep into the topic. Beginning with, although the four civilizations were contemporaneous, the earliest city-based civilization emerged in Mesopotamia. So what does this mean? The textbook here tries to compare four civilizations that existed during the Bronze period, which are the Harappan Civilization, the Mesopotamian Civilization, the Egyptian Civilization, and the Chinese Civilization. Now, what does the word contemporaneous mean over here? The word contemporaneous means existing during the same period or around the same time. So, which means that all these four civilizations, the Harappan, the Mesopotamian, Egyptian, and Chinese civilizations, flourished during the same time. But out of them, Mesopotamia became the world's earliest city-based civilization. This means that some of the first planned cities, organized governments, and urban societies were established here before they appeared in any other parts of the world. Because of this achievement, Mesopotamia is often called the cradle of civilization. Moving ahead, Mesopotamia, meaning the land in between, is Greek name for the land drained by the Euphrates and the Tigris River in West Asia. So here we get to know the meaning of the word Mesopotamia, which is a word derived from the Greek language. And here the word Mesopotamia is divided into two words, okay, where meso means middle or between, and potamus or potamia means river. So Mesopotamia literally means the land between two rivers, and the two rivers which are responsible for the civilization of this is the river of Euphrates and the river of Tigris that flow in the regions of West Asia. So both these rivers created fertile land where agriculture generally flourished. Just as the Harappan civilization developed near the Indus River, similarly, the Mesopotamian civilization developed between the rivers of Tigris and Euphrates River. So let's understand the figure 4.21 which has been given in the textbook. So what does this explain? So the figure 4.21 explains the Fertile Crescent and the extent of the Mesopotamian civilization. Now, this is the map that has been given in reference to the Mesopotamian civilization, and let's understand this important map carefully. Now, in this map, the red shaded region that you are seeing is the area that represents where the Mesopotamian civilization actually flourished. Now, here you have to notice the flow of two major rivers that were responsible for the Mesopotamian civilization, and those two rivers are the river Euphrates and the second one is the river Tigris, and in between them the Mesopotamian civilization actually developed. So these rivers were the lifeline of Mesopotamia. They supplied water for drinking, farming and transportation. The map also shows several famous Mesopotamian cities which include the cities of Uruk, Babylon, Lagash, Nippur, Akkad and Eridu. These were among the earliest cities in the world history. Look around the map, you will notice important geographical features also. Now, if we talk about on the western side of the Mesopotamian civilization, you can find the presence of the Mediterranean Sea. But if you go towards the eastern side, you can see the presence of Persian Gulf. If you go to the regions of north, you can find the presence of two important mountains. One is Taurus Mountain and the other one is Caucasus Mountain. But if you go towards the east, you will find another important mountain which is called as the Zagros Mountain. And when you come towards the southwest region of Mesopotamian region, then you can find the presence of Arabian Desert here. Now, these natural features were extremely important for the civilization. How? Because they protected the civilization while also influencing trade routes and agriculture. So the legend tells us that the orange shaded area represents the Fertile Crescent. Okay, and the blue dots represents the important Mesopotamian archaeological sites, and the black lines show the course of Tigris and Euphrates river which has been given. So this map clearly explains why Mesopotamia became one of the earliest centers of civilization. Okay, I hope the map is clear with all of you. Moving ahead to understand the furthermore part of the textbook sentences that has been given in your textbook. In modern times, this region includes mainly Iraq and Kuwait with some parts of Turkey and southern western regions of Iran. So today, when we talk about the existence of Mesopotamia civilization, the ancient land of Mesopotamia civilization doesn't exist as a separate country. Instead, it lies within modern nations. So most of Mesopotamia is located in the regions of Iraq. Some parts are found in the regions of Kuwait, whereas some of them are seen in southern Turkey and others are found in the southwestern part of Iran. So when we study ancient history, it is always useful to connect ancient civilizations with the present day countries because this helps us to understand the exact location where that civilization generally existed and flourished too. Okay, moving ahead, the crescent-shaped foothills of Zagros and Taurus, stretching from the Mediterranean in the west to the Persian Gulf in the east, are known as Fertile Crescent due to their high agricultural potential. Now, what does this mean? It means that one of the most important geographical features of Mesopotamia is the Fertile Crescent. Now, this crescent is what you see over here. This entire region is the crescent shaped, half moon shaped, and this is the Fertile Crescent region of the Mesopotamia. And this is extremely important. You know why? Because the word crescent here means shape like the moon's curved crescent. And if you observe the map carefully, you will notice that the fertile regions formed the curved shape as well. Now, this is the curved shape that we are talking about. Now, the fertile land stretches from the Mediterranean Sea to the Persian Gulf, and it lies between the Taurus Mountains to the regions of Jaggers Mountain. And this region received fertile soil from the rivers, making it ideal for farming. Because agriculture was highly successful here, it became the birthplace of many early settlements and cities in those regions. So, this is the total area that is covered by the Mesopotamian civilization. Okay, so moving ahead with the next lines of the textbook. While farming began in this region around 12,000 years before present, copper tools arrived here around 4500 BC. Now, this is a very important and interesting information. So, people in Mesopotamia began farming around what time? Around 12,000 years ago. Initially, they used very simple stone tools for carrying out the agricultural activities, but around the time period of 4500 BC, they started to use tools made up of copper. Copper tools were very strong, they were sharper and more durable than stone tools, and this technological advancement greatly improved farming and daily life. Okay, so this is one change that you have to keep in your mind. Early settlements was around 12,000 years ago, and they started farming back then. But when did they invent the tools made up of copper instead of stones? It was around 4500 BC. This is one important note that you have to make in. Moving ahead, the arrival of copper helped improve agriculture and other economic activities such as craft production and trade. See how invention of a new element was extremely important for Mesopotamian society. The introduction of copper transformed the society here. Farmers could cultivate land more efficiently. Craftsmen could produce better tools, ornaments, and household items. Trade expanded because people had more goods to exchange, and as agriculture and crafts improved, wealth increased and cities grew rapidly. Copper therefore played a major role in the economic development of Mesopotamian civilization. Okay, moving ahead, this eventually contributed to the broader dissemination of farming across the vast plains of the Euphrates and the Tigris River. Now, what does this mean? And there's a word called as dissemination which has been given over here. Let's understand the meaning of the word dissemination here. The meaning of the word dissemination is expansion. What is it? It's called as expansion. As better farming techniques developed, agriculture spread throughout the fertile plains along the Tigris and Euphrates River. So, which means agriculture got expanded on the fertile lands created by the Euphrates and the Tigris River, and more people settled permanently. Villages started to expand, population increased. Gradually, these villages transformed into towns and later into large cities. So, that's the information that it gives, that it tells us that there was an increase in the agricultural land that happened because of the activities of rivers of Euphrates and the activity of the river Tigris here. Okay, I hope so far whatever we have covered about this civilization is clear to you all. If you have any doubt, you can put those doubts in the comment section. I'll be definitely answering you back. Moving ahead to understand some more information about this pretty developed Mesopotamian civilization. Okay, so over the next 2000 years, some large cities became city states by developing governing system. Now see how they were controlling the entire civilization here. So as cities became big, they needed organized governments. So each city developed its own rulers, laws, army, and administration. Such independent cities were called as city states. Okay, what are city states? City states are those city and states who had their own ruler, they had their own laws, they had their own army, and they had their own administration also. Okay, so unlike the modern countries, each city state functioned almost like its own nation. So all these small city states were like small nations that existed. Like for example, some of the famous cities of the Mesopotamian civilizations include Ur, Uruk, and Lagash, and each had its own king and government, because of which there was a proper organized governing system that was followed throughout this entire civilization. Okay, so let's understand the furthermore part. Among these, the four major city-based civilizations that flourished from 3500 BCE onwards in Mesopotamia are the Sumerian, Akkadian, Assyrian, Babylonian, and all. So, which are the famous cities that got developed because of these, because of the Mesopotamian civilization, and they were the part of it. So, over the time, there were four major kingdoms that dominated the regions of Mesopotamia. They are the Sumerian civilization, okay, the earliest civilization in Mesopotamia. It established some of the world's first cities and developed cuneiform writing. What is cuneiform writing? We'll understand later in the later part of the topic. Going ahead, the second ones were the Akkadian civilization, and the Akkadians united many city-states under one empire and creating one of history's earliest empire kingdom conditions. Moving ahead are the Assyrians. Assyrians became famous for their powerful army and military organization. And the last ones were Babylonian civilization. Babylonians are remembered for King Hammurabi and his famous code of laws, one of the earliest written law codes in the history. Together, these four civilizations shaped the history of ancient Mesopotamia that existed. Now, let us understand figure 4.22 that has been given in your textbook. Now, figure 4.22 generally talks about timeline showing the Mesopotamian civilization. Okay, so this timeline helps us to understand the sequence of Mesopotamian civilization. Okay, so let's understand when does it begin. It begins with the Neolithic period followed by the Chalcolithic period. If we talk about the Mesopotamian civilization begins around 7500 BCE during the time of Neolithic period. Now this period was later on followed by the Chalcolithic period around 5500 BC. But around 3500 BCE, age started to begin in the regions of Mesopotamia, which is called as the Bronze Age. And during this time, the Sumerian civilization appears first and lasts for many centuries. Okay, so who were the first founders or the first founding civilization found in the Mesopotamia is the Sumerian civilization. But then when we go around the period of 2334 BCE, then we see the development of Akkadian civilization. And around the period of 2154 BCE, we find the development of Assyrian civilization, which becomes very important. But later on, during the time of 1900 BCE, Babylonian civilization flourishes. This timeline clearly shows that Mesopotamia was not ruled by one civilization alone. Instead, different powerful civilizations emerged one after another over thousands of years. Okay, so that's what figure 4.22 explains about the development of different civilizations in the regions of Mesopotamia. Moving ahead with the part of textbook that has been given. Now you have a very interesting activity or a critical thinking question that has been posed to majority of you. The question is, can you find out which countries constitute West Asia in the present times? Now it talks about to identify the countries of the present days that are the part of West Asian region. Okay, so to go in detail, we have countries like Iraq, Iran, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Qatar, United Arab Emirates, Oman, Yemen, Jordan, Israel, Palestine, Lebanon, Syria, Turkey, and Cyprus, which are the part of West Asian countries in the present days. Among these, Iraq is considered as the heart of ancient Mesopotamia because the Tigris and Euphrates rivers flow through this region in the world. Okay, so that's a small topic question that has been given for you to explore and identify which countries are the part of it. I've given you the list. You can put them into the world map also. Moving ahead to understand the first civilization that developed in the Mesopotamian civilization around the time period of now some 3500 BC and continued for a very long period of time were basically the Sumerians. Okay, so let's understand the concept of Sumerian civilization in detail. The Sumerian civilization was the earliest to evolve into city-based civilization at Ur and several other cities in Sumer, present-day southern Iraq, in southern Mesopotamia. So, what does this mean? It tells us that the Sumerian civilization was the first civilization to develop what we call it as organized cities or city-based civilizations. It flourished in the region called as Sumer, which is located in southern Mesopotamia. Today, this region is the part of southern Iraq. Some of the most famous Sumerian cities were Ur, Uruk, Eridu, Lagash, and Nippur. And these were not just villages, they were well planned cities with governments, temples, markets, and residential areas. Because of this achievement, the Sumerians are regarded as the founders of the world's first city-based civilization too. Moving ahead to know more about the Sumerians were the first to build a system of dam, canal for irrigation, and were also the first to use mud bricks and burnt bricks in the construction of houses, defensive walls, and other structures. Now, this is a very interesting thing to understand. So, what all remarkable contributions to engineering was done by the Sumerians here? First thing, they constructed dams and canals to store and control the river water. They also dug canals so that the river water could be carried from river to different areas of farmlands. This system of irrigation ensured that crops received water even during the dry season. And because of this, agriculture became more productive. Now, among that, the Sumerians were also using or building houses with the help of mud bricks or the bricks that were burnt. Mud bricks were made by mixing clay with water and drying them in the sun directly, as we have already studied in previous videos. Coming ahead with burnt bricks, they were baked in kilns, making them much stronger and longer lasting. And what was the use of these bricks? These bricks were used to build houses, city walls, temples, palaces, defensive fortifications and all. And these innovations helped in creation of permanent cities in the regions of Sumerian civilization. Going ahead to understand the furthermore topic about the Sumerians here, the Sumerians worshipped multiple gods whom they believed had power over natural forces such as floods, winds, and built temples for each of them. Now, when we talk about them, about their religion and all, the Sumerians are believed to be polytheism, which means they worshipped multiple number of gods. They believed that different gods control different aspects of nature. For example, some gods controlled floods, but some controlled rain, and others controlled wind, agriculture, or the sky. Since rivers often flooded unexpectedly, the Sumerians believed that these natural events were controlled by powerful gods. And to honor and seek the blessings of these gods, they built magnificent temples dedicated to each deity, and religion therefore played a central role in everyday life. So these people were extremely religious in simple words, if I have to tell you. Moving ahead, temples played an important role in people's life, and each city built a grand temple called as ziggurat for its chief god, and the city grew around this main temple. Look into figure 4.23. So temples in Mesopotamia were not just places of worship, they were the center of entire city. Each city built a huge stepped temple called as ziggurat. Every city had its own chief god, and the ziggurat was dedicated to the deity. As more people settled nearby, houses, markets, workshop, and roads developed around the temple. So, in simple words, the city grew around the temple, and this shows how important religion was for the Sumerian society. So, let's understand figure 2.3, which has been given to us in the textbook. Now, this picture shows us a ziggurat. Ziggurat is nothing but temple over here, which is one of the most famous structures of the Sumerian civilization. If you look into ziggurat carefully, it looks like stepped pyramid. This is one step, this is one step, then this is next step, these are steps, then there are steps, Then again, there are steps to climb from different directions and all. So it looks like Egyptian pyramids with no tomb at all, but it was a temple built to worship the city's chief god here. If you observe the image carefully, you can see several levels or terraces built one above the other. Now, this is one level, this is another level, this is another level, this is another level, and this is another level. So, temple were built on levels. Fine, this is a simple thing that you have to understand. And then there was a strong staircase that used to lead to the top of the temple, and at the highest level stood the sacred temple. So this is the sacred temple that we are talking about. Now the textbook also mentions that the area around the ziggurat contained royal palaces, storehouses, and administrative buildings also, and the entire complex was surrounded by walls, and there was usually only one entrance for security. So the ziggurat also served as city's treasury, where wealth, valuable goods were stored. Thus, the ziggurat was not only a religious center but also an economic and administrative center too. So, a simple temple dedicated to a chief god but used for multiple purposes, not for just religious purpose but even for economic, administrative, and used as treasury and used as storage structures for valuable goods as well. Okay, so moving ahead to understand more about the Sumerians, all economic activities such as agriculture, trade, and transport of goods were tied to the temple authority. Now, this is a very interesting thing. The temple is there, but who looked after this entire temple? There were so many important economic activities taking place, then who was controlling them? The temple controlled much more than religion. It also supervised economic activities. Farmers, traders, craftsmen, and transporters often worked under the authority of the temple. So the temple collected taxes, stored the grains, managed the trade, and distributed resources. In other words, the temple acted almost like government offices, banks, and warehouses combined, which also had authority, and these authority took care of all these things that were essential for everyday life to function here. Okay, so temples were not just religious centers; they were like government offices itself. Moving ahead, also entry to the sacred temple was restricted to high priest and priests, who were probably a part of ruling class, reflecting a clear division of social hierarchy that existed in the Mesopotamian society. Now see, this is a very important topic to remember. Not everyone was allowed inside the most sacred part of the temple. Now when we talk about the sacred part of the temple, this is the sacred part of the temple. And in this sacred part, not everyone was allowed. Only priest and priestess, the priest and their wives were allowed, and those priests should also have been into higher level. Only they could enter the temples. These religious leaders belonged to upper sections of society, which reflects that during the time of Mesopotamian civilization under the Sumerians, there was something called as social hierarchy. So now what is social hierarchy? A social hierarchy means that society was divided into groups based on power and status. For example, at the most top level, were the kings, below them were the priests, then under them were the officials, then under them were the merchants, then under them were the craftsmen, then farmers, then laborers. And each group had different responsibilities and privileges to be carried out, and their entry was based on what activity did they do, what amount of status did they have in the society. Moving ahead to understand figure 4.24. Figure 4.24, and figure 4.24 explains us about scenes from Sumerian life on a decorated box. Note the wheeled cart and the elaborate drapery and ornament worn by the people. This is a very interesting thing which has been given in your textbook. Now this scene is put up on a box, and this box is called as a decorated box, and it gives us valuable information about everyday life that existed in the regions of Sumerian. Now what are certain things that we are supposed to notice or features that we are supposed to look into? You can see people being put up over here. People wearing elaborated clothes and ornaments. Okay, let me zoom it for you guys. You can see here in the image, people are wearing good dresses, and many of them are wearing different amounts of ornaments, head ornament, leg ornament, and all. Okay, that is one thing. Then moving ahead, you this suggests that Sumerians paid great attention to dress and their appearance too. Now you can also observe there are carts, and these carts have the presence of wheels. This indicates that they had already invented the wheel for transportation. The image also shows soldiers. Okay, you can see the presence of soldiers here. Then it also shows animals, musicians, workers, and nobles. And together, these scenes tell us that Sumerian society was well organized and had different occupations. It also highlights the importance of transport, trade, and social life too. Okay, so moving ahead to understand the furthermore part of the topic over here. The furthermore part of the topic is the cities were large settlements where kings lived in grand palaces and people lived in small brick houses. So let's understand the settlement pattern here. So in Sumerian cities had a clear difference between the rich and the common people or the poor people. Now, as kings were authoritarians, they lived in palaces built with strong bricks. But ordinary people actually lived in houses made up of smaller brick systems. This again reflects what? It reflects the social division that is clearly seen in the Mesopotamian society here. Okay, see how well organized the society was and how they had the social hierarchy, which we see still in our country too, even at the present day. Moving ahead with the furthermore lines of the textbook. The furthermore lines of the textbook talks about the lives of people mostly centered around farming, and in addition, several crafts such as metalworking, pottery, textiles were also practiced. So agriculture remained as the main occupation here. Okay, many people were practicing agricultural activities. Farmers cultivated crops using irrigation system. But apart from farming, there were many people who had special skills in different types of crafts. Like for example, some became metal workers, some became potters, some became weavers of textiles, whereas some became stool makers. Some of them were jewelry makers. These occupations basically were very important for strengthening the economy that they were practicing. Moving ahead, other professionals like merchants and traders also existed. So, not everyone in the Sumerian civilization was a farmer. There were many people who became merchants and traders. They traveled between cities and even other civilizations to exchange goods. So, trade made Sumer prosperous and connected it with distant regions, including the Harappan civilization too. Okay, so moving ahead to understand some extra information that has been given to you under the topic of don't miss it out. So let's understand what are this extra information or the fascinating information that has been given about the Sumerians here. While the Sumerians were developing canal irrigation, the early Harappans in the foothills of Balochistan and neighboring regions were also building check dams known as gabbar bands across small streams to enhance irrigation system. Now, this is a very interesting comparison done between the Sumerian civilization and the Harappan civilization, which tells us that at the same time when the Sumerians were constructing canals, similarly, in the regions around the Indus River, the early Harappans were developing their own water management techniques through building gabbar bands, which are small check dams built across streams. And these dams slowed the flow of water and stored it for irrigation purposes. This shows that both civilizations independently developed advanced methods of water conservation system thousands of years ago. Moving ahead, a much evolved form of these water management skills of Harappans can be seen in the elaborate water harvesting system built at Dholavira in the Kutch region. So the Harappans later improved their techniques even further. At Dholavira, they built one of the world's earliest and most advanced water harvesting system. Rainwater and river water were collected through dams and canals and stored in huge reservoirs. This ensured water availability throughout the year. Okay. Here, water from the two nearby streams was diverted by building dams and canals into series of deep tanks to conserve it within the site boundary. Now, what does this mean? It means that there were nearby streams that were diverted by constructing dams and canals into different tanks. They had constructed deep tanks, and through this deep tanks, they used to conserve extreme amount of water that was generally found over there. Now, these interconnected tanks were built from stone, mud bricks, and some of the tanks were cut deeper into the bedrock. Now, that's very interesting to understand. How were they built? They were either built with stone or through mud bricks, or in the bedrock system they were cutting it into deeper canals or tank like systems here. Okay. Similarly, a huge dockyard at Lothal built entirely of burnt bricks is another marvel of Harappan water management and architectural skills. So another outstanding Harappan achievement was the dockyard of Lothal. It was built entirely using burnt bricks. Ships could anchor here for trade, and the dockyard reflects the Harappans' advanced engineering knowledge and maritime trade. Thus, both the Harappans and the Sumerians were pioneers in water management, although they used different techniques for water conservation and management system. Now let's answer to a question that has been put up to us in the form of let's explore. Now let's see what is the question being asked here. Do you find any similarities between the temples in India and those of Sumerian civilization as centers of socio-culture and economic activity? Now, this is a very interesting question asked. It is asking us to compare the temples constructed during the Sumerian civilization and the temples that are found in India, which acted not just as religious centers but also acted as socio, cultural, and economic centers too. So, what could be your answer to this question if you know certain history about the temples of India? The answer definitely goes as yes. We find a lot of similarities between Sumerian temples and Indian temples, and much more. And both in both the regions, the temples were much more than just places of worship. Like for example, they served as religious activities, they served centers as cultural festivals. They served centers for social gatherings. They served centers for economic activities also. And people visited temples not only for prayers but also for trading activity, celebrations, charity, and for community meetings also. So both temples received donations and stored valuable resources. However, one important difference that we find between the Sumerian temples and Indian temples is Sumerian temples exercised direct control over agriculture, trade, and administration. Means the temple was completely like the government there. Whereas most Indian temples primarily function as religious centers and cultural institutions, although historically many also supported education, art, charity, and local economic activity. So, this comparison helps us understand how temples influence society in different ancient civilizations that existed. Okay, so that's about the introduction to the concept of Sumerian civilization. Moving further to understand what other developments had the Sumerians basically brought in. So one of the most important development was the concept of writing that started during the time of Sumerian civilization. And let's decode this topic sentence by sentence. The Sumerians were the first to start writing around 3300 BCE, and their writing system is known as cuneiform due to the wedge shaped tools used by the scribes. Now, this is a very interesting thing that you have to understand. So, when did writing concept start during the time of Sumerian civilization? It started around the period of 3300 BCE. Now, these Sumerians achieved one of the greatest milestones in human history. That is, they invented writing. And their writing is called as cuneiform writing system. Now, let us divide the word to understand the meaning and to know it more over here. Cuneiform is divided into two words. One is cuneus, okay, and the other one is form. Now, cuneus here means wedge. Okay, so this word cuneus, which means wedge, is actually a Latin word. Which word it is? It's a Latin word. It received this name because the scribes used wedge-shaped stylus, usually made from reed, to press symbols in soft clay. Okay, wedge-shaped means, if I have to tell you, you might have seen potato wedges, right? Potato wedges look like this. Okay, so similarly, these people had wedge-shaped kind of pen, if I have to talk about, or stylus, that were used for making the symbols on the soft clay. Okay, writing made it possible to preserve knowledge, communication information, maintain records, and pass ideas from one generation to another generation. So this invention marked the beginning of recorded history. Understood? So writing invention is one of the most important invention that happened during the time of this civilization. Moving ahead, cuneiform consists of hundreds of marks pressed on to the damp surface of clay tablets using sharp wedge-shaped reeds and refer to figure 4.25 here. Let's understand this. So unlike the modern writing on paper, the Sumerians used to write on tablets made from soft clay. And before the clay dried, scribes pressed hundreds of different wedge-shaped symbols into the surface using sharpened reed. After writing, the tablets were dried in the sun or they were baked to make them hard and long-lasting. Since there were hundreds of symbols, learning cuneiform required years of training. This makes cuneiform one of the earliest and most sophisticated writing systems that existed in the world. And one of the reference of a cuneiform has been given to you in your textbook here, that is in figure 4.25. So what does this image show? This image shows a cuneiform clay tablet. So this is the clay on which the cuneiform letters are formed. If you observe the surface carefully, instead of letters like today's alphabets, you can see numerous tiny wedge-shaped impressions. Okay, there are so many impressions that you can see here. The wedge-shaped impressions that I am talking about is this. You can find those impressions in many places on this tablet, right? Each mark represented a sound, word, or idea. The tablet itself was made up of clay, which was easily available in Mesopotamia because of the fertile river plains. The caption also tells us an important fact. What is that? Let's read. Cuneiform was used to write several languages of Mesopotamia, but later went out of use by the end of first millennium BC. Okay, what does this mean? It means that cuneiform was used to write several different languages spoken in Mesopotamia, showing that it became a common writing system across different states that existed. But by the end of first millennium BCE, cuneiform gradually disappeared and was replaced by newer writing system. And today, archaeologists study these tablets to understand the history of ancient Mesopotamia that existed under the Sumerian civilization. Okay, let's study further. Its scribes enjoyed a high status in society similar to the priest and priestess, and by 3000 BCE, cuneiform was widely used all over Mesopotamia by different city-states, even though they spoke different languages. So people who knew how to read and write, especially cuneiform, were called as scribes. Since very few people were educated enough to write, scribe held a respectful position in the society. They enjoyed a social status similar to the temple priest. What were their responsibilities? Their responsibilities included writing government records, trade documents, temple accounts, legal agreements, letters, religious texts, and all. And by 3000 BCE, cuneiform had spread throughout Mesopotamia. Interestingly, although different city states spoke different languages, they all used cuneiform as their writing system. This helped communication, administration, and trade across the regions also. Moving ahead to understand more about the cuneiform tablets here. The cuneiform tablets give us a glimpse into the lives and beliefs of Mesopotamians. They are great myths and epics. They are hymns, the law codes, and educational treaties. Now, because thousands of cuneiform tablets have survived, historians now know a great deal about Mesopotamian civilization. Like, for example, these tablets contain a lot of information like religious hymns, mythological stories, epic poems, law codes, educational texts, and scientific observations also. These writings help us understand what the Mesopotamians believed, how they governed society, and what they taught their children. Without cuneiform, much of this knowledge would have been lost forever and ever. Okay, so let's move ahead. Tablets were also used for keeping a record of farming, craft activities, especially of potters, seal cutters, shipbuilders, carpenters, farm workers, etc. So, writing was not limited to religion or literature, it was also used in everyday administration too. Now, these clay tablets recorded important economic activities, including farming, crop production, trade, taxes collected, craft production, payments given to the workers. And different professionals also use them, like potters use them, seal makers use them, shipbuilders use them, carpenters used, farmers also use them, and all maintain records using the cuneiform system. Now, how was this helpful? This helped the government manage resources efficiently and ensured smooth functioning of the society that existed thousands of years ago. Now, don't you get an idea how well the Mesopotamian civilization was organized, especially under the Sumerians here? Okay, so this is about the cuneiform writing system that existed during the time of the Sumerian civilization and developed over the period of time too. Moving ahead to understand a few more important information that has been given about the Sumerians. The first and the foremost one is the Sumerians invented the wheeled cart and sailboat. So, Sumerians made important contributions to transportation. We saw in the picture there were carts made up of wheel, making it easier to transport goods, crops, and construction materials. They also invented sailboat, which allowed people to travel along rivers and cross the Persian Gulf. These inventions greatly expanded trade and communication. Moving ahead, they used calculations for building structures and measuring agricultural fields. So, Sumerians had a good understanding of mathematics. They had maths involved in construction of building, designing of canals, measuring farmlands, and even planning irrigation systems too. So, mathematics helped them become excellent engineers and builders too. Fine. Moving ahead, their number system was based on number 60 and the concepts of 60-minute hour, 60-second minute, and 360-degree circle was invented by the Sumerians. Now, this is very interesting to understand. So, one of the greatest contribution of Sumerians is they developed a number system which is called as the 60 number system. Even today, we continue to use it, don't we? For us, 1 hour is equal to how many minutes? 60 minutes. 1 minute is equal to how many seconds? 60 seconds, and a circle is how many degrees? 360 degrees. So these ideas originated thousands of years ago in Mesopotamia and are still used in mathematics, science, geography, navigation, and in for timekeeping too. So this shows the lasting impact of Sumerian knowledge on modern civilization too. Now you have been given a question to answer here. Okay, so let's understand by recalling the information that we have studied so far. The cuneiform writing system was contemporary to Harappan script, but while cuneiform has been deciphered, the Harappan script has not yet been deciphered. Do you think our understanding of a civilization changes when its script is deciphered compared to when it is not? Okay, so here we talk about now when we know what the cuneiform writing speaks, but why are we not able to understand the Harappan script over here? So, can we know about a civilization by understanding its script is whether it is understandable or no? Now, to understand, and the right answer to this question is yes. Our understanding changes significantly when a script is deciphered or understood. When historians can read a civilization script, they gain direct information about a lot of things like governing system, religion practice, laws that were made, trade that was existing, education system that was followed, what was the daily life, how was the literature, what was the scientific knowledge that people had. This is why we know so much about the Mesopotamians through cuneiform tablets. But when we talk about the Harappan script, which has not yet been deciphered, as a result, many aspects of the Harappan civilization remains uncertain. Historians currently depend mainly on archaeological evidences such as building, seal, pottery, tools, and skeletons to understand Harappan society. If the Harappan society or script is deciphered in the future, it may completely transform our understanding of one of the world's greatest ancient civilizations by revealing what language they spoke, what was their administrative system, what beliefs did they have, what was the literature development, and many other aspects of their daily life. Moving ahead to understand about the next civilization that was found over the time of the Mesopotamian civilization. Okay, and that is the civilization about the Akkadians. These were the next civilization that developed over the regions of Mesopotamian civilization. Let's understand in deep about them. The power of Sumerians was overshadowed in 2334 BCE by the emergence of a new city-state centered on the city of Akkad, which lay further north in Sumer in central Mesopotamia. Okay, so around 2334 BCE, the dominance of Sumerians began to decline. Why? Because at the same time, a powerful new city-state called as Akkad emerged in central Mesopotamia, which is located north to the Sumerian cities. The rise of Akkad marked a major political change in Mesopotamian history. As leadership shifted from Sumerians to Akkadians, this was the beginning of the Akkadian civilization, which would go on to establish one of the world's earliest empires after the Sumerians here. Okay. The people of this region spoke Akkadian, a language different from the Sumerian. The people living in Akkad spoke Akkadian, which was completely different from the language of Sumerians. This shows that Mesopotamia was home to different communities with different languages and cultures. Even though they lived close to one another, they preserved their linguistic identity. Okay. However, both Akkadians and Sumerians used the same cuneiform script for writing. Although the two groups spoke different languages, but when it comes to their writing system, it was the same thing. They both used cuneiform system. Just as today, different countries may use same alphabet while speaking different languages, the Akkadians and Sumerians both wrote using the cuneiform. This common script helped in administration, trade, communication, and record keeping across the regions of Mesopotamia. Moving ahead, Akkadian records document the consolidation of power over different regions of Mesopotamia and the establishment of world's first dynastic empire. So, the cuneiform records that were written by the Akkadians, what do they tell us? They tell us that they gradually united many independent city-states under one ruler. This process was known as consolidation of power. Instead of several small kingdoms ruling separately, a single dynasty controlled a vast territory. And as a result, historians considered the Akkadian Empire to be the world's first dynastic empire, where power was passed from one ruler to the next within the same royal family. So, bloodline system was followed. This marked an important step in the development of large organized states. Moving ahead, this was also a period which saw the evolution of creative literature. So the Akkadian period was not only important politically but also culturally. Why? Because many poems, stories, legends, hymns, and greatest literary works were composed during this time. These writings reflected people's belief, heroic adventures, religious ideas, and everyday life because they were written in cuneiform on clay tablets. And many of these literary works have survived for thousands of years. Okay, so that's simple small information about the Akkadian civilization that has been given for us so far. Moving ahead to understand a question that has been given to us, let's explore. The Epic of Gilgamesh, written during the Mesopotamian civilization, is one of the earliest stories written. Try and find out more such stories and share them in the class. Now, we have one epic called as Epic of Gilgamesh that was famously a part of the Mesopotamian civilization. Like this, there were many earlier stories that existed. Now, we have to find more about them and then discuss here. So, some of the lists that I have made for you guys is the yeah, I'll be writing on the screen here. You can just note them down. The first one is Enuma Elish. Okay, so the Mesopotamian story of the creation of world. This is a story that tells us about the creation of the world. Then the second one is Atrahasis epic, and this tells the story of a great flood similar in some ways to the later flood stories that came into existence. Then the third epic story is the descent of Inanna. The descent of Inanna describes the journey of the goddess Inanna into the underworld. And then we have the next one, the tale of Sinuhi, one of the earliest literary works from the ancient Egypt. And then we have the pyramid text. Okay, and this is from the ancient Egyptian religious writings about the life after death. So these stories help historians understand the beliefs, culture, religion, and values of ancient civilizations. Moving further to understand about the Akkadians even more in depth, cuneiform tablets of one of the most important Akkadian kings, Sargon, talk about Mesopotamian trade with eastern territories of Dilmun, Magan, Meluha. Okay, so one of the greatest Akkadian rulers was King Sargon of Akkad. And in his cuneiform inscriptions, there are mentioning about Mesopotamians' active trade with three important eastern regions. And those three important eastern regions are Dilmun, Magan, and Meluha. These records provide valuable evidence that long distance international trade existed around 4,000 years ago. And they also show that ancient civilizations were economically connected through both land and sea routes. Fine. Among these, Meluha is generally identified with the Sindhu-Saraswati civilization, and Dilmun and Magan are today's Bahrain and Oman Peninsula of Persian Gulf. Figure 4.26. So among these, Meluha is generally identified with which civilization? It's identified with Sindhu-Saraswati civilization, and Dilmun and Magan are today's region of Oman and Bahrain, which is found on the peninsula region of Persian Gulf. Now we have to refer to figure 4.6 for better understanding here. Before that, let's understand the entire topic here. So Meluha, as I told you, refers to Sindhu-Saraswati. Dilmun refers to Bahrain. Then Magan refers to the regions of Oman. These places acted as important trading centers, connecting Mesopotamia with Harappan civilization through Persian Gulf. And this shows that ancient India had strong overseas trade links with the West Asia, especially with the Mesopotamian civilizations too. Let's understand figure 4.26 that has been given in the textbook here. So figure 4.26 is a figure that generally establishes the idea of Harappan contact with the Mesopotamian cities and contemporary Chalcolithic sites of Magan and Dilmun regions. Okay, so let's understand this figure in depth. The map illustrates trade connections between Harappan civilization and Mesopotamian civilization in simple words. Fine. On the left side in the image, you can see the presence of Mesopotamian civilization cities, but which are basically marked in blue color. which include Ur, Uruk, Babylon, Lagas, Mari, and Assur. And when you look into the right side, you can see the presence of Harappan cities like Harappa, Mohenjo-daro, Dholavira, Lothal, Rakhighari, and Kali Bangar. These are marked in yellow and together represent the region of Meluha, the Mesopotamian name which has been given to the Harappan civilization. So this can come for your MCQ based questions too. So keep that in mind. Between these two regions lie two important regions which are called as the regions of Dilmun, okay, and second one is the regions of Magan. Here, Dilmun and the regions of Magan, that is Bahrain regions and all, and Magan region and all. These regions served as intermediate trading centers along the sea route through the Persian Gulf. So they were connected through the Persian Gulf and they had sea route connections also. So the map clearly demonstrates that thousands of years ago, merchants traveled long distances by sea to exchange goods, ideas, and culture, making these ancient civilizations part of an interconnected trading world. Fine. So this map represents the interconnection trading link that existed between Mesopotamians and the Meluha region, that is the Harappan regions. Okay. So with the Harappans, they traded semi-precious stone, beads, ivory, timber, gold dust, and probably copper. So what could be the certain traded materials here? So it included many valuable goods like the Harappans exported semi-precious stones, ivory, timber, gold dust, and even copper too. In return, they likely imported other valuable materials and products from Mesopotamia and neighboring regions. So this exchange increased wealth, encouraged craftsmanship, strengthened diplomatic relations, and promoted cultural interactions between the two of the world's greatest civilization that existed during the time of Bronze period. The flourishing trade network also demonstrates the remarkable maritime knowledge and commercial skills that both the civilizations actually had. Okay, so that's about the Akkadian civilization that we had to study about. Moving ahead to understand the next more civilizations that existed on the lands of the Mesopotamians were the Assyrians and the Babylonians. Okay, so in this part, we are going to cover these two important civilizations that developed on the Mesopotamian civilization. Okay, starting with to understand the Assyrians here. Right, the Akkadian Empire lost its supremacy around 2154 BCE to a new city-state, Assur, in northern Mesopotamia. So what does this mean? Around 2154 BC, the mighty Akkadian Empire, multi-dynastic empire, declined, and in place of them, a new powerful city-state called Assur emerged in northern Mesopotamia. This marked the beginning of a new phase in Mesopotamian history where political power shifted from Akkadians to Assyrians. The city of Assur was not only the political capital but also an important religious and commercial center. Fine. Moving ahead, the Assyrian civilization that supplanted the Akkadians lasted till early 1700 BC. So what was the time period here? The word supplanted here means replaced. After replacing the Akkadians, the Assyrian civilization remained influential until the early 1700 BC. And during this period, the Assyrians strengthened their administration and expanded their influence across the regions of Mesopotamia. So, in a short period, the Assyrian dominance spread across Mesopotamia and spread over the neighboring regions in the west and south. So, what does this mean? The Assyrians expanded their territory very quickly. Within a short time, they controlled most parts of Mesopotamia and also extended their rule into neighboring regions located to the west and even to the south. This rapid expansion made Assyrians one of the most powerful kingdoms of the West Asia during that period which existed. Okay, so then we have the fourth civilization that developed on the lands of the Mesopotamian civilization, and that is the Babylonians. Okay, Babylonians. You might have heard this word very commonly. Now, Babylonians are the next civilization that we are going to focus and study about. Fine. So, while the Assyrians were dominant in the north, a new city-state, Babylonia, gained dominance in central Mesopotamia from 1900 BCE onwards. So, even though the Assyrians controlled northern Mesopotamia, another powerful kingdom called the Babylonia emerged in the central region. From around 1900 BCE, Babylonia gradually became the dominant political power in central Mesopotamia. So, understand this. We know that Assyrians controlled Mesopotamia till 1700 BC, but they were basically focusing on the northern part. But at the same time, during 1900 BCE, another powerful kingdom was coming up, and that was the Babylonia, which controlled the central region of Mesopotamia. Thus, different parts of Mesopotamia were controlled by different kingdoms at different times. This is one simple sentence that you have to clearly remember. Moving further, Babylonia's glory started with the ascendance of Hammurabi in 1792 BCE, who conquered the neighboring regions and expanded the small city-state into a large empire. So, what is the golden period or golden age of the Babylonia? The golden age of Babylonia is under the king Hammurabi, who came to power in the year 1792 BC. Hammurabi was an excellent military leader and an administrator. He conquered many neighboring kingdoms of the Mesopotamian regions and transformed those into small city-state of Babylonia into one of the largest and most powerful empires of its time. His rule brought political unity and stability to much of the Mesopotamian regions. Okay. Moving further to understand more about the Babylonians, the most significant contribution of Hammurabi was the compilation of rules and regulations for civil and social conduct known as the Code of Hammurabi throughout his empire. Okay, so what is Hammurabi's greatest achievement? What did he do? He created world's earliest written law codes, and those law codes were called as Codes of Hammurabi under his name. And these code contained hundreds of laws, rules and regulations that explained how people should behave in society, like property disputes. It spoke on trade, it spoke on marriage, it spoke on theft, it spoke on crime, it spoke on punishments, it spoke on rights and responsibilities. And instead of different rules in different places, the same laws applied throughout the empire, making administration more organized. If you remember, if you have studied about Napoleon and his code of conduct, it is very similar to Hammurabi and his code of conduct here. Fine. Moving ahead, it served as a foundational model for many future legal systems. Now, the Code of Hammurabi became one of history's earliest example of written legal system, which we can say constitution also, right? Many later civilizations studied this idea of recording laws in writing. Even though modern legal systems are far more advanced, but Hammurabi's code showed the importance of justice, written laws, unequal administration, and for this reason, it is considered as the foundation for many future legal traditions too. Okay, like I told you, the Napoleon's code that came on very late in the around about some 17th and 18th century was a base that actually came from the Hammurabi's code, which got evolved over the period of time. Okay. So by the end of 1400 BCE, the Babylons had lost their earlier prominence due to repeated attacks by the Hittites and other rising powers, who had gained an advantage by mastering new technologies and adopting more efficient ways of using natural resources. See, what does this tell us? This tells us that no empire remains powerful forever and ever. So by 1400 BCE, Babylon started losing strength. One of the major reasons was repeated attacks by the Hittites over here. Hittites or Hittites, what you can talk them as, and other emerging kingdoms. The Hittites had mastered new technologies. Why they were so confident enough in defeating the existing kingdom? Because they had come up with new technologies, especially metalworking and warfare. giving them military advantages. So more invention made more military advantages there, right? Similarly, so Hittites basically developed better equipments and weapons, so they had an advantage over here. They also used natural resources more efficiently, making them stronger competitors. And because of this, Babylon gradually lost its position as the leading power in Mesopotamia. Fine. So moving ahead to understand more about these Hittites that has been given here. Okay. So yeah, this, along with the increasing environmental degradation, pressure on agricultural lands, and internal political and economic problems, gradually weakened Babylonian control, and as a result, they were unable to maintain their dominance, and new powers emerged in West Asia. Now, what does this mean? It tells us about the decline of Babylonia was not caused only by invasions of the Hittites here. There were several other reasons why this empire came down. Like, for example, environmental degradation, which reduced the fertility of the land. Agricultural lands came under increasing pressure due to growing population. There were a lot of political instability because that created struggles for power. Economic difficulties affected the trade and administration. And together, these challenges slowly reduced Babylon's strength. And because of all these internal and external problems, the Babylonians could no longer remain the most powerful kingdom, and gradually new kingdoms and empires rose across the West Asian region, beginning another phase in the region's long history. This reminds us that throughout history, powerful empires rise, flourish, decline, and eventually are replaced by the new powers that come into existence. Now, understanding the figure 4.27 that has been given in the textbook. This is the figure 4.27 that has been given in the textbook here. Now, this one is the figure that shows the king Hammurabi receiving the law from Samas, the Babylonian god of justice. Note the law codes inscribed in cuneiform below the relief. Okay. Now here, this image is divided into two parts. This is again a clay tablet. Put it in the form of their most important writing form, that is in the cuneiform over here, where it is divided into two parts. Okay. Now the image shows the upper portion of the famous stone stele of Hammurabi. At the top, you can see the presence of King Hammurabi. This is King Hammurabi, who is standing in respect before Samas. And Samas is the Babylonian god of justice and the sun. Okay, he's the sun god and also called as god of justice. Samas is shown seated on a throne. He's sitting on a throne, symbolizing divine authority. And the scene represents the belief that laws were approved by gods, giving them religious importance. Below this image, in this part, the second part, you can see long columns of cuneiforms. 1, 2, 3, 4, and all. Okay. These inscriptions contain the famous Code of Hammurabi, one of the oldest surviving written law codes in the world history. The stone stele was displayed publicly so that people could know the laws governing the kingdom. This image beautifully combines religion, kingship, justice, and law, showing how closely they were connected in the Babylonian society. Okay. And with this, we have completed the fascinating journey through the Mesopotamian civilization from the Sumerians, Akkadians, Assyrians, and Babylonians to the birth of writing, law, trade, and some of the earliest cities. But our journey through the ancient world has only just begun. Why? Because in my next video, we will travel to the banks of the mighty river Nile and explore the incredible Egyptian civilization, its pyramids, pharaohs, mummies, and many more fascinating mysteries. So don't miss it. If this video helped you understand Mesopotamia better, then do like my video, share it with your friends, and subscribe to my channel Let's Revise by Vidyashri Kadlibuddi, where we make learning simple, engaging, and unforgettable. See you in my next video on the Egyptian civilization. Bye everyone.
Hello everyone, welcome back to Let's Revise by Vidyashri Kadlibuddi.
From mighty pyramids and mysterious mummies to ancient papyrus scrolls and the secret of hieroglyphics, today we are traveling to one of the world's greatest civilizations, the ancient Egypt. Let's discover why the Egyptian civilization continues to amaze the world even today. Egyptian civilization is one of the earliest civilizations of the world, known for its rich historical records and lasting influence on the other civilization. So, why is Egyptian civilization so important? Let's understand that first. So, first and the foremost thing, the Egyptian civilization is among the oldest civilizations in human history. And what makes Egypt special is that it has left behind enormous number of historical records, monuments, temples, inscriptions, and writings that help us understand its past. And its achievements in architecture, science, mathematics, medicine, religion, administration, and writing influenced many later civilizations around the world. So, even today, archaeologists continue to discover new facts about ancient Egypt. Isn't it fascinating? It is interesting to note that Egypt was known to the Greeks and Romans, and Greek writers like Herodotus visited and wrote about Egypt as early as 5th century BCE. So, how do we have certain records of the Egyptian civilization? So, ancient Egypt became famous far beyond its own borders. Like the Greek people and the Romans admired Egyptian culture and traveled to Egypt there to learn about it. And one of the most famous Greek historians was Herodotus, often called the father of history. And during the 5th century BCE, he visited Egypt and carefully recorded its customs, temples, rulers, and daily life. His writings remain one of the earliest and most valuable historical sources of understanding the lifestyle of ancient Egypt. Moving further, a 19th century collection of works titled as De Le Egypte also provides fascinating details about its history. So, many centuries later, scholars continued studying ancient Egypt. During the 19th century, researchers published a detailed collection called as De Le Egypte. It contained drawings, maps, inscriptions, and descriptions of monuments, temples, statues, and archaeological discoveries. And this work helped the modern world understand the greatness of Egyptian civilization even better over the period of time. Moving ahead to understand even more fascinating stories and history about the ancient Egypt, Egyptian history is also reconstructed from papyrus or old paper records. So let's understand this fascinating line. Okay, so historians do not rely only on monuments and pyramids to study about Egypt. Another important source of information about the Egyptian history is papyrus. Now let's understand what actually is papyrus. Papyrus was an ancient writing material which was made up from papyrus plant that grew along the basins or along the banks of river Nile. And this leaf acted much like paper that we use today. Thousands of papyrus documents have survived for thousands of years, giving historians valuable information about the Egyptian life. Okay, so what was the source of paper for the Egyptian people? The leaf of the papyrus plant that acted as paper for them. Okay, moving ahead, these documents preserve both stories and practical details, offering a window into Egyptians understood the world. So, papyrus documents are important. Why? Because these papyrus documents recorded much more than stories. Like, for example, they recorded about the religious beliefs that the Egyptians had, the medical knowledge that they had developed, the developments in mathematics they had. These papyrus leaves have the accounts on businesses. They talk about government records. They provide us information about different letters. They talk about farming practices, laws, and literature that developed over the period of time. And these records allow historians to understand not only what Egyptians did, but also how they thought, what they believed, and how they viewed the world around them. Okay, so moving ahead to understand even more about the Egyptian civilization. Libraries dating back to 2000 BCE stored papyrus scrolls in labeled jar on shelves. So, how were they storing, and how do we have the papyrus scrolls available even till today, and why were they called as scrolls? Let's understand that. Ancient Egypt even had organized libraries nearly around 2000, around the period of 2000 BC. See what libraries we have today, they had it back in those days only. And instead of having modern books like what we have today, they used to they used to store the papyrus scrolls, the scroll of papyrus leaves, and each scroll was carefully rolled and placed inside jars or containers. Now, why jars? Because they are leaves, and if they are not protected, then what would happen? They could get infected by or infested by different varieties of insects, and a valuable information could be lost. So keeping them in jar or containers kept them safe from decaying and safe from insects also. And how do you identify which jar contained the details about which uh, topic? So the jars were labeled so that people could easily identify the contents, what contents in the jar. So this shows that Egyptians valued education, preserving of knowledge, and organized information systematically. So they were much more organized than what we actually see today. So one such jar contained the oldest version of story of Sindbad the Sailor. Now, this is one example about the papyrus scroll put down in a jar, and a story that has which contained the story of a person there. Among the many ancient stories preserved on the papyrus was one of the earliest versions of Sindbad the Sailor. Although later versions became famous in Arabic literature, this shows that adventurous sea travel stories had very ancient origins. It also reminds us that storytelling has entertained people for thousands of years. Now, what does the Sindbad the Sailor talk about? It's a story, and this story is about the sea travel stories. Okay, you can identify by the name sailor itself. Sailor is a word given to a person who usually chooses the sea route, right? So, around the period of 2000 BC and much before that, also, people had the knowledge of using the ocean or the sea for traveling purposes, and they were connected for trade purposes too, right? So, and during that time also, people were entertained because of storytelling practices, and that's how stories have survived through the oral culture as well. Moving ahead to understand more about the Egyptian civilization, short stories from this period are diverse, including animal fables, suggesting a link to Aesop's fables, tales of ghosts, miracles, and romances, and even the oldest known form of Cinderella too. Okay, so let's understand this entire line. Egyptian literature was incredibly rich and diverse. So this line tries to tell us they had written literature on every kind of genre. Okay, so people enjoyed reading and listening to variety of stories. For example, animal stories that taught moral lessons, ghost stories. They also read about miraculous events. They read about love stories and romances, and even adventurous tales also. Interestingly, historians have even discovered what is believed to be one of oldest known version of Cinderella story, proving that some popular stories we enjoy today have very much ancient roots. So Egyptians were good writers, and they wrote on every other type of genre that was available. And Cinderella story is believed to be the origin that has come from the ancient Egypt writings. Okay, so that's how fascinating writing had developed in the regions of Egyptian culture. Now it's time to understand the figure 4.28 that has been given in your textbook, which basically speaks on timeline showing the Egyptian civilization. Okay, so let's understand this entire timeline in detail. So this timeline, as I told you, shows the major phases of Egyptian civilization. which focuses on the civilization began around the period after the Neolithic and Chalcolithic periods. So you can see this is the time period of Neolithic, this is the time period of Chalcolithic period, and Egyptian civilization had the beginning after the end of this, that is during the period of 3100 BC. Around that age, in the Bronze Age, the Egyptian civilization began. So the timeline is divided into three important periods. If you can see in this, there is Old Kingdom, there is Middle Kingdom, and then there is New Kingdom. So why? Let's understand that. So the Old Kingdom is between the period of 2686 BCE to 2181 BCE, and this is often called the age of Great Pyramids, and many famous pyramids including those at Giza were built during this period. If we move ahead to the next period, that is the Middle Kingdom period, that lasted between the periods of 2030 BCE to 1650 BCE. Now, this period saw political stability, there was good development in agriculture, there was literature, there was trade development, and even cultural growth also happened. So, Egypt became stronger and expanded its influence in this period. Moving ahead to understand the period of New Kingdom, which was lasting between the period of 1570 BCE to 1069 BCE, and this period is considered as one of the most powerful phase of Egyptian history. So great pharaohs like Hatshepsut and Ramesses II ruled during this period, and Egypt expanded into a vast empire and became one of the world's most powerful kingdoms. And the timeline helps us understand that Egyptian civilization flourished continuously for nearly 2000 years, making it one of the long lasting civilizations in the world history. Okay, so this is about the figure 4.8 that has been given in association with Egyptian civilization, that tells us about the timeline of the development of Egyptian civilization. Moving ahead to understand the very much important information that has been given in your textbook under the title Don't Miss Out. Okay, so this topic speaks on how was the Egyptian script deciphered. Okay, this is a very interesting concept that has been given to us, where we trying to understand and find out how was it possible for people to decipher or understand the Egyptian script over here. Okay, let's read the passage that has been given to us first. So Pierre Bocard, a French army engineer, while repairing a fort in Egypt in 1799, found a giant black stone covered in mysterious writing. This was the Rosetta Stone, which had three types of writing, including Greek. Since people could still read Greek, this was a huge breakthrough, like having a bilingual dictionary for a lost language. In 1822, a French linguist, Jean Francois Champollion, finally deciphered the script. So let's understand who discovered the script and who basically came up with the explanation of the script over here. So for many centuries, no one could understand the mysterious Egyptian hieroglyphics. Everything changed during the period of 1799 when a French army engineer named Pierre Bocard discovered the famous Rosetta Stone while repairing a fort in Egypt. So the Rosetta Stone contained the same message written in three different scripts. Understand this. What did he find on the Rosetta Stone? He found certain inscriptions, but these inscriptions were written in three different languages. For example, it was written in Egyptian hieroglyphics, it was written in Demotic script, and it was written in Greek also. Since many people during this time knew the Greek language, they could easily compare the text written in Greek language with the Egyptian hieroglyphics too by line, and it worked like a giant translation key or a bilingual dictionary, because many people knew how to speak Greek, how to write Greek, and how to understand Greek. And during that time, one of the bilingualists who knew Greek language could easily decipher the hieroglyphics written in the Egyptian language that happened in the period of 1822. And this person was called as Jean Francois Champollion. And this discovery completely transformed the study of ancient Egypt. For the first time in nearly 1500 years, historians could read the writings of ancient Egyptians themselves. And the discovery of Rosetta Stone is considered as one of the greatest breakthroughs in the history of archaeology and ancient history. So imagine if somebody could know, if you had a chance to travel back to the time period of Harappan civilization, understand their language, and then finally come back to the present era, and you could help people understand the Harappan script, and it could lead to the development and discovery of so many new information, and that could definitely change the history of Indian subcontinent and make it much more valuable in the world today, right? So moving ahead to understand even more fascinating stories about the Egyptian civilization, where we come down to understand the concept of Egyptian calendar. So the Egyptian calendar has 3 seasons, each consisting of 4 months. Like for example, inundation, that is autumn, peret growing, that is winter, and semu harvest, that is summer. Okay, so what are these seasons talking about? Let's understand them. So the ancient Egyptians divided the entire year into how many seasons? They divided into 3 seasons instead of 4 seasons like many countries have today. So each season had how many months? Each season had 4 months. So, like for example, back in those days only, the Egyptians followed a calendar that consisted of 12 months in a year, and their calendar was closely connected with River Nile because farming was completely dependent on it. So you can write the calendar developed in association with the presence of water in Nile that helped them to cultivate the crops. So on this basis, they have divided their entire seasons into 3 sections, which are called as inundation, that is the autumn period. Then the second one is peret growing winter, and third one is semu harvest, that is the summer season. I hope you can understand by what information has been given in the bracket itself. Inundation means autumn, then peret growing means winter, and semu harvest means the summer season. So let's understand these stages now. Inundation was the flooding season. Okay, when the Nile overflowed and spread fertile soil over the fields, which in simple means inundation was the rainy season. Okay, then coming down to the peret season. Peret was the growing season when the farmers used to sow the seeds and grow the crops and help the crops to grow in a much healthier way. And then Semu was the harvest season, and when crops became ready and were collected, that was the period of Semu season. So this seasonal cycle repeated every year and supported Egypt's agricultural activities. So understand this. Moving ahead to learn more about the Egyptian calendar, it is based on the rising of Sirius dog star, where year is equal to 365 days and 12 months into 30 days plus 5 extra days. So let's understand this mathematics of making the year into 365 days by the Egyptians. So the Egyptians carefully observed the sky around them. They noticed that the bright star Sirius, also called as the dog star, appeared just before the annual flooding of the river Nile. Using this observation, they created a calendar that consisted of how many months? 12 months, and each month was made up of 30 days, and they had 5 additional days for festival purposes. This in total gave them a year based on how many days? 365 days. And this is much more very close to the modern day calendar that we generally use today. So, don't you think that the modern day calendar might be inspired by the Egyptian calendar? I hope so, no. Okay, and the answer is definitely no. It got evolved over the period of time. Okay, so moving ahead, this is quite accurate but lost time since the real year is about 1/4 day longer. So, all the Egyptian calendar was remarkably accurate, but it was not completely perfect. The actual solar year is approximately how much that we practice today. It is 365 days plus 1/4 T. Okay, since the Egyptians counted only 365 days, their calendar became slightly inaccurate every year. Over many years, this small difference caused the seasons and dates to slowly shift. And this is one of the reasons why modern calendars included what? It included leap years, that is, every 4 years, a extra day gets added. Okay, so let us now learn more about the Egyptians civilization grew. Fine. So moving ahead to understand more fascinating stories, like I've always told you about the Egyptian civilization, let us now learn more about how Egyptian civilization grew. So the textbook now shifts from discussing the Egyptian calendar to explaining how ancient Egypt developed into one of the world's greatest civilizations. The next few sentences will explain the important role played by the river Nile. Generally have this focus. What are we going to study in the next few lines? We are going to study about the important role played by the river Nile in it. So moving ahead, Egypt saw the emergence of city-states around 3000 BCE as the population increased and resources became available. So around the period of 3000 BCE, what did Egypt actually started to notice? It started to notice that more people settled permanently in Egypt. But why? As agriculture became successful, food production increased. So with enough food and resources, villages gradually expanded into what? Towns, and towns generally into cities, and cities into states. We have already studied the meaning of the word, what we call it as city states. Okay, the cities were so large enough that they were having their independent rulers, in simple terms, their own kingdom. So these cities became centers of trade, administration, religion, and governance, laying the foundation of Egyptian civilization. Okay, moving ahead, the river Nile watered the land along its bank, and every summer the river flooded, leading to annual inundations with rich mud kemet, excellent for growing crops. So, what is the role played by the river Nile? And river Nile is usually called as the lifeline of ancient Egypt. If river Nile was not there, then we would definitely not have the ancient Egypt stories at all. So let's understand this. So during every year, summer season, the river overflowed from its bank, and this led to flooding. And that flooding is called as annual inundations. That is accumulation of water on the land, leading to the deposition of soil. So whenever the flood waters went back, they left behind a rich black fertile soil. And this black fertile soil, kemet, is nothing but it is rich, fertile. What color of the soil? Black soil. So it is called as kemet here. This kemet was actually rich soil with fertility, and that fertile mud was called as kemet, as I've already told you. So the soil was extremely suitable for growing crops like what? Wheat and barley. Without these early foods, farming in Egypt would have been very difficult because much of the surrounding land was a desert. So, River Nile, that is why River Nile is called as the lifeline of Egyptians. Remember this story for the entire thing. So, moving ahead to understand a very interesting story that has been given, or extra information that has been given through Don't Miss Out. And the information is Egyptians refer to their land as Kemet, and Kemet means the black coming from the Black River Valley soil. So, as we so know, the word Kemet means the black land, and why it appears to be black? Because every time the river Nile got flooded, it used to deposit rich black fertile soil along the banks of river Nile, because of which the Egyptians gave this name to their country. This black soil made agriculture possible and brought a lot of prosperity to Egypt. In contrast, the surrounding deserts were known as red land, representing the dry and barren regions. This shows how important the river Nile and its fertile soil was for the existence of the Egyptian civilization. Moving further to understand figure 4.29, an illustration from the papyrus of Ani. Now, what is this? Let's understand about this in a depth. So, the figure 4.29 is one of the famous paintings from ancient Egypt, and this was found in the papyrus of Ani, a part of the Book of the Dead. Okay, this picture represents the Egyptians' belief about life after death. So, what does it represent? It represents about the life after the death. At the center of the image, okay, Anubis, the jackal headed god of mummification. Here, you can see. Yeah, the center head of sorry, at the center of the image, Anubis, the jackal headed god of mummification, and the afterlife is shown weighing a person's heart against the feather of Maat, the goddess of truth and justice. Fine. The Egyptians believed that if the heart was lighter than or equal to the feather, it meant, you can see here. Now, this is the heart of the person, and this is the feather. And this feather is of whom? The feather is of a mammoth, the goddess of truth and justice. And if the heart's weight was lighter or equal to the feather, then it meant the person had lived an honest and righteous life and would never enter the afterlife. But if the heart was heavier because of sins, it would be devoured by a terrifying creature called as Amit, and the soul would not receive a eternal life at all. Okay, at the top of the illustration you can see there are several gods seated as divine judges, showing that Egyptians believed every person's actions were judged after the death. And this painting beautifully reflects Egyptian religious beliefs, morality, justice, and their strong faith in life after the death. Okay, moving ahead to answer a question about what has been given in terms of think about it. And the first question is, why do you think there is a scale with heart on one side and a feather on the other in figure 4.29? What can this papyrus tell us about early Egyptian beliefs? So the scale represents the Egyptian belief that after death every person's heart was weighed against the feather of Mammoth, which symbolized truth, justice, honesty, and righteousness. The Egyptians believed that a good person with a pure heart would be rewarded with eternal life, while a sinful person would be punished. And this papyrus tells us that ancient Egyptians strongly believed in life after death, judgment based on one's actions, truth, honesty, and justice as important values, the existence of many gods who guided and judged human life. And it also shows that religion was deeply connected with daily lives and moral values of the Egyptian people. Okay, so isn't it interesting how they talk about life after death, and how they talk about good person being given eternal life and bad person being punished, and how gods are seeing and judging all of us. This is a similar thing that we even do today, and many of our parents tell us there is God and He watches everything that you do. If you do good things, you get heaven, and if you do bad things, you definitely go to the hell. These cultures have been passed over the period of time through the civilization that has developed also. Moving ahead to learn more fascinating stories about the Egyptian civilization. Okay, so, about 5,000 years ago, farmers discovered that by digging ditches, they could divert water from Nile into their fields and store water in reservoirs for later use. So, see how uh, influential their thought was, and how they used that thought and created different things here. Okay, so nearly 5,000 years ago, Egyptian farmers made a very important discovery, and this discovery helped them to change the agriculture completely. Earlier, they were completely dependent on the water that came during the summer season from the Nile River, but now a simple discovery changed the agricultural activity completely in the regions of Egypt. So, what did they do? They started to dig canals. Why canals? Because to carry water from the river Nile directly to their fields. Instead of depending only on floods, they could now control where the water flowed. See, river was aramse flowing in one direction. Now farmers wanted water throughout the year, so one of them created a canal from the river Nile and connected it to his farm. Because this happened, now they were not depending only on flood. Instead, they were now controlling the flow of the river Nile also. They also built reservoirs that we call them as dams today, which are large water storage areas to save water for seasons when rainfall or river was very limited. This early irrigation system allowed farmers to grow more crops, reduce the risk of drought, and produce surplus food. And as a result, agriculture became more productive, villages became wealthier, and Egyptian civilization grew extremely strong. So, simple discoveries definitely changed the lifestyle. It changed the wealth that people controlled, and it also contributed extremely for the growth of the entire civilization, also. So, moving ahead, by counting the days between Nile floods, the Egyptians developed a calendar. Like I told you, River Nile was associated with the calendar that they developed. So, what did they do now? Now, they counted the days between the flooding happened because of River Nile. They developed a calendar out of it. Let's understand this entire story in depth. The River Nile flooded almost every year at nearly the same time. So the Egyptians carefully observed this natural pattern and counted the number of days between one flood and the next. Using these observations, they created one of the world's earliest calendars consisting of how many days? 365 days. And this calendar helped farmers know when to prepare fields, sow the seeds, irrigate the crops, and harvest them. And it also helped the government organize festivals, religious ceremonies, and public works more efficiently too. So, between the flooding system, between the flood of this year to the flood of next year, they nicely developed their everyday activities on the basis of 365 days and made their own calendars here. Isn't it interesting how observing they were and how they created solutions to all the problems that they were facing? Moving ahead, the need to dig ditches and construct dams required collective effort. Okay, yes, this is definitely. A person simply cannot keep on digging ditches or canals and construct a huge canal for himself, and a person simply cannot construct a huge dam on himself. So, building canals or and dams was not a job that only one family or a person could do alone. So, hundreds or even thousands of people had to work together, and that is what is called as collective effort over here, where people cooperate to complete large public projects, because it was not just one person who would be benefited, but it would be the large section of the civilization that would get benefited out of it. The Egyptians realized that working together helped everyone receive water from farming, and this cooperation became one of the foundations of Egyptian society, that is to help each other. Moving ahead, these early cooperative efforts must have led to the growth of local government, accompanied by a rise of administrative class, probably making up the earliest form of local government in the Egypt. So, how did this collective effort or cooperative effort benefit the Egyptians? That is what these lines explain. Whenever many people work together, someone has to organize and supervise the work. Gradually, leaders and officials were appointed to plan irrigation projects, distribute water fairly, collect taxes, and settle disputes. And these officials formed an administrative class. And over time, this administrative class developed into one of the earliest forms of local government in ancient Egypt. Thus, irrigation not only improved farming but also encouraged the growth of organized administration and governance. Okay, So let's understand figure 4.30 that has been given in the textbook, which actually represents the concept of the region which the Egyptian civilization flourished, the area of Egyptian civilization where the flourishment of Egyptian civilization happened. Okay, so let's understand this figure properly. It shows the geographical area of the Egyptian civilization. Fine. So, what is the most important thing that we see in this entire picture that has been given to us? Over the entire picture, one important feature on this map is to remember is River Nile, that is shown as a long green strip flowing from south to the regions of north. Okay, you can see here this green area that has been given. This green area is the river Nile, which starts from the southern region of Egyptian civilization, and goes to the and flows to the northern region, from south to the north region. Notice how all the major Egyptian cities like Memphis, then talking about Giza, then talking about Saqqara, then talking about Heliopolis, and then Tura, and then Hermopolis are located close to the river Nile. This happened because Nile provided fresh water throughout the year. Along with providing water, what else was the beneficial activity of the Nile River? It deposited the fertile black soil ideal for farming. It served as a natural transport route for people and goods, and supported trade, agriculture, and communication. The map also shows the map also shows the Mediterranean Sea to the south, to the north, and the Gulf of Suez to the east, highlighting Egyptian's strategic location. See, now Nile River, as it is depositing itself in the Mediterranean Sea, it is creating a delta over here, and it is connecting the people to the Mediterranean Sea, and it is also very much important because it towards its eastern side is the presence of Gulf of Suez, and both of them are extremely important for the Egyptian civilization here. Mediterranean Sea connected the Egyptians to the rest part of the Europe, and the Gulf of Suez connected it to the rest part of Asia here. So the surrounding deserts acted as natural barriers, protecting Egypt from invasions. Now, the presence of desert in these areas, how is that beneficial to the Egyptian civilization? It created a natural barriers, and as you don't find much more life in the regions of desert, so it acted like a natural barrier and did not create any kind of invasions on the Egyptian civilization for a very long period of time. So this map clearly shows that river Nile was the actual lifeline of Egyptian civilization. Now, let's solve the question given down here, which that talks about the mapping activity. Okay. The question is, can you locate the river Nile on the given map? Why do you think the northern part is called as Lower Egypt and the southern part is called as the Upper Egypt? Now, can you locate the river Nile on the given map? Definitely yes. The river Nile is this portion. It originates from the southern states and moves to the northern region, and this is the flow path of the river Nile that we generally see. So location is possible, which has been given in the form of long green river flowing from south to north and through the center of Egypt before emptying itself into which sea? Mediterranean Sea. And almost every major Egyptian settlement developed along its bank because it supplied water, fertile soil, acted as transportation, and gave them food also. Moving ahead to answer question number 2 that has been given in this topic, and question number 2 here is, why do you think the northern part is called as Lower Egypt and the southern part is called as the Upper Egypt? At first, this may seem confusing because north usually appears at the top of maps, right? But however, the names Upper Egypt and Lower Egypt are based on the flow of river Nile, not on map directions at all. Fine. So Upper Egypt is this. in the south. It is at higher elevation where the Nile River actually begins its journey through Egypt. As its elevation is high, that's why it is called as Upper Egypt. When we come down to Lower Egypt is located here. This is the region of Lower Egypt, and it is located in the north region because it is at lower elevation where the Nile flows into the Mediterranean Sea and forms fertile lands over here or fertile delta over here. Because of its lower elevation, it's called as Lower Egypt. So upper and lower refer to the height of the land and direction of the river flows, not to the north and south of the map at all. So you don't need to be confused at all. Okay, this is the lower regions of Egypt, and if you go down here, then this is called as the upper region of the Egyptian areas. Fine. So moving ahead to understand much more fascinating stories about the Egyptian civilization. Over time, powerful individuals called as pharaohs emerged as the rulers of Egypt. Now, this is a very interesting concept. Now, who are these pharaohs or pharaohs, as you can pronounce it? So, as Egyptian civilization became more organized, powerful kings were known as pharaohs became the rulers of Egypt. Okay, and the pharaoh was considered the supreme political, military, and religious leader of the country. And the Egyptians believed that the pharaoh was chosen by the gods and even regarded him as divine or godlike ruler. And his responsibilities included maintaining law and order, protecting the kingdom, collecting taxes, leading the army, and supervising the construction of temples, canals, and monuments. Fine. Moving ahead, after their death, these pharaohs were buried deep underground, and a rectangular structure called as mastaba was placed over the burial chamber. Now, when these died, how was their burial taken? So, whenever a pharaoh died, the Egyptians buried him in a deep underground burial chamber to protect his body because he was god-like ruler and he was a valuable treasure. Above his burial chamber, they built a large rectangular mud brick or stone structure called as a mastaba. And a mastaba had a sloping sides and a flat roof. It served as a memorial and also protected the burial chamber beneath it. The word mastaba comes from an Arabic word meaning bench because of its shape. Now, that is the idea about what we talk about whenever a pharaoh or a great ruler died. How was the burial process of that person done? Moving ahead, gradually these mastabas were placed one on top of the other to form a pyramid. Okay, so what are pyramids? If in simple terms, if we have to talk, they are the burials of great rulers. So as architecture improved, builders began stacking several mastabas on top of one another, and this created the world's first step pyramids. Later, architects perfected this design into famous smooth sided pyramids like those found at the Giza. This shows how Egyptian engineering evolved over the time. One prominent example of such pyramids is the step pyramid at Saqqara. One of the earliest and most famous pyramids, the step pyramid, is the step pyramid of Saqqara. It was built for the pharaoh Djoser around the period of 2700 BC, and it is considered the world's oldest large stone monument and marks the beginning of pyramid construction in ancient Egypt. And the step pyramid is made up of six stacked mastabas, giving it its distinctive staircase like appearance. Fine. Moving ahead, the pyramids were built primarily because the Egyptians believed that each person had a ka, a spiritual double, and believed on after death if the body was preserved through mummification. Now, what is this mummification? What is ka? Let's understand in depth. So, Egyptians believed that every person was possessed, okay, a ka, which means a spiritual double or a life force. They believe that after that the ka continued to exist, but however the ka could survive only if the person's physical body remained well preserved. For this reason, Egyptians carefully preserved the bodies of pharaohs through mummification. They also buried food, clothes, jewelry, furniture, weapons, and other useful items inside the tomb because they believed the car would need them in the afterlife. This belief was the main reason behind the building magnificent pyramids. Understood? What are pyramids and what all did it include? It included the body, the mummified body of the great rulers, along with the daily life materials or whatever materials that Parahu used. Why? Because they believed that the person who was now in a spiritual form would need them in the afterlife. Okay, so that is the belief. This belief was the main reason behind the construction of pyramids that existed. Now let's understand the figure 4.31 that has been given in your textbook. Okay, this is the image of a step pyramid at Saqqara, the example that has been given you. Now this one is one of the oldest pyramids in Egypt. You can see how they appear like steps. Okay, they appear like steps here and staircase like steps. Unlike the smooth pyramids built later, this pyramid consisted of how many mastabas placed one above the other? Six mastabas. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. There are 6 mastabas on it, and it was constructed during the reign of Parahu Djoser and designed by the famous architect Imhotep. The step pyramid, please excuse me if I'm pronouncing it wrong. These are Egyptians' name. So Zoser was the king and the architect was Imhotep. The step pyramid marks an important stage in the evolution of Egyptian architecture and eventually inspired the construction of great pyramids of the Giza. Okay, so let's understand the word mummification that has been given in your textbook over here. So mummification was actually an ancient Egypt method of preserving the dead bodies, and during this period most internal organs were carefully removed except the heart, which is believed to be the center of intelligence and emotions. So the body was dried using natural salt, and this salt was called as natron. Fine. And after drying the body was covered with oils and perfumes and was wrapped in a long linen bandages, and finally the mummy was placed inside a decorated coffin and buried with prayers, rituals, and valuable objects. The Egyptians believed this process helped the spirit, live peacefully in the afterlife. Okay, so that's the story about the mummification which has been given. Moving ahead to understand figure 4.32, which demonstrates the social hierarchy pyramid. So this pyramid generally shows that the society of the Egyptian civilization was well organized and divided too. And it represents that very few people were at the top, and while most people belong to the lower levels. Now, coming down from top to bottom, let's understand the social structure from top to bottom of the pyramid that has been given over here. Okay, before that, let's understand the question that has been asked. Look at the social hierarchy pyramid in the image. What were the social classes of early Egyptians? What were the different kinds of occupations? What could have been a typical daily routine of people from each class? So many questions asked on this social hierarchy. So let's understand in simple sentences here. If we talk about the topmost position in the social hierarchy, we see the topmost position is acquired by a Parahu who is considered god like a ruler or a very greatest ruler. So the highest position was for the authority in the Egypt, considered a god king, ruled the entire kingdom and made all important decisions. When we come down to the next level, it is composed of government officials, nobles, and priests. What was the importance of these people and why are they placed below the Parahu? Helped the Parahu govern the country, they collected the taxes, they managed the temples, they supervised construction activities, maintained records and administrations. Okay. Then coming down to the third occupation. the third level in the social hierarchy, which is composed of free landholders, artisans, and merchants, which means farmers who owned land and produced food, artisans who made jewelry, pottery, furniture, statues, and tools, and merchants traded goods with Egyptian and with other civilization. So this position was held up by businessmen a lot, followed by the artisans and the farmers too. And then the fourth category that we find in this social hierarchy is of the serfs and the slaves. And they formed the largest section of the society. They used to work on farms, they used to do construction projects, temples, and households, performed most of the physical labor. So, this diagram shows the Egyptian society was highly organized with each group performing different types of responsibilities. Now, let us try to answer the questions that has been asked on the basis of this pyramid of social hierarchy. Starting with the first one, when we talk about the social classes of the Egyptians were early Egyptians was made up of paraho, government officials, nobles and priests, then free landholders, artisans and merchants, serfs and slaves. Talking about what were their occupations. What was the occupation of the paraho? Rule the kingdom, lead the army, make the laws, and supervise the administration. But when we come down to the work of government officials, then the government officials collected taxes, they used to maintain records, manage irrigation, and help govern the country properly. But when we talk about the priest, what was their activity? Conduct religious ceremonies and look after the temples. But then, what did the nobles do? The nobles used to advise the paraho and manage large estates. Then, coming down to free landholders are none other than the farmers that we are talking about. And what was the activity of the farmers? To cultivate the food and maintain the livestock. And then what was the work of the artisans? Artisans used to make different varieties of artistic works like pottery, jewelry, sculptures, furnitures, clothing, tools, and all. But what were the merchants doing? Merchants used to do trading. They used to trade within Egyptian civilization and they used to connect with the other civilizations also. But then, what was the work of the serfs and the slaves? The serfs used to work and slaves used to work in agriculture. They used to help in construction activities. They used to help in cleaning the temples, and some of them were hired for household activities also. Then let's try to answer what was the typical daily routine. Same thing. Whatever were their occupation, the same thing you have to write what they did on daily basis. Like parahos used to conduct meetings, perform religious rituals, heard reports from officials, and made important decisions. If we talk about government officials, priests, and nobles, they used to manage the administration, collect taxes, maintain records, conduct temple ceremonies, and all. And what was the daily routine of farmers? They used to irrigate the fields, sow the seeds, harvest the crop, or care for the animals. Artisans were busy making artistic materials like pottery, jewelry, statues, furniture, textiles, and other products. And if we talk about merchants, they used to travel to markets to buy variety of goods. They used to travel to market to sell variety of goods and maintained trade connections not just in Egypt but the other world around them. Then, coming down to the largest section of the Egyptian society that was composed of the serfs and slaves. These people used to work on farms, help in building monuments, carrying material, and even performed manual laboring also. So, this social hierarchy helped the ancient Egypt function efficiently with every group contributing to the growth and success of world's greatest civilizations. Okay, so I hope the social hierarchy pyramid is clear to a majority of you. Fine. So moving ahead to understand even more fascinating stories about the Egyptian civilizations. Fine. So early Egyptians enjoyed leisure activities as well. Now this is very much interesting. So they were not just busy managing things or looking after ruling things and all. They also enjoyed a lot of leisure activities. Like they valued recreation and entertainment, believing that a balanced life included enjoyment along with work. So leisure activities help people relax, socialize, and celebrate important occasions as well. So, what were their leisure activities? Let's understand. They swam, canoed, played board games, and even enjoyed music and dancing. So the river Nile was not only important for farming but also important for recreational activities also. People used to do swimming in that and travel in boats called as canoes. Then families and friends played board games such as famous game as Senet, one of the oldest board games in the history. Music and dancing were very popular forms of entertainment during festivals, family gatherings, and even during religious ceremonies as well. And these activities show that Egyptian society was culturally rich and enjoyed a vibrant social life. Moving ahead, festivals were central to early Egyptian culture dedicated to gods and the pharaoh's rule. So, what kind of festivals did the Egyptian people celebrate? Festivals were among the most important events in ancient Egypt. Some festivals honored the Egyptian gods while others celebrated the pharaoh, who was believed to rule with divine authority. And these celebrations strengthened people's religious beliefs and united them as communities. Each god that they worshipped had a festival in which their statue was paraded, accompanied by music played on instruments such as the sistrum here. So each major Egyptian god had special festivals, like how we have in India. We have Ganesh Chaturthi, then we have Deepavali, then we have Navaratri, then we have Krishna Janmashtami, then we have Ramanavami and all. Like that, every god that Egyptians worshipped, for every god they had special festivals. During these celebrations, the statue of the god was carried in grand procession through the streets or around the temple, and people used to sing songs, they used to dance, they used to offer prayers and celebrate entire festival with the help of music. And one of the most important musical instrument that existed during this time was called as sistrum. Okay. And then the Egyptians believed that the sound of sistrum pleased the gods and brought blessings to the people. So festivals also celebrated reign of Parahos too. So not just gods, they even worship the Parahos too, because Parahos were equivalent to God for many of them. Some were organized to celebrate important events in the life of Parahos, such as victories, anniversaries, or achievements. And these festivals reinforced the Parahos' authority and strengthened the bond between the ruler and the people. Like how do we celebrate about great personalities like Gandhi Jayanti and all. So, like Gandhiji for us is considered as a very important person, and celebrating his birth anniversary helps us connect between his ideologies and the people around us. Like that, Parahu's authority was celebrated, establishing a connection between the ruler and the people that were ruled by him or her. Okay, so let's learn more about the festival here. Festivals also, yeah, moving ahead. For example, the said festival was held to mark a king's 30th year on the throne. So, what is one example of the celebration of a Paraho here? They had something called as said festival, and this said festival was nothing but if a king achieved his 30th year on the throne, then that achievement of 30 years of throne was called as said festival here. So, that was a royal celebration that was seen in the Egyptian civilization, and the festival symbolized the strength, the fitness, and the ability of that person, that king, to continue to rule the Egyptian areas. And during the celebration, religious rituals, ceremonies, and public events were organized to renew the king's authority completely, which showed that the king was still fit enough to rule the people there. So these grand events showed the people's deep reverence for their gods and ruler. So why were these events so grand? The magnificent festivals reflected how deeply the Egyptian people respected both their god and their ruler. People believed that worshipping the gods and supporting the Paraho would bring peace, prosperity, and good harvest. And these celebrations strengthened religion, culture, and unity across the Egyptian lands. Okay, so this paragraph entirely explains us about the festival and the leisure activities people were involved into. So that's the story of Egyptian civilization. Moving ahead to study figure 4.33 that has been given in your textbook, and figure 4.33 generally talks about daily items used by the Egyptians. Okay, so you can see what were certain daily items used here. The first one is the painted pottery jar, and this was used for either storing water, storing of grains, oils, perfumes, or any other household items. And the beautiful paintings that has been done shows the Egyptians appreciated art in even daily life materials also. Then we have the second image of a woven basket, which was used to carry fruits, vegetables, grain, bread, or other goods. And baskets were usually made from reeds or plant fibers growing near the river Nile. And then we have a pair of sandals, woven sandals. These protected people's feet from the hot desert sand. Sandals were commonly made from papyrus sea reeds, palm leaves, or leather. These objects tell us the Egyptians were highly skilled in pottery, weaving, and craftsmanship. They created useful items that were both practical as well as attractive too. Now let's answer certain questions under the think about it. Okay, so observe the images given above. What do they tell you about the Egyptian fashion? Now, that's a very interesting question, right? So, first question that we're supposed to answer is, what do they tell us about the Egyptian fashion? So, note down the answers. The images show that Egyptians preferred simple, comfortable, and practical clothing and accessories suitable for their climatic condition. And the climate of Egypt was usually very hot. They also liked decorated pottery, woven baskets, jewelry, and carefully made sandals, showing that beauty and craftsmanship were important parts of daily life. Moving ahead to answer the next question, which social classes do you think used these items? So, most of these items were used by all sections of society, but their quality kept on varying. Ordinary people used simple woven sandals, baskets, and plain pottery, but wealthy families, nobles, and the parahos owned beautifully decorated pottery, expensive jewelry, and high quality sandals made from finer materials. So it definitely varies depending on the wealth that you concentrate. Then, what clues in the images help you to make this guess? Like, on what basis do you think that there was difference in the quality that existed? The beautiful artwork on the pottery, if you carefully observe the artwork on the pottery, it's beautifully done, right? And the woven basket and well crafted shoes that are made through woven procedures only suggest that some items were specially designed for wealthy people, and simple versions of these objects would have been used by the common people. While richer families could afford more decorated and expensive materials, poor people owned them in common forms over here. That's about figure 4.33 and the related questions gave up under the think about concept. Moving ahead to understand extra information given to us under the concept of don't miss out. Let's read the paragraph that has been given here. So, Egyptian women in general enjoyed more rights than their Greek or Roman counterparts, as they could now own property and run businesses. For instance, Cleopatra, between 69 to 30 BCE, was trained from childhood to rule. She became queen at the age of 18. And this figure 4.34 is an image of Cleopatra at the age of 18 on the wall of a temple. Now, see how interesting it is to when we talk about the rights of women, and people then definitely had good idea about giving rights to women also. So this extra information points out an interesting fact about Egyptian women enjoying more rights in the ancient Egypt concept civilization compared to women in ancient Greece and ancient Rome, who were enjoying more rights. Egyptian women enjoyed greater freedom and legal rights. They could do what all things. They could own property or land, they could run businesses, they could inherit the wealth, buy and sell property. They could participate even in legal matters also. And one of the example of a female ruler that we see here, which has been given to us, is Cleopatra the Seven. Okay, she was trained right from her childhood to rule Egypt and became the queen of Egypt at the age of what? At the age of 18. Her period demonstrates that women in ancient Egypt could hold the highest political office, something that was uncommon in many other ancient civilizations. Now, if we talk about the figure 4.34 alone, okay, which shows the image of Cleopatra, who is one of the famous rulers of ancient Egypt. She belonged to Ptolemaic dynasty and was known for her intelligence, leadership, and diplomatic skills. Cleopatra could speak several languages and played a significant role in Egyptian politics. And her example highlights the most important position of women could achieve in ancient Egyptian society. Okay, so that's the entire fascinating journey of the Egyptian civilization, right from the mighty river Nile and pyramids to pharaohs, mummies, writing, festivals, and everyday life. But our exploration of the ancient world isn't over yet. You know why? Because in my next video, we will travel to the eastern part of Asia to discover the incredible story of our neighbor, the Chinese civilization, its great rivers, their inventions, rules, rulers, and unique culture. So don't miss that video. Because for that, you have to subscribe to my channel. Let's revise by Vidyashri Kadlibuddi. Like this video, share it with your friends, and I'll see you in my next video on the Chinese civilization. Until then, keep revising, keep learning, and keep succeeding. Bye, everyone. Welcome back to Let's Revise by Vidyashri Kadlibuddi. Did you know that one of the world's oldest civilization gave us the Great Wall, paper, silk, and powerful emperors? But where did this incredible civilization actually begin? In today's video, we will explore the fascinating beginnings of the Chinese civilization in a simple and interesting way. So let's get started. You have already seen in the case of Mesopotamia and Egypt how rivers help civilization grow. Can you recall how they supported people's lives? So, before learning about China, the textbook reminds us of Mesopotamia and Egypt. Just like the Tigris and Euphrates River and the Nile River supported those civilizations, rivers also played a major role in the growth of China. Rivers helped people by providing fresh water for drinking, irrigating farms, making the land fertile, supporting transportation and trade, and helping settlements grow into towns and cities. This is why almost every civilization began near a river. Moving ahead to understand the fascinating journey of Chinese civilization, the Chinese civilization flourished along the rivers, the Huanghe, which is also called as the Yellow River, and Yangtze. So the Chinese civilization developed mainly along two rivers, Huanghe, the Yellow River, which is often called as the cradle of Chinese civilization, and Yangtze River, the longest river in Asia. These rivers provided fertile soil, plenty of water, fish, and easy transport. Just like the Nile was the lifeline of Egypt, these two rivers became the lifeline of ancient China. These two river valleys were also centers of early Chinese Neolithic cultures dating around 7000 BCE. So, around 7000 BCE, people had already begun living near these rivers during the Neolithic age. And these early communities were already practicing farming, domesticating animals, had built permanent villages, made polished stone tools, and produced pottery too. And these villages slowly laid the foundation for the future Chinese civilization. Okay, so moving ahead, around 2000 BCE, the introduction of copper or bronze metallurgy brought many of the Neolithic settlements, especially those in the Yellow River Basin, to the threshold of the Bronze Age. Now, what does this line actually mean? It tells us that around the period of 2000 BCE, people learnt to make tools and weapons using two different elements that is called as copper and bronze. Metallurgy means the science of extracting and shaping metals, and bronze tools were stronger than stone, better for farming, useful in warfare, and helpful in making better tools and ornaments. And because of this technological advancement, China entered into the Bronze Age. Moving ahead, however, it was only around 1600 BCE that urban centers began to emerge with the expansion of agricultural productivity and advancement in metallurgy and craft production. So, although bronze was introduced earlier, but cities developed only around the period of 1600 BCE. Why? Why was it so late? Because farmers started producing more food. Better farming meant surplus crops, better metals, tools, increased efficiency. Skilled craftsmen produced pottery, bronze objects, and other goods. As food and trade increased, villages grew slowly into large towns and eventually into cities around the period of 1600 BCE only. And these events led to the rise of the first Chinese Bronze Age territorial empire. So, as cities became larger and stronger, rulers united many regions under only one government. And this marked the beginning of China's first Bronze Age empire, where one ruler controlled a large territory instead of just a single city. So, slow the development, steady the development, and steadier the development meant stronger things, and stronger the things means larger territory, and larger territory means greater control on the empire. And this was the beginning of organized Chinese kingdoms. Okay. Moving ahead to understand even more fascinating stories about China, the history of China is organized into various dynasties. The Shang dynasty between 1600 to 1046 BCE, the Zhou dynasty between 1046 to 256 BCE were two well-known dynasties of the Bronze Age. So when we talk about the history of ancient China, we see a dynasty rule over here, and a dynasty is a series of rulers from the same family. And during the Bronze Age, two important dynasties ruled the regions of China. The first one was the Shang dynasty that existed between the period of 1600 to 1406 BC. These were the first powerful Chinese dynasty with strong archaeological evidence. They developed bronze technology, built cities, and used Chinese writing, early Chinese writing, and they helped in strengthening trade and agricultural activities. But when we talk about yet another important dynasty, that is Zhou dynasty, between 1046 to 256 BCE, they ruled nearly for 800 years, making it longest ruling dynasty in Chinese history. Expanded Chinese territories, introduced new political ideas, improved agriculture and administration. And these dynasties played a huge role in shaping ancient Chinese civilization. Okay, so remember these two important dynasties. Your teacher may ask them as MCQ questions. Fine. Moving ahead, by 600 BCE, the use of iron became popular throughout China, and the Chinese Iron Age generally dates from this period onwards. So, around the period of 600 BCE, people started using iron instead of bronze in the regions of China, which meant that introduction or invention of iron had taken place in the regions of China. Now, iron became very popular. You know why? Because it was stronger, it was cheaper, and it was very easy to produce. And the tools made up of iron helped in farming, helped in construction, helped in making weapons much better, and helped in every aspect of early life. And this period in China is known as the Chinese Iron Age. Fine. So, moving ahead, the name China probably comes from the Iron Age kin or Qin dynasty between 221 to 206 BCE, also known as the first imperial dynasty of China, which is credited for unifying the country. Now, this is very interesting thing. How do we get the word China? Okay, the word China is believed to come from the Qin dynasty, which is also produced as Qin dynasty. And the Qin dynasty ruled between the period of 221 BC to 206 BC. And this was the first kingdom that unified many small kingdoms into one nation and created first China's centralized empire. They brought a lot of changes here, like for example they made weights and measures standardized, brought currency, improved and helped in flourishment of writing, and they were the first one to begin the construction of Great Wall of China, which we popularly know. That is why this is called as the first imperial dynasty, which means controlling smaller nations together under one centralized empire. Okay, so another important Chinese dynasty of the Iron Age was the Han dynasty between 206 BCE to 220 BC. So talking about yet another important dynasty that ruled during the Iron Age of China was the Han dynasty that ruled between 206 to 220 BC. After the Qin dynasty came the Han dynasty, one of the greatest periods in Chinese history. You know why? Because the Han rulers expanded the empire, they encouraged education, and they strengthened trade through the Silk Route, promoted science and technology, and made China one of the world's most powerful civilization. And many historians even call this period as the golden age of ancient China. Okay, so in this paragraph you study about four important dynasties of China. The first one is Shang dynasty, second one is Zhou dynasty, third one is Qin dynasty, and the fourth one is the Han dynasty. Remember this. Among them you study two important dynasties during the early ancient Chinese time, that is the Shang and the Zhou dynasty, and the remaining two you study during the time of Iron Age, that is the Qin dynasty, and the other one is the Han dynasty. Fine. So let's try to understand figure 3.4.35 that generally showcases the timeline of the Chinese civilization. Okay. So this timeline shows how Chinese civilization developed over thousands of years. Fine. So we know that the Chinese civilization slowly started along the Yellow River and the Yang River during the time of 7000 BC, that is the time of Neolithic period. And then it entered into the Bronze Age between 2000 BC, where copper and bronze tools were introduced. And from 1600 BCE, the Shang dynasty controlled the regions of China, and this was the first major Bronze Age dynasty. Cities were made, writing was improved, bronze casting was encouraged, and organized government developed. Then moving ahead to the next dynasty, that is the Zhou dynasty, that developed between 1046 BCE to 256 BCE. And this dynasty is the longest Bronze Age dynasty that existed, who improved and focused on agricultural activities, administration activities, and philosophy also flourished during this period of time. If we talk about the time when the Chinese civilization entered into or discovered the use of iron was between 600 BC, and this is the period when it is called as Iron Age, which simply means that iron tools became very common during this time. And then we have the two most important dynasties that ruled the regions of China between 221 to 220 periods, that included the Qin dynasty and the Han dynasty. The Qin dynasty unified the entire regions of China under one emperor, but when we talk about the Han dynasty, they focused on improving trade, culture, science, administration, and because of which education was extremely improved. So, this timeline clearly shows how Chinese civilization evolved from small farming villages into one of the world's greatest empires. Fine. So, moving ahead to understand some extra information that has been given to us under the headline of Don't Miss Out. So, let's understand the first one. The Zhou rulers were both kings and priests who believed to be appointees of heaven, but they could be dismissed when their people did not prosper. So this is very interesting story, right? Now the rulers who were ruling during the Zhou period, these rulers were both kings and priests. Okay, And people used to believe that they were directly appointed from the heaven. But these people could be dismissed when people of China did not flourish, or there was no prosperity which was made. So let's try to understand this. So one of the interesting ideas that existed during this time of Zhou dynasty was mandate of heaven, which means they came from the heaven over here. The king ruled because he was chosen from the heaven. He had to govern honestly and care for his people. But if the ruler became cruel, corrupt, or failed to protect the people, then heaven could withdraw its support, and in that case, the ruler could be replaced by another capable leader too. And this idea was unique because it suggested that a ruler's authority depended on good governance, not just by birth but chosen by the God also. It also encouraged rulers to work for the welfare of their people, since losing the people's trust could mean losing the right to rule them. Moving ahead to understand yet another important and fascinating point, public officials were chosen with great care after being examined in archery, horsemanship, calculation, writing, and music. See how fascinating it is. Now, kings were chosen by heaven, by the gods, but what about the government officials or public officials? They were chosen with proper examination. They were chosen if they were good with archery, if they had good horsemanship, if their calculations were good, if they had good writing, and if they had good taste in the music or no. On that basis, the choice of the public officials was generally done. So during the Zhou dynasty, which existed around the period of, if we talk about the Zhou dynasty that existed around the period of 1046 BCE, during that time only the Chinese used to conduct examinations to identify the proper governing officials for their empire or the kingdom. Okay, so that's a very fascinating thing that I'm learning about Chinese civilization and telling you about also. So, moving ahead to understand yet another important aspect of the chapter, that is, how do we know what we know about China? Okay, so let's understand this entire concept. China has an abundance of historical records, as official historiographers recorded events. So, how do we know about them? So, China has one of the richest collection of historical records in the world. The kings appointed official historiographers or royal historians. Historiographers are nothing but historians who were appointed by the kings, and their job was to carefully write down about important events. So, what was the main job of these historians? To write down the important events, which included information about wars and battles, coronations of king, religious ceremonies, government decisions, natural disasters, daily life, and important achievements. Because these records were preserved, historians today know a lot of great deal about ancient Chinese civilization. Okay. So, however, the earliest source of information about China are the oracles, which were symbols made on piece of animal bones or tortoise shells. See, what were they writing? Let's understand it. So even before books and papers became common, the Chinese recorded information using oracle bones. Oracle bones were nothing but bones of oxen or other large animals and shells of tortoises. Priests carved special Chinese symbols or questions on these bones and shells. Today, these oracle bones are considered the oldest known examples of Chinese writing and provide valuable information about ancient China. Now, when we talk about the Egyptians, they were writing on leaf, but when we talk about the Chinese, they were writing on bone and on the shells of the tortoises here. See how over the period, over one civilization to the other, the material of writing went on changing, right? Moving ahead, these bones were heated until they cracked, and interpretations were made based on patterns of the cracks. Now, this is yet another important and interesting concept. After writing questions on the bones, priests heated them over a fire. As the bones became hot, they developed cracks. The priest believed that these cracks carried messages from the gods or ancestors. They carefully studied the crack pattern and interpreted them as answers to the questions. Okay, understand this pattern. On certain bones, they used to write the questions and they used to heat this bone. And after heating the bone, there would be a crack. And depending on what was the crack pattern, the priest used to interpret the answer to the question. Like, and certain questions would be, will the harvest be good this year? Should the king go to the war? Will it rain this year? Or will the royal family remain safe and all? And this practice is or was called as divination. Okay, so these are certain new words that you're learning, which is not given in your book. Moving ahead to learn more about the oracles, these oracles were often used to foretell the future. Today, they tell us a lot about the hopes, desires, and fears of the early Chinese. So, ancient Chinese people believed that oracle bones could predict future events. Although we no longer use them for prediction, these oracle bones have become an important source of archaeological information or historical information because they help us understand what people believed during those days, what did they fear about, what were their religious practices, what were their farming activities, warfare activities, weather conditions, family life, and government decisions. So, oracle bones are like a time capsule that tells us about life in ancient China over 3000 years ago. That's a very fascinating story and archaeological information or the written inscriptional information that we have about the Chinese people. Now let's understand figure 4.36 that has been given in your textbook. And figure 4.36 represents the Chinese oracle carvings on the bone. So here the figure is showing an actual oracle bone with ancient Chinese symbols carved on it. The writing is carved vertically. If you observe carefully, the writing is like this. It is carved vertically, and the symbols are the earliest form of Chinese script. These inscriptions were made before heating the bone. Remember that. Then, after the inscriptions were made, the bone was heated, and after the bone cracked, priest interpreted the cracks and often wrote the answers beside the original question. So this image is important because it represents the earliest evidence of Chinese writing and shows how religion and writing were closely connected in ancient China. Okay, so I hope the information over how do we know about China is clear to a majority of you. Moving ahead to understand figure 4.37 that has been given in the textbook, and figure 4.37 talks about Jade Dragon from 3300 BC to 2000 BC, Jade Dragon Pendant, Zhou Dynasty, Bronze Wine Pouring Vessel, and of the Shang Dynasty. So let's understand about this fascinating equipments or images that has been given over here. So talking about the first one, this is the Jade Dragon. What is this? This is a Jade Dragon dating back to the period of how many years? 3300 to 2000 BCE. This is made up of jade. Jade is nothing but it's a precious green stone, and the dragon symbolizes strength, protection, wisdom, and good fortune. That's why we still see the culture of dragons associated with the Chinese people, right? Dragons later became the symbol of Chinese emperors. Remember this. The second image is a Jade dragon pendant of the Zhou dynasty. This is an ornament worn around the neck, and it shows the high level of craftsmanship during the Zhou dynasty, and Jade ornaments also reflected the wealth and social status. Understand, before gold and diamond became precious things, what was the precious thing that existed among the people? Precious stone metals, right? Stone things, right? Coming down to the period of Shang dynasty, this is an example of bronze wine pouring vessel of the Shang dynasty made using bronze casting technology, and this was used during religious ceremonies and royal feast. And its beautiful animal shaped decorations, you can see here the animal shaped decorations show the artistic skills of the Shang craftsmanship. Together, these artifacts prove that ancient Chinese people were highly skilled in stone carving, jewelry making, bronze metallurgy, and artistic design too. Moving ahead to understand the concept of let's explore. So the Chinese script is logographic with characters representing entire words or morphemes, smallest meaningful units of language. Rather than sounds, person is written down like this. You can see the diagram, and tree is written down as like this. So these are called as morphemes or they are called as logographic. So unlike English where letters represent sound, Chinese writing is logographic. This means that one character usually represents the complete word or idea. And one of the example given to you is the representation of person is the inverted form of y, and in terms of tree the representation goes as like this. Okay, so here are two examples to you that I which has been given in your textbook. Apart from this, the question that has been now given is to explore more examples of Chinese characters that represents the objects or ideas they present. Note down at least two such characters and explain how their shapes are connected to their meanings. So I would give you two examples here. The one example that I would like to quote for you for the Chinese logographic is, okay, this logography is called as Shan, and Shan here means mountain. This is one example. The character has three pointed peaks. It looks like mountain range with several hills, and its shape directly represents a mountain. Talking about one next character that I would like to put down is, this is called as Re, and Re is nothing but sun. And the character is drawn as a square with a line in the middle. It represents bright sun shining in the sky. Ancient versions looked even more like circle with a dot in the center. Okay, so these are two examples that I would like to quote. These examples I have taken from net. You can find many more examples representing the Chinese symbols there with their name and what do they represent. So these examples show that many early Chinese characters were originally pictures of real objects. And that's why it is called as logographic. Fine. Over time, they became more simplified but still retained a visual connection to their meanings. This is one reason why the Chinese writing system is one of the oldest continuously used scripts in the world. Even today also, certain Chinese scripts appears as if they are representing logographic only. Moving ahead to understand more fascinating concepts about the civilization of China. Some other crafts item unique to the Chinese civilization were the jade objects and figurines, which were either ritual or prestige objects. So, apart from bronze materials, the Chinese were also famous for making beautiful jade objects and figurines. Jade is a very hard and valuable green stone, not easily found. Chinese craftsmen carved jade into ornaments, statues, pendants, and ceremonial objects. And some jade items were used in religious rituals, while others were prestige objects, meaning they showed a person's wealth, power, and high social status. Owning a jade was considered a symbol of honor and nobility during the Chinese civilization, early Chinese civilization. Moving ahead, they probably played an important role in social transactions as jade was not locally available and was obtained from outside China. Let's understand this. So, jade, as it is a rare and precious stone, because it is not found in many parts of ancient China, it had to be brought from different regions through trade. So, since jade was difficult to obtain, it became highly valuable. It was exchanged as one of the expensive gifts, and it was used during important ceremonies too. It helped strengthen relationship between rulers, nobles, and neighboring regions. This shows that ancient China had well developed trade networks even thousands of years ago. Okay, moving ahead, marble was also carved into ornaments in the form of birds and animals and as foundations for wooden pillars. So, Chinese artisans were skilled not only in carving jade but also marble stones. They used marble for making decorative ornaments, for making sculptures of birds and animals, and for strong bases for supporting wooden pillars in buildings too. And these carvings show the artistic creativity and engineering skills of ancient Chinese craftsmen. Besides these, the Chinese mastered bronze metallurgy to produce weapons, tools, and elaborate ritual vessels too. So Chinese became experts in bronze metallurgy and the sign which is the science of making objects from bronze metal here. Why? Because they started to produce strong weapons for soldiers, farming tools for agriculture were improvised. They used bronze for making household tools and beautiful ritual vessels that could be used during religious ceremonies and offerings. Their bronze casting techniques were among the finest in the ancient world and demonstrate their advanced scientific and artistic knowledge. Okay, so that's about the craft things that developed in the regions of China. Moving ahead to study some extra information that has been given to us in Don't Miss Out. And this information talks about Chinese artisans skillfully carved jade into shapes of objects such as fish and tied them in with a cord. When struck, these jade pieces produced a clear and lasting musical sound. This practice reflects the importance of music in Chinese culture and highlights the high level of craftsmanship achieved by the Chinese people. So, this is a fascinating example of ancient Chinese innovation. Right? Chinese craftsmen carved jade into shapes of animals, especially the fish, and they tied these several pieces together with cords. When these jade pieces were gently struck, they produced a soft, clear, and melodious sound. And they were used during religious ceremonies and important cultural events. This tells what about the Chinese rulers to us? It tells us about how music held a special place in Chinese society, especially during the festivals and rituals. It also focuses on Chinese artisans possessing extraordinary craftsmanship, as carving hard jade with such precision required great skill and patience. So it also shows that ancient Chinese people combined art, music, and religion in their everyday life. Okay, so that's a very fascinating, interesting fact about the Chinese civilization that has been given. Moving ahead to understand about the Great Wall of China. Figure 4.38 tells us more information about the Great Wall of China, one of the greatest architectural achievements in the history of the world. So, what is this image showing? It is showing a massive stone stretching across mountains and hills. You can see here. This is a massive stone wall from one end to another end, from one mountain to another mountain and hills. There are in between watch towers built at regular intervals and a wall designed to allow soldiers to move quickly and guard the borders. But why was it built? The Great Wall was constructed, one, to protect China from attacks by nomadic tribes from the north; second, guard important trade routes; third, warn soldiers of approaching enemies using watchtowers. Now let's try to understand certain interesting facts about the Great Wall of China here. Now the construction of Great Wall of China began around 680 BCE, and this was started by the Zhou dynasty and other dynasties as protection against the violent raids of nomadic tribes. Different kingdoms built separate walls. And after China was unified, many of these walls were connected. Construction, repair, and expansion continued for how many years? Nearly 2000 years, up to the 17th century. And it is one of the seven wonders of the medieval world, and now it is considered as an UNESCO World Heritage Site. The Great Wall stands as a symbol of China's engineering excellence, military planning, and determination to protect its people. So that's the fascinating story about the Great Wall of China. Now, coming down to a question that has been asked on this Great Wall of China, and the question is, what could have been the other reason for building the Great Wall of China? Explore and share your findings on the Great Wall through a model or representation. So, if your teacher will ask you to make a model or a presentation, please go ahead. Let's first answer the question which has been given over here. The question is to identify reasons for building the Great Wall of China. Now, there are many of them. The Great Wall of China was not built only to protect the country from enemy attacks, it had several other reasons too. First one is to protect against invasions, which we know basically. The main purpose was to defend China from the attacks of whom? Nomadic tribes. Okay. Second, to guard the trade routes. The wall helped protect important trade routes through Silk Road, ensuring that merchants could travel safely and goods reach their destinations. Third, to control immigration. The wall regulated who could enter or leave China through guarded gates, helping the government monitor the movement of people. Now, the fourth one is it also helped in collecting taxes. Officials stationed at watchtowers or at gates collected taxes and custom duties from traders transporting goods across the border. It was used for maintaining law and order. It was also used to demonstrate the emperor's power. It was used to mark the empire's boundary. And most importantly, it was used for improving the communication also. So, in simple terms, if I have to tell you, the Great Wall of China was much more than a defensive wall. It protected the empire, promoted the trade, strengthened communication, marked territorial boundaries, controlled border movement, and all. And even today, it remains one of the greatest engineering achievements in the world of history that started in the ancient China but is a mark that exists even till today. So moving ahead to study about a very fascinating story about silk that developed during the period of the Chinese rulers. Okay, so silk was known to Chinese from the Neolithic period onwards and became an important craft during the Bronze Age. Now, see, when was silk invented by the Chinese people? So this sentence tells us that the Chinese knew how to produce silk thousands and thousands of years ago. Even during the Neolithic age, between the period of 4000 BCE to 3000 BCE, they had the idea over silk. They had already discovered silk. And as time passed, the Bronze Age began. Silk production became a highly skilled craft and a very important industry too. So, Chinese artisans became experts in making fine quality silk cloth, which was admired across the ancient world. So, as silk was one of the most important trade commodity on the trade route, that's why the route is called as the Silk Route also. So, remember this important point that I'm telling you. However, around the 2nd century BC, during the time of the Han dynasty, silk became a major item of external trade, so much so that the entire route on which it was traded became to be known as the Silk Route. So, during the time of the Han dynasty, silk was no longer used only within China, it became China's most valuable export. Merchants from China carried silk across Central Asia to India to Persia and to Europe. And because silk was the most famous product transported on this route, the trade network became known as what route? Silk Route, or it is also famously known as Silk Route. And it was not just a road for goods, it also connected different cultures, religions, ideas, inventions, and technologies too. Okay, so that's a small and sweet information on the silk route that has been given to us. Now we have a question asked on this. Do you remember studying about the silk route in grade 7? How much was India connected with it? Can you recollect China's contact with India with reference to Buddhism that you studied in grade 7? Okay, so talking about the silk route, in your grade 7 you were given a a bleak idea about the Silk Route, which tells us that it was a network of land and sea trade routes connecting China, India, Central Asia, Persia, the Middle East, and Europe, and it played an important role in trade as well as cultural exchange. But then, how was India connected with it? India was one of the most important centers on Silk Route. Why? Because Indian merchants traded what? Spices, cotton textiles, precious stones, ivory, and perfume. And India also imported silk from China. So, Indian ports and cities became major trading centers where merchants from different countries met. Thus, acted as an important bridge between East Asia to the West Asia. Now, the next question is, can you recollect China's contact with India with reference to Buddhism? Yes, one of the strongest link that we see between India and China is the religion of Buddhism. Why? Because Buddhism spread from India to China through monks and traders traveling on the Silk Route. Chinese monks like Faxin and Zhuangzang visited India to study Buddhism. They translated Buddhist scripts into Chinese and carried Indian knowledge back to China. And this helped strengthen cultural and religious ties between the two countries. Moving ahead, by 1500 BC, the Chinese Bronze Age society was highly stratified with ruling class nobles and aristocrats at the top, followed by the farmers and laborers, which laid the foundation of Chinese social hierarchical structure that evolved later. Now, this paragraph tells us about the social stratification or social division that we see in the regions of China. Okay, so what is it trying to tell us? The Chinese society was divided into different social classes. Okay, and who was at the top? At the top was the king, that is the ruling class, the nobles, and the aristocrats. Below them were the government officials and military leaders. Below them were the farmers and laborers and workers were at the lower sections of society. So this organized hierarchy later became the basis of Chinese society for many centuries. So like we see the division of society in India, a similar division of society was seen in the Chinese civilization also. Let's move ahead to learn a few important points which has been given under the topic of don't miss out. A metal based medium of exchange appeared during the Zhou dynasty and money economy developed by the 5th century BCE. So before coins, people exchanged goods through barter system. And one of the example is during the Zhou dynasty, China introduced metal coins, making buying and selling much easier. So by the 5th century, BCE, China had developed a proper money based economy where people used currency instead of exchanging goods directly and completely eradicated the barter system there. China was also the first country to introduce paper currency to the world and the first to develop civil services through public examination. So, China made two remarkable contributions to the world history. First, it introduced paper and money, which later spread across the world. Second, they started selecting government officials through competitive examination instead of simply appointing people based on family backgrounds. This became one of the earliest examples of a merit based civil service system, which where capable and educated people were chosen to work in the government over the reservation or family influential system. Okay, so that's the entire story about the Chinese civilization. Now, coming down to the entire conclusion of the topic here, we have seen how major Bronze Age civilizations of the world emerged independently in the fertile river plains. So, this is the entire conclusion of the chapter. The four great Bronze Age civilization, Harappan, Mesopotamian, Egyptian, and Chinese, all developed independently in fertile river valleys. Rivers provided water, fertile soil, food, and transportation, making them ideal places for civilizations to flourish. Harnessing agricultural productivity and the incorporation of new resources helped economic growth, leading to the emergence of urban cities in all these major centers of civilization. So, as agriculture improved and people learned to use metals like bronze, food production increased. And with more food available, not everyone needed to farm. People became traders, craftsmen, soldiers, priests, and administrators. This division of labor encouraged trade and led to the growth of large towns and cities, and also later on divided the society too. They developed social and administrative systems independently to ensure and enhance economic growth. So, every civilization created its own system of government, laws, taxation, administration, and social organization. And these systems helped maintain peace, collect taxes, manage resources, and encourage trade, allowing the economy to grow steadily. The development of writing systems enabled early societies to record economic transactions and social activities, and over time, it also led to the composition of literary and creative texts. So, writing completely transformed human civilization. Initially, writing was used to keep records of taxes, trade, farming, and government work. Later, people began writing stories, poems, religious texts, historical records, scientific knowledge, and laws, and all of this helped in preserving knowledge for future generation. Thus, many of our cultural ethos have their roots in the Bronze Age civilization. So many traditions and ideas that we follow today began thousands of years ago. Writing, government, trade, calendar, law, mathematics, organized cities, religious practices, and social institutions all have their origin in these ancient bronze civilization, and their achievements continue to influence our modern world even till today. And with that, we have successfully completed chapter 4, Early Humans and Beginning of Civilization. I hope this complete chapter has become simple, interesting, and easy to remember for all of you. But don't stop here. Understanding the chapter is only half the preparation. To score good marks, you must also know how to answer the textbook questions correctly. In my next video, we will solve every chapter and exercise question one by one with detailed explanation, important points, and exam oriented answers. So, make sure you don't miss it. If my series is helping you to understand the concepts in better way, then like my video, share it with your classmates, and subscribe to my channel Let's Revise by Vidyashri Kadlibuddi. Until then, keep learning, keep revising, and keep succeeding, everyone. Bye everyone.